Whisper of gods and monsters It has been far too long since the legends of Age of Mythology have battled. Once again, armies gather, and titans wake from their slumber. The heavens crack, the ground splits, and only the worthy will stand. Mighty civilizations, each commanding myth and mortal alike.
Yo! What's going on, everyone? Another day, another you, another me. What's happening? How did they get the How did they get the Athena to say? Look, some people are just very skilled at what they do. Other people, not so much. We may or may not have some skilled people working behind the scenes. Shout outs to Uros and co. Alrighty. Today's an absolutely gigantic day. I put it at everyone because it's such a gigantic day that I didn't want anyone to miss out on it. We have Amatarasu versus Darth Nox. They are currently drafting. They will be scouting each other hopefully in game, but they are currently drafting. So we're going to be watching them momentarily. Following that, we have, I'm going to try and get this right because I screwed it up already in one thing. It's Matador versus Mini Yeti. That's in an hour and a half. So we might be jumping out mid-series here and jumping into the Champions League because that's the league I have to actually follow. I'm contractually obliged to prioritize that league. But we'll watch as much of this as we possibly can, and then we'll jump into the Matris Mini Yeti series. There is also Matador versus Mosca, literally an hour after Matris Mini Yeti starts. So I'm looking at this, probably thinking we're going to have to go recorded games today, but fingers crossed we see some competitive series regardless. After that, we have the Mr. versus Grass, and then we have Recon versus Nyan. So there's literally 5 series today. 5! So, if you haven't already, strap yourself in. Actually, no, first go to the kitchen. Get yourself a nice hot cup of cocoa, because I know it's cold where you guys are. And then also all the other good stuff. You know, like some popcorn, some snackies. Strap yourself in, and all the other good stuff. I think we'll be ready to go relatively soon. So let's jump over to the draft, see what these guys have picked, and then kick their bum to say, let's get this show on the road. Alrighty then, no surprises here. I was theory crafting we might see some of this stuff start happening. I was theory crafting it. You know? We saw... Okay, I'm not going to get into it too much. Let's just talk about what we've seen here as these players are deciding on gods to pick. We got Amatarasu. He grabs his Fushi as his prior pick. Zeus then takes the Gaia. One of Zeus' prior picks is going to be Gaia. He loves the Gaia. He dreams the Gaia. He believes the Gaia. I like that idea. I think Gaia is a really solid pick for him. And then Amatarasu takes away the Aranos from Zeus, probably the strongest of the Atlanteans on paper, and also Amatarasu is a very, very good Aranos player as well. Zeus then obliges and said, no worries, we'll take Kronos, Amatarasu. Amatarasu then grabs himself his Nuwa, another one of the strong Chinese gods, and Susanoo. Zeus grabs himself Thor and Set. I missed the bands there. We do see Tsukiyomi and Shenon. It's all apes? No, it's actually... No, Pegasus Rush. And then Amatarasu grabs himself Isis and Zeus. Nice couple of final picks there. And then we're going to be seeing the Hades as Zook's final pick. Now, for some reason, hang on, maybe this is why. For some reason, this is not showing up correctly. Let me fix this. Fixed. Yay. Okay. So a fairly solid draft here. We do see the Tsukiyomi ban here. Now, this is what I've been theory crafting. Right now, I think every top player and their mum has been talking. And they've been saying, you know what's... Tsukiyomi, if you take away the Tengu, he ain't all that. He ain't all that. Well, he's all right. He's not, but he's not all that. So what we're going to do is we're going to play into gods that can beat the Tengu, right? Hear me out on this. And if our opponent picks it, that's going to be a free win for us because we're going to play into it. Now, if they don't take it, then we just ban it and then we have a nice draft where you don't have to worry about it. Big brain. Of course, you can technically ban out Tsukiyomi by ace picking it. That's obviously another way to go about it. But then your opponent can use that ace pick and draft around it to get their own free win. So this is... I wouldn't be surprised if the more top players play against this, the better they get at dealing with the cheese, and the more difficult it is for these Tsukiyomi games to be free wins. Because that's really what that's all about. That's really what the picking there is all about. Nonetheless, these players are going to be looking for a little cheeky God picker here, as it is going to be an Aranos versus Amatarasu game on Blue Lagoon. Wonderful. Okay. So we have an Aranos for our Japanese hero versus the Japan for our Netherlands hero. Are the options that are strong into Tengu strong enough? Well, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I played against a Tsukiyomi player the other day, and they said the China's busted. So let's just go out there and just say, let's just call it what it is, all right? If my god wins, then I've outplayed you. If your god wins, then it's balance problem, okay? All right. All right, so they're just getting their lobbies together, and then we're going to be getting started. So hopefully you guys are all ready for a fun one. Aranos versus Amatarasu is a pretty interesting matchup. We did actually see quite a bit of it in when Japan released, and well, we saw a bit of it when Japan released, and what we were seeing was that, you know, the Amatarasu player, if they do certain things, sorry, it's more like if the Aranos player does certain things, they can get into a lot of trouble. But the good thing about playing Aranos is you never really have to take a fight. That's the scary part. The Amaterasu player wants to take fights because they're going to get that Bushido in. But the Aranos player can just simply just be calm, take fights when they want to take fights, pick units when they want to pick units, and just continuously build a lead there. But nonetheless, all right, what was I saying? These guys, yeah, I'm zooked. Zooked is being stupid. That's going to delay a little bit. Unfortunately, Zooked was not on his actual account. You have to be on your actual account in this one. You can't be on your Smurf. Yeah, so as always, I mean, look, I feel like I should have to make a video on all this. The thing with these tournaments is the thing you have to be careful when just looking at tournament statistics overall is, number one, not every match in the tournament is a fair match. It's just not. For example, seed 1 is often going to play seed 64 in the first round. You can't expect that to be a fair match. That's the rating difference is just too high. Even a differential of seed 10 versus seed 20 is still like quite a big difference in terms of skill. Like that could be rating difference of like 100. Like if you then went into the ladder and you said, hey, there's a 200 rating difference between these two players, you just say, well, that doesn't really mean anything, does it? Like you can't really take much from a 100 rating difference. And then you look at the actual difference on the leaderboard, and it's like, well, that's only like 20 positions when it gets to the very top level. So yeah, I'm not going to lie. I think the best way to look at these games is not to look at the statistics, but to actually look at the game itself. That's the best way to go about it. In other words, you better be watching these bloody games. That's all I'm saying. You better be watching them. Alrighty, it looks like they're just about ready to go. A nice Aranos versus Amatarasu game to kick this off. One thing that I was playing around with in this matchup from the Aranos side was actually not opening any Murmillo. I think it's a good idea. Because the reason is, I need Caraballister to deal with Samurai. I need Catapulties to protect my my Caraballister from Naginata Riders. And yeah, I don't really need Murmillo. What do I need Murmillo for? Like, the only thing I need Murmillo for is killing off a Shogun. That's it. And when the Shogun comes, I'm just running away. So, and then I'm going to get my Murmillos or my Contarius or my Arcus out, my big damage dealers to take it out. So, there is all of that. Alrighty. So they are now currently in-game, going at it, and there is a cheeky little delay, so we wait for that one, and we keep going. Am I satisfied with this one? Yeah, it's been really fun. I think we've seen a lot of really fun games. I think everyone's taking it in the spirit that it is, and that's fantastic. All right. Yeah, so we got about a minute and a half. Fingers crossed we can... I mean, I want to see a competitive series, but fingers crossed we get through this series quick, because I will have to, unfortunately, drop over to the Champion series when it starts. So we might only see half of this series. Then again, it might finish in like 30 minutes. You never know. It could be an absolute slaughterhouse in this one. But you never know. One Tengu versus one Arcantos Uber. Who wins? I don't know, man. Here's the thing. One Tengu is not that... I don't want to get into it. I'm sick of talking about the Tengu. I'm going to make a video on it. Maybe if you're lucky. Maybe I won't. There's a lot of things I could talk about. Anyways, let's focus on this game. We have two very, very different drafts. One player focusing pretty heavily onto those Chinese, Japanese. Actually, both players have got a little bit of both. Actually, you know what? It's actually a really similar draft. One player with two Chinese, one player with two Atlanteans, one player with one Greek, the other player with one Greek. Got one player with one Egyptian, the other player with one Egyptian. One player with one Japanese, the other player with one Japanese. Very, very similar draft, actually. I was about to say it's different, but it's not. It's very, very, very similar. Anyways, let's jump into game number 1. Alapes versus Zucht for the Challengers League group stage. Let's go. Alrighty then, left-hand corner of the map in the red color, playing as player 1 to just confuse everyone. mostly me. His name is Aranos, and he is playing as Aranos. He is our resident Japanese hero. His opponent today in the blue color, playing as Amatarasu. His name is Zeus. Yes, the map is Blue Lagoon. It's a best of 5, as you can see over on that bottom right there. And it is not the tier division. It is the Takamikazuchi division. See how I did that? Changed it all. You didn't even notice. But nonetheless, yes, an interesting matchup. Why? Well, one, you have Aranos has got a really, really simple answer to the weasel, to the Kamatachi. And that answer is the Caladria. One, you can heal the villager that's getting attacked. And 2, you can pacify the weasel. So it's really not an issue. Plus, you can heroize units wherever you want. Not only that, a Hero Momilo with the upgrade, or a Hero Catapelti with the upgrade, will be able to chase down, snare, kill the weasel regardless, and you're going to be completely fine. But that does not mean you can be complacent. One idea is to just get some early sky passages down onto some different positions on the map. And then when the weasel comes in and drops the shield, you just garrison in, go over to the other side. But you don't have to make it that complicated. Just make your base in a nice little position, temple here, for example, and the weasels will come through, and you just kill them off as they're coming in, and you won't get much value there. A completely different way to play this matchup is to actually go for the angle of what's it called? Of Shrine of the Hunt, of going for Minakata Tomi. The reason why this could be completely fine and a good idea is, well, all of a sudden, you don't really have to leave your base to eat food. You're going to be able to drop a Shrine of the Hunt in your base, and you can actually still play a nice samurai-focused game, but you're not going to have to leave your base. Obviously, the one Yudo, probably not that useful in this matchup, but you can sit in your main base, you can build yourself your meat calls out, have a nice defensive position, and then you can look for heroic age myth unit type ideas with either the Raiju or the Tengu here. Now, I don't really recommend going too heavy on myth units in this matchup, just on the fact you're playing against the Atlantean, and especially an Atlantean that's got cheaper access to cheaper hero infantry. But nonetheless, you can go down that route. Unfortunately for Amaterasu, she doesn't have access to Inari or Kami, so a little bit more challenging to actually win some fights. And you'd have to play around that Shockwave and the Carnivora there as well. So we'll see exactly what Zeus is going to be planning here for this game. He does have himself out 2 of these bad girls, or 3 of these bad girls actually, already 3 Miko, and he's got himself that Kagura technology as well, which makes them train a bit faster and give you one for free. So already up to 3, gonna have his 3 different forests gathering, and he is actually going through Amino Uzume. So there's nothing wrong with this. This makes a lot of sense. There's one technology inside of Amino Uzume that I think always gets forgotten, and that's the Gorhair Wands. Must grab technology. It's in the shrine. Super, super strong. 10% boost to your favor gather rate might not seem like a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, it does end up becoming a very, very important thing. As we see military barracks dropped. Double military barracks here from out of Pest. Now, this is not... I don't think this is a bad idea by any stretch of the imagination from out of Pest, but it does mean he's going to be a little bit slow on adapting to this first samurai that come out. Now, he can just say, I'm going to just out-control you, get some Caladrias out, and this is going to be completely fine. But, you know, he's still going to be a little bit slow here with getting everything out that he needs. He does grab some relics. Let's just see what's on the map. Is that Five Horus? Harmony's necklace there. Okay, so a little bit of a boost there to the gold income. Some of the relics on the map is Scales Catopopus here. Going to be making those myth units a little bit more vulnerable to heroes. Pierce and Head of Orpheus there. Building line of sight +8, and finally at the top, Rhea's Crown. A nice one there to get that town center a little bit cheaper. As the units now starting to move out, the Kamatachi hanging out on this side, going to be looking to pop in there. We just see one Kitsune get sniped down. As Arapes is going to be looking for some early game attacks here as the Samurai on the Musha coming through. Double dojo here for Zookt is pretty crazy. That's a lot of... that's like dropping 4 military buildings at once here for Zookt. But he is going to be getting himself out the Samurai. Got to be careful with how you use this one because it's going to get pacified. Or a not terrible idea would be to just drop the Carnivora down now, eat that Samurai up, and then have it next to the temple to take it down nice and quickly. But nonetheless, Zookt playing a little bit of cat and mouse here as 2 Samurai going to be coming through. Still no Carnivora getting dropped. There is obviously the Ondamusha out now, so a little bit of an answer to this one as the Caladria coming through. Adapet's going to be retreating. He has got himself his upgrade. I haven't seen the Kamatachi anywhere just yet. Actually dropping it back into his main base. We haven't seen the Goshin Boku tree getting dropped just yet. Now, if your plan here isn't to go into more Kamatachi, I do actually understand not dropping the Goshin Boku tree. Idea would be we're just going to throw that one away, and then we're going to, whenever we start getting the myth units that we actually want to get reborn again, then you can drop the Goshin Boku tree. So, for example, in the Heroic Age, you can get yourself your Raiju, make sure that those are going into the Goshin Boku tree rather than the Kamatachi. Thank you, Chrono JJ, for the raid, my friend. Hope your stream went well. As Adapes is continuing to pester in here, we are now seeing some Yumi archers coming in, getting those Bushi in to shoot down those Caladrias is a very, very important thing here. We do have also the counter barracks coming down. I imagine some sort of Carabalista shenanigans is going to be on the way as sky passages just starting to get dropped all over the map. Always important to keep the villages nice and safe and all the other good stuff. As wet as a Kamatachi, we'll be moving over onto the right hand corner. The citizen is coming through here, so it is going to get intercepted as the lion getting involved over here. Not ideal for Adapes here, as does Zookt see this. He sees the gold mine. He does not see the villager, and I think Adapes might have seen that weasel there as well. Nonetheless, the Goshin Boku tree there does get dropped down. Little snipes here onto this gold mine into the main base. Should not really be an issue. Shouldn't be an issue here. You can drop Carnivora down. Oh, not Carnivora. How are you going to kill the Carabalista here? Let's manage to snipe one Murmillo there as Adapes does need to pull back ever so slightly. More Carabalista coming in. I tell you what would be really strong or annoying with the Sky Passage here. The Sky Passage right on the front, and then you've got a big escape route if the units come through. Unless the temple's still going to get targeted down. Caladria's taking pot shots from those Bushi there. As the villager on the front does have to get pulled back. Zookt playing a very nice defensive game for the moment here as the Kamatachi coming through. Going to slap the villagers ever so slightly in the main base here as Adapes does need to garrison back away. Getting out of this position, jumping over onto the goats here. And Zookt is just searching around for things to do here. And that's what I mean. If he has that Sky Passage on the front, then he can just zonk over here and he's good to go. But we do have one hero, Terma, as somewhat of an answer here. And that one Kamatachi has really made life annoying for the Adapes. He has to pull all the way back. All that pressure is now gone. The Kamatachi does get spotted here and will end up going down as the rest of the units to come forward. And that is one dead Kamatachi. The villagers are over onto a secondary hunt situation here as well as that second tier of Bushido comes through for Amatarasu. So he's up to medium right now. As Adapes back and forth for the time being, still pumping units out. Both players heavily going at it in this classic age. I actually wouldn't mind seeing a heroic age here coming through for Adapes. Reason being is if you can get yourself a whole bunch of Satyr and Chaos, it's a really nice counter to what's going on here. Yes, there are the Fushi, but you've also got Termin there to deal with those already. And then a Chaos sits them in place, and you can come and snipe them while the Satyr are taking down all the Samurai. Nonetheless, the army here of Zooked looking like it's getting ever so close to being ready to taking somewhat of a fight here. The thing is, you've always got that shockwave as a disengage tool. Always. The arrows just peppering away at this army. So very, very important to control this well. The hardest unit, I think, in the game, at least in the classical age, to control is that Caraballister. Box formation, making sure that it's not just going to get picked off as you run away. You can see that Adapest does decide. There he goes on that box formation there with the Caraballis. A couple of Kamatachi are coming through here. They are scary units. Once they get that upgrade on them, if there's not that many heroes, then they can tear through an army early game. As the dojo gets sniped, unit's going to be retreating for Adapest. He says, I've done enough damage. Killed off a temple, killed off a dojo. See an armory coming up for Zook as he wants to get to the next age. Meanwhile, Adapest here is going to be upgrading his Mamillos to heroes, as we're also getting close to heavy for Zook, which is why I'm saying, well, if you take a fight here as the Aranos, what's going to happen? Well, by the middle of the fight, probably early on in the fight, it's probably going to be versing heavy here. So getting to that heroic age is just such an important thing for you to be able to continue in this game. It's the Terma just trying to get those sneaky shots off, but not quite able to get in there just yet. Raijin on the way for Zook, so he's going to be able to have a nice engage tool. He does still have a little bit of gold left in this main base, and this is Amatarasu gameplay. This is what you want to do here with this god. You do want a turtle. You want to take as much of that gold as you possibly can as the Kamatachi gets spotted, gets sniped, and a market also coming down. However, this is the other problem is you do need to be thinking, well, how do I get myself a secondary gold mine? I got to get over onto that left side of the map. So putting some walls up over here nice and early makes sense. Conversely here, for the Aranos, a Sky Passage on the side and an Oracle here, whew, that would shut this game down or make this game very, very difficult for Zook very, very quickly. Now Heavy is in as that passive experience gain has been working very, very hard for a long time. Villagers popping through over onto this side as well, as I'm sure Adapest here will be wanting a heroic age for himself. Now, Zook doesn't have to panic or anything here. He just has to play slow. Get himself out onto the map, secure his gold mine, potentially drop a castle down here, and just continue to play defensive. Take map control. Even if you've just got this back corner of the map, you've got 1 gold mine, 2 gold mine, 3 gold mine, and some berry bushes over here to play with. But nonetheless, Adapest says, Hyperion got a choice. Makes sense. There's no killing blow for him here, so he does have to pull back, but this is going to allow Zook to continue doing what he needs to do. Another option now for Zook is to go for some raids with the Raiju. 5.5 speed, really not that much at the moment, but once you get access to this technology here, to get that extra speed, maybe also get a Kitsune out as well to join in the party. It can get very, very quick, but Zook says, it's time to go for raids with my Naginata riders. Against Aranos, this is always very, very scary. You do see these Naginata riders getting trapped up. Does he pick off one at the very least? Ooh. I think a little bit of miscontrol there from Adapest, unfortunately. Might allow that one back home. And now it's going to be an equal amount of population for both players. I think the best thing here for Adapest to do is to just get himself his upgrades, especially his hero upgrade here. As he charges forward, going to be attacking a little bit short here. He gets that Thunderburst onto this one as the Shockwave onto the back line coming through. Shockwave here from this Thunder Dome God Power really doesn't do a whole lot at the moment, as the army of Arapes here versus all of these units of Zooks. I can't call it either way. Both players are losing a lot of army here. The Chaos gets dropped down towards the end of the fight, and it does look like towards the end here that the majority of Arapes' army does remain. The myth units getting clean. This is all heroes, it looks like, from Arapes. He wins the fight, but does he win the war here is the question. Now we've got some shinobi starting to join in as samurai coming through. All of this stuff onto this position. Those Karabalas are going to be doing some really nice damage here. But in this moment now, a little bit of a retreat is needed for Arapes. He's not able to get that finishing blow there. He gets a huge amount of Bushido over to Zooks. He does get out the Thunderburst, but Zook's got to be happy that he didn't really lose any villagers here. There's still a pretty hefty army remaining for Arapes, though. He's getting himself Weightless Mace. The thing that he really needs, as we are starting to see Raiju going for the raids, the thing that he really needs is those upgrades. Armory-wise, he got all the bronze upgrades. On the other side, we do see Zook with exactly the same armory upgrades. So, Arapes is just behind on those line upgrades. He needs to get heavy archers, heavy infantry. Villagers over here getting chased down as he will dive into the house, sending one little cheeky Murmillo after this. It's going to be a long journey there for him to continue chasing, but Zook continuing to sit back, continuing to allow his samurai to work for him, getting closer and closer to champion here. He's 10,000 XP away. There's the Raiju in, but one hero catapulti. This is enough to chase this one down. Yes, there is a pretty nice solar shield here, but realistically, I think this is just going to be a dead Raiju, and the raiding has been thwarted for the time being. But lots of time coming over onto the side of Zook to just rebuild his army. His army's looking very, very strong. Heavy is on the way. There is no access to another Chaos series. Arapes does not get himself any more oracles out. As the army staring each other off. Arapes can't really make that decision to go just yet. I would love to see a handful more oracles out for another shockwave. Did he get himself his heroic renewal tech? No. So all those heroes he had before were missing a lot of power there. Nonetheless, Yumi Horse Archers coming through the Sky Passage can move over onto this position. No problems here. A nice counter to the Yumi Archers is to just split your Terma. They both move at the same speed here, 5 speed apiece. And the Terma do counter those Yumi Archers nicely. Nonetheless, there's a whole bunch of shinobi in this army, which are somewhat difficult to deal with. As the army of Arapes to come through. Zook saying, yeah, it's time to take this fight. Shockwave onto the back line here. Raiju comes through, gets his special on there, drops the solar shield. As Arapes needs to ignore that one. The front line here doing what it can, but these samurai are so big. Some horse archers coming in onto the back here, but we do still have those Terma here, taking down the Yumi archers, the Bushi, everything else. The Raiju on the right dies, the Raiju on the left dies, and Arapes has managed to beat back the Zooked army, as Zooked is getting so close to champion here, though, that this is the problem for Arapes. He needs to kill villagers. He needs to slow this pain train down, or he needs to fight at low numbers when he's got the big advantage, which is right now. Breaking through the walls, getting in onto this position, doing what he can. Another Raiju to come through. There is that solar shield available as he gets half HP after a couple of pot shots there. Will we see that one getting dropped or not is the big question. Yes, we do. Army turns around to take the fight. Samurai getting sniped by these Karabaras. There's still a handful of them remaining as Amatarasu is just allowing his units to just get mauled by the Raiju. No heroes in for Amatarasu at the moment. Champion is now through as Amatarasu does still have the military advantage here by a big margin, but technologically speaking, Zooked has taken a large lead in this game. Another Raiju coming through, but Amatarasu this time looks like he's prepared. There will be no solar shield onto that one. But the front line slowly melting here for Amatarasu. He needs more units out. At the moment he's struggling for some resources. What has he got? He's got himself 4 military barracks, 2 counter barracks. Villagers coming through now to shank and help out as Zooked has to know all he's got to do is get equal on military population, of which he now is. And he's going to be in for a very good time. Now, normally I say, like, Aranos doesn't really need to leave the heroic age very often. Doesn't get much from the mythic age. But in this situation, a Tartarian Gate while you're waiting to get your champion upgrades and catch back up, that's got to be something very, very useful. Nonetheless, Amatarasu, 137 pop, so 140 pop, 150 pop. And all of a sudden, yeah, I think Amatarasu is in a very, very difficult spot here. He can go for raids. He can use the Sky Passage here to pop in and out, cause some problems with pathfinding and things like that. He's going to be returning back over onto this side, though, and try and knock through here, try and take some villages out. I like that play. A dock on this side with a transport ship would have been so nice for Amatarasu, but not going for it. Still only the 4 oracles from Amatarasu. Heroes coming through as well. All over the place. And we will now see the heroic renewal technology coming through in an effort to sort of compete here. It makes sense. Your opponent's got champion units. How can you get champion units in the heroic age? We heroize everything. That is basically you turning your units into champion. It is expensive, but you also got this nice upgrade for them, which does help them out even more. An extra 10% HP does go a long way as the castle up now. Zooked, however, as he's saying, Okuni Nushi is going to be his next god of choice. As the horse archers causing some problems over here. Let's check out the armory upgrade situation. Amatarasu has got all of his bronze. Zooked missing a little bit, but he's about to be able to go next stage. And Okuni Nushi, realistically speaking here, what does it give him? Another Thunderburst? Not that big of a deal. Another Goshin Boku Tree? Not that big of a deal. Another Solar Shield? Not that big of a deal. And he does decide to change his thought process here. He goes for the Taka Mikazuchi. He wants the big Junk to drop down. Meanwhile, Sons of the Sun coming through for Amatarasu. Town center getting grabbed. Does get spotted here. Palace also coming down. One of the best ways to actually play against Japan up until maybe like the Oyumi spam from Okuni Nushi comes in, or maybe the Omyoji spam from Watatsumi comes through, is to spam buildings. The best counter to Taka Mikazuchi is going to be building spam. Get a whole bunch of palace up and just do what you can there. Nonetheless, a little bit of a raid coming over onto this side as the villagers are going to be pulling back, maybe looking for this town center as well. Nope, they're going back into the main base. Good awareness from Zooked. I say an incredibly high-level game being played here. Both players have defended their villages, their economy incredibly well here. Very, very few mistakes, like big mistakes in this game thus far.
Fushi.
Bronze armor. All the good stuff coming through. There might be a Mythic Age coming in soon for Amatarasu. He's going to be losing his citizen over here that are trying to keep the walls going as the army can dive over into this sky passage, try and defend if they want. But his citizen's just going to bail on that position, move up onto the top, delaying as long as he possibly can. I'd love to see one citizen just sort of sneaking over here so he can just drop another sky passage to come back over onto this position. Always just that one citizen hiding somewhere out of sight, out of mind. Such a difficult thing to defend against. Watchtower is also going to be coming through as Oedipus wants to get to that next stage. We do see immediately the 10-fist sword, sumo training also on the way. There's 5 Miko out. You can make some Asura here to help bolster up your army. The castle coming down from Zook as he wants to claim another gold mine in the middle of the map. And we will be seeing Helios to come through as Oedipus's Oracle numbers have really picked up. He's got 7 out now, but he has to spread them out. He's not doing so. As the army says, all right, let's come through. Huge divine sword to come down. No reaction from Oedipus. He just loses everything. So, turns out this sword is all about using it while your opponent has retreated their army and they're looking away and they're not ready to react. Oh dear. I mean, to be honest, Zook was really, really far in front in this game. I think that's the that's 100% the case in this one. Jesus, that's so much. What was the actual military damage there? I need to know. It doesn't even. Oedipus, he tapped out faster than the game recognized how many units he lost. He's down to 849, and he was at 5-1. So he lost like 4,000 military resources to that god power. Oof. Yeah, unfortunately, what I think Oedipus needed to do here versus someone that's turtling like this is where Aranos shines the most. What you need to do is you've actually got to just move forward and just set your sky passages up nice and early. One in the middle, or in this case, there's no gold mines in the middle, so you don't have to worry about it. But one on the side to lock off this position with an oracle out so you can see all the vision. One on this side with an oracle here as well so you can see everything. And then you can put one right out front of the base and you can pester here non-stop. And then when the villagers move, now we're already over there. So you can take that fight when you want to, when your opponent, as soon as your opponent is going to move out in the best timing possible. But I think Oedipus was just a little bit late on the Sky Passage shenanigans there, unfortunately. But incredibly well-played game from Zook. He really played a beautiful defensive Amatarasu. He took next to no damage. This is exactly how you want to play Amaterasu, so he's played into it beautifully. And he does take the game with a big sword strike as Oedipus wasn't paying attention. But nonetheless, we'll move into game number 2 and see how it's going to go. We are going to be going in onto the map step, and it looks like it's going to be a Fushi vs. Set game. Let's have a little look-see. I don't have a game lobby, but a Fushi vs. Set game. Fushi Set. Is the Mr. playing today? Yes. He is on around 1700 GMT or something. Yeah, the whole design of this sword is like either it's really, really good or really, really bad. But that's how it goes. But yeah, you can understand like what the psychology of it, like how I think Zooked, the way that Zooked used the sword there, the psychology of it was brutal. I was about to say brutal and beautiful, and I just combined it into brutal. So it was absolutely brutal. Because you go, all right, what would I do if I pull my army back like that? What's actually happening on that player's screen? Well, probably they're fucking around with the, excuse my language, they're dealing with the economy. They're moving, they're basically their screen isn't on their army if you've retreated. That's generally what happens, right? You run the army, you say, great, don't have to think about it. We go over to the left, we fix our economy, we move our oracles around, and then we tab back over to our army. In that situation, Alapes was obviously doing something with his economy. He hears the sword come down, and he probably jumps back to his army to try and move it, but then he's got to react like near instantly. I mean, come on, guys. Let's just be a responsible Age of Mythology viewer and understand that we have seen plenty of god powers wiping armies. You have to learn from these moments. How do I play around it? What's the answer? Maybe the answer is to always play with spread formation, right? Always be in spread formation, and then the divine blade, the divine strike, whatever it's called, will no longer strike us in a divine way. I don't have to do anything. If I'm in spread formation, he throws it on my army, it kills a sliver of it. Yeah, it looks like Artapes was trying to vortex to dodge it, I think. Yeah, that's basically, that's the way I was seeing it. But I mean, equally on the other side, right? If Artapes had played that game right, maybe you guys would just be saying Aranos is OP. So, just saying. What are you going to do? The Tengu would have dodged it. Well, the Tengu wouldn't have died to it, right? Because it doesn't kill off a Tengu. That sword doesn't kill off a Tengu. Moff. Thanks, my dude. Appreciate you. Alrighty, we are about to jump into game number 2 on the map Step Fushi versus Set. Let's jump into game number 2, Artapes versus Zooked, and see what happens. All right. Another day, another you, another me, another game. We have Fushi here for Artapes. And on the right-hand corner, we do have Zooked playing as Set. So the map is Step And I'm pretty excited to see this one because I think this is actually a really interesting matchup. So basically, let me run through this. Spearman. Okay, this is how this works. These are the units you're going to see. You're going to see a spearman. You're going to see an axeman. You're going to see slinger from the set player. Probably no Migdol units in this matchup. On the Fushi side, you will see Dao, fire archer, javelineer. Probably no halberdier, right? And maybe no cav either. Maybe cav. I don't know. So what counters what? The slinger counters the fire archer, but doesn't counter the javelineer. It does okay, but the javelineer will win by cost there. The fire archer obviously kills off the spearman and the axeman. The axeman obviously kills off the Dao, but actually the spearman kills off the javelineer, which might be not intuitive, but that the spearman basically is role playing as the Egyptian cavalry in the classical age, and that's sort of how it works. And especially if you go Da and get yourself that leather frame shield. Nonetheless, let's check out the relics and see what's going to happen here. We've got the Harmonious Necklace over here, which is plus 10% of base there for the Villager Gold. Over onto this side, there is the Scarab Pendant, which is going to be crush damage plus 20% of base. Over onto this side, it is the Kopesh of Horus, which is plus 1x for myth units. And, okay, for the heroes there. And also a gold mine at the top. No, Tusk of the Iron Boar. There is a really, really nice idea, actually, for the... Hello there, Mr. Powerfu. What are you doing on food, good sir? As he does move off. Yes, it is turkey season. That's why the relics are turkeys. All right, so what was I going to say? I've lost my train of thought. Oh, there is a world tier where Adopes is going to go for like a fast heroic of some description, so they can get access to those cavalry units, and then you can just run rings around the set. But if he does that, he has to be very concerned because he might just get himself gold starved. Nonetheless, Qualfu coming through for Adopes for the third one. So there's two ways to go about this actually on the side of the Fushi. So like way number one is if you want to go for a big classical fight, I actually think your best bet is to stay stay archaic age for this final Qualfu. So you build one more peasant, and then you get the Qualfu out right on that 10 favor there. So you try and get yourself the temple, peach blossom spring, a nice house early on, maybe even the silo out to get yourself a little bit more favor, just so you can get that Qualfu and you can go full Qualfu and you can go for a big classical fight. If you go 3 Qualfu, it sort of allows you to flex and go into a second town center. But on this map, you're not going to go fast second town center here very often. So I feel like the fast 4 Qualfu is probably your best bet here. Gives you a huge amount of resources to play with early on. It's very unlikely for you to take any significant early game damage from any sort of fast advance. Like, you're probably not going to see a 4-minute advance from the set player into early harass. They might go for a second town center if they feel like it, but realistically that they're probably, if they are going for early harass, probably getting that second monument up and probably advancing closer to 430 for the Anubites. So by the time you're in their base and harassing, they're already in the next age anyways. And you've got your heroes out, you're defending against the Anubites, and it's totally fine. And you just got a big advantage. But nonetheless, we are just going to be seeing a standard thing here from Adopes. He's going to be dropping his military camp, making himself out his Najar here. And I imagine on the other side here for Zukt, he's known for his Slingy McSlingface shenanigans. He's probably going to be making himself some classical units here. Houses coming down to this side. He's got 2 villages on wood already to start his adventure into the land of lots and lots of units. He has misplaced his barracks over here. The way that this monument works, I love this design for set. The whole idea here is you've got to think about your base layout. From the monument, you put this monument to the villages down. So realistically, barracks would be really nice, but he's missed this one, unfortunately, over here as the Yatsa coming through for Arapes. Searching for any little bits of damage here onto the villagers. But the priest is already in and does have that Tusk of the Iron Boar. Snipes the villager and he's going to keep going. He says, I don't even need this guy. There's no way for me to heal it up. So let me just keep going after the villagers. Now pulling back out, but will lose the Yatsa. There's also the units charging through, but already a little bit of a defense in. Hang on. I said we weren't going to see Halberdier. Why am I seeing Halberdier? I said we weren't. Adapes is making a fool of me. What's the idea here? Maybe it's a mistake. He just accidentally built them. We are now seeing the Dows coming through. I swear, this unit doesn't exist in this matchup, and that's fine. Apparently, it does exist in this matchup. But nonetheless, another military camp coming through. Spearmen wandering forward. As no fire archers in just yet, but they are starting to come through. As I imagine we're also going to be seeing the much needed slingers as well. And after all is said and done, the relics that have been grabbed here, Adapes has got himself the Khopesh of Horrors, he's got himself Harmonious Necklace, he's got himself Scarab Pendant. So a lot of the good ones. As Zook does get himself probably the most important one to keep away from Adapes. He's probably not going to make any cap. Maybe he makes some Chariot Archers. They're probably not going to be going into the Migdosh units, so it's not going to be that much of a help for him, but just keeping it away is a help in of itself. Yeah, I'm still seeing Adapes here. He's trying to get out all the Quafu he can. He's got him on auto queue, but he is floating favor at the moment. As he pokes forward, but Zookt starting to set up the scariness. This is the scariness. The line of sight, the vision, the ability to shut stuff down here is so strong. As Zookt looking to poke. Got to be so careful here. Spearman, charge forward. A little bit of tank. Great control here from Adapes. Shoot and scoot. Does lose a fire archer, though, as the animals are going to now start tanking. Zook doesn't need to really take a fight here. The big advantage of the set army is probably going to come a little bit later in this game. So any amount of just delay is really good. Right now, if Adapes can get a good engagement, which is incredibly hard because of his slow army, he's probably going to be able to take some wins with these fights. So we'll see. Zook pull back. Maybe he can go for some raids with the Spearman pull off, but then his villages are going to be open for the pickings. Sky Lanterns checking things out non-stop. Electron bullets coming through. Hand axe, copper armor, axeman slinger. And now Zook is saying it's time to take a fight here. Lightning weapons gets dropped. I imagine you just retreat, though you could also use shifting sands to get out of here, but a huge amount of value from that fight there for Adapes is now, what does Zook do? I thought he would shifting sands as soon as, like I said, I don't think he should have been really fighting there. He should be getting more units out, but what's happening down here? Oh. Hang on, what? He stole it. He stole it. It's got 2 houses on it. There's only 2 units here. How did he steal it? I don't even know. I don't understand how this game works anymore. I thought it was impossible to steal. Alrighty. Apparently not. No, you can't eat it if it's your opponent's. You can't steal it. I thought maybe the house doesn't work. Cannot be converted if the owner has nearby build. Obviously, houses don't protect it. I know the silos do. I know the Chinese pine does. There you go. The more you know. You got to protect it with the right things, guys. But now he can just come over and eat it, I guess. So he's going to come over and just say, all right, no worries. It's fine. Give me the gold. It's going to be fine. Anyways, Zook now slowly getting himself some units. He's still a little bit behind the 8-ball on this one, but he's going to be searching for villages to pick. But Alapes has got a really, really nice base here constructed. So people can sneak in and maybe get some villager picks over here. Over onto this side, villagers getting pulled back for the time being. Marker coming up for Zook as he wants to head to the next age. One idea here to really give a nice big advantage over to Zook as he pre-queues Nephthys is actually to go Sekhmet here and get yourself Slings of the Sun. Because all of a sudden those Slingers will start becoming very, very strong versus that front line. So now you don't have to care so much about what you're targeting and you can just like take all those guys out. Enjoy. There's a couple of units up to the top here. Do get spotted and will get sniped down. And I guess the other problem here for Zook as he's going up to the heroic age through Nephthys is, well, now he doesn't have gold to make any more army. So how is he going to get onto a second gold mine? Adapes as well might be looking to save up favor here for another lightning weapons, but he does have to wait for 75 favor. Onto this side, losing some villagers on that outside hunt. Priest's getting involved to try and take out the Art. Alapes not paying attention, does end up losing that one. As the villagers will finish up on the berry bushes. They can come over and eat this hunt if they want, or they can pull back and just eat the food in the main base. He can sell some food here in his market to get a little bit more resources in. But I guess once he gets that Nephthys, he might be able to just Ancestors and break out. So long as he snipes down the Pioneers first and foremost. That's the important thing. As the villagers will sneak up potentially to the top left. Could Shifting Sands over there as well if he wants to. For example, move all the units over here. If you see the army on this spot, then we Shifting Sands over here, drop the Migdol, and live the dream. But this Migdol over here is going to be very, very nice. Meanwhile, on the other side, we actually see new bar coming through for Alapes. So it doesn't want that. Doesn't really want anything here in regards to Cav. He's just going, okay, we'll go this way, get some more upgrades, boost up our heroes here. Spearman spreading out here, trying to get out of this base. The Migdol Stronghold will be up, and there will be access to Drought here to try and take that Migdol Stronghold down a little bit quicker. But now with the Migdol up, there will be some gold income. And most importantly, upgrades. Heavy Slingers, Heavy Spearmen. We are seeing some Camel Riders, which I can understand elephants here. Elephant makes sense. Elephant as a front line makes a lot of sense. Camel Riders? No. There is actually a really nice composition here, which is Elephant Slinger. But nonetheless, also having that Funeral Rites to come through, Shaft Mine to come through. New bar now in, so there will be access to the Tautier. There'll be a whole bunch of upgrades he can get grabbed. He's grabbing himself that Scorching Feathers to boost up his archers. Also immediately heavy infantry, heavy archers as well, as those things do get researched very fast when you're playing as Fushi. But they're obviously still costing resources. Zook pulling back. Still needs to catch up on this army ever so slightly. We're losing a couple of animals are set over here. Opportunity to send the Scorpion Men into raid while the fight is going on. But nonetheless, the army comes through. Nephthys, Ancestors, gets called down here. Priests, Slingers, not really attacking the right units here. And it's looking like Alapes. Oh, what was that movement from Zook? The Slingers just run straight to their deaths there. And Alapes will be able to take a huge advantage. He can drop Drought down. He can take the Migdol. We see another Migdol getting dropped. But Zook wasn't even fighting underneath the Migdol there. And now there's no units left. It doesn't even help. I don't even know what happened on that fight. Zook just did, like, he turned his monitor off or something as Outapest just walks through here. No problems. The villagers will move up to the top. Oh. Oh. Migdol stronghold in the main base. And a resign. Zook's always got a bit of a sense of humor here. Just too many mistakes here, I think, from Zook in this one. He's like... The first fight here, trying to fight against that lightning weapons. Like, you don't even want to take a fight. Just wait. Once the... Like, you just wait. Just keep massing units up and you can take the fight later if your opponent's spamming. That's what Egyptian is good at. It's wait, spam. If your opponent's spamming, great. We'll fight when we have an advantage, when they stop spamming. Or if we're both going to spam, I will eventually have the mass in front of my opponent. And then obviously when lightning weapons comes through, it's not going to be as bad because there's less units for them to actually, well, more units for them to actually have to target, and you can just shifting sands away. And then beyond all of that, obviously fight underneath your Migdol stronghold is very important. No need to take this fight against all those units there. Just fight underneath the Migdol stronghold, and it would have probably been fine. Nonetheless, let's move over to the draft and see if we can get into game number 3. Alrighty, we got about 20 minutes until the main event, sort of the Champions League games start. So we will be dipping out of this one to jump over and watch their games, unless I've got that very much confused. Let me just double check. Let me double check. We have Saturday, November 8th at 15 GMT is Moscow vs Matador. And Matrius is 14 GMT Saturday. Yeah, that's today. So. Big Konya. What's happening, my dude? I'll be casting both of the series, and I might be casting this. I'll probably be casting the second one via recorded games. Yeah, I'll cast this game. Like, Outapest just needs to go to the bathroom. I'll cast this one and then we'll jump into the next one. It'll probably take whatever the game ends up being. I doubt it'll go for. It might go for a crazy amount of time. What's the map? Mirage. Yeah, yeah, I don't think it'll go for that long. Mirage is normally. Actually, I don't know. It could go on if both of them just decide to boom. Anyways. It's a Zeus versus Gaia game on Mirage. You're in Japan on holiday and reminding me to watch the Nyan movie? Mate, I got too many movies to watch. I have to watch the entirety of Harry Potter again. It's not even, I don't even have a choice. I have to do it. It's out of my hands. No, my partner wants to watch it. I think she's seen it, but I don't think she ever watched it in English. So we're gonna do that. These guys started. How long does it take to relieve? Okay, they have started. Fantastic. I mean, it's crazy. You guys think I have time to watch TV, mate? I got zero time. Time is just a concept, but I have 0 of it. If it were, yes, that's exactly right. I have 0 of it. Oh, don't. Why you gotta do that? Why you gotta do that? Why you gotta at me like that, Master of Freedom? I thought we were friends. I know we might have had some, we've had beef at some point in our existence, but it's always in good fun. I swear I never did anything that bad. Ugh. Alrighty. I think we'll probably get this last game done, and we will have to move over and watch, I believe it's, Matrius versus Mini Yeti. So that should be starting in 20 minutes. Let me just double check. I don't see, it's fine. I'll be checking after this game finishes anyways, so it's fine. You're betting money on Mister? Is there... No, we can't. No, there... You mean Boits, right? You're allowed to... Yeah, Boits. That's what you mean. I get it. All right. Fantastic. Alrighty. Game number 3 on the map Mirage. Zeus versus Gaia. Also, if this, well, yeah, anyways, let's go. Alrighty. Okay, so Artapes, left-hand corner of the map, Zeus. Zoot, right-hand corner of the map, Gaia. Alrighty. Let's touch on the pressing matter right now, which is we are watching a Challengers League group stage game, and the Champions League games will be starting in 20 minutes. So we will finish this game regardless of how long it goes, and then jump into the Champions League game. If you do want to continue watching this series, you can do so by getting the game URL and watching it live. Alternatively, you could probably, if you're watching the VOD, you could probably skip towards the end of this VOD, and I'll probably do the recorded games before I finish. If not, they'll be done a different day, and you'll have to wait for those. Anyways, let's enjoy what we have come here to watch, which is going to be Zeus' main god Gaia on, I believe, his ace-picked map as well. I could be wrong on that, but I think it's his ace-picked map. So he has got some very specific plans here for this Mirage. Another god that's been super popular here is the Zeus. Now, I have not been seeing Artapes playing much Zeus at all. At all. I didn't even know he could play Zeus. I know he plays the Chinese. I know he plays the Atlantean. I know he plays the Japanese. I know he plays a little bit of Egyptian. I've seen him play Hades once. Never seen him play Zeus. So this is some recently practiced shenanigans coming into game number 3 here. Maybe catching Zeus a little bit off guard. Nonetheless, let's check out the relics. We've got ourselves the Tawawara Todder's last arrow. A bit of divine damage on your archers there. Over here, we've also got the blue crystal shard, which is gather rate for gold and wood, plus 5%. Over onto this side, there is the heavenly jeweled spear, which is max range and melee attack plus 0.25. And finally, on the bottom here, it is the dwarven calipers, which is food, wood, gold, and favor cost minus 20% there. So that's always nice. Alrighty. So what we have been seeing a lot on this map kind of goes away from Artapes' kind of strong suit. I haven't seen him play a lot of 2TC game, macro game. He's always one of the more aggressive players out there. In this matchup, being aggressive versus Gaia as the Greek tends to be difficult. It's definitely possible, but things go wrong pretty quickly because of all the defensive bonuses that Gaia gets. So I would be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised, excuse me, if we do see Amatarasu go aggressive. But what does make sense is going for that far second town center, potentially over here. You get yourself a back gold mine. You get yourself that back food. Play a nice defensive game. Allow the guy to come at you, and you just sort of deflect everything. Now on the other side, Zeus could do something similar where he can go and grab this second town center nice and quick as well. Alternatively, there is that fast heroic that we have been seeing a lot on this map. Fast heroic for Contarius. Start rushing around the map, causing problems, and looking to potentially get like gold stars and things like that. Disrupt the Zeus player as much as you possibly can. There is one other idea which we haven't seen really tested much or shown much on this map, which is going to be the automaton type idea, which is basically the concept would be, okay, Zeus player, no worries, go for your town center. We'll mass up automaton, and we're going to hit you before you have any opportunity to defend, which would probably be like some sort of fast mythic or something. You're going to knock down the town center, knock them off the food, etc., etc. Can be very difficult to defend on a land map, but on this map, I'm not exactly sure. Nonetheless, as Amatarasu advances, we will be seeing the Olympian parentage technology coming through for immediate Heracles shenanigans. The Toskopots coming in, having a little scout. Are we seeing Heracles? Maybe. I have to imagine, there we go. I have to imagine that's what's going to happen here. And the idea is you grab Olympian parentage. That boosts the Heracles out a little bit faster. You'll see its speed or jump out immediately there. And he's going to be able to push in to the main base of Zeus and get some nice early game damage done. As a mana gets dropped down, I do not see an armory. I do not see a military barracks. I see nothing here from Zeus just yet. But I have to say, it looks like it's going to be somewhat of a fast heroic. As the Minotaur over onto this side, eyes on the town center. And we do actually see Amatarasu going for the town center, but he goes for a town center which really isn't that good. He has forced the Caladria out of here. There's no scout on the town center, but Zeus is 110% right now going for the fast heroic. Amatarasu has not scouted it. He sees all the villagers on gold. Now he's scouted the armory, so we'll know exactly what's coming for him. The Minotaur charging in that little bit late to the party. I think if Amatarasu was here with his Heracles nice and early, I think this would have been a little bit scary for him. But Thea coming through. The barracks will all get dropped. It will be Contarius. Amatarasu doesn't have any hunt back here. He'll have to move forward onto this position, then retreat. One idea would be to move cows over onto this town center, and then you can just retreat from this over onto this town center and start eating the cows. But I do like that he's on that second gold mine nice and early, leaving the gold in his main base. He's dropping an armory himself. As the Minotaur almost falling here. Great defense from Zeus thus far, but little bits of idle time here is a big deal. As the Heracles Jason going to town on this one, but with the help of the Talent Center and the Caladria, these two heroes just will not get much done here. I don't know if you can get a heroic age off here. Is that really what Amatarasu is going for? Maybe the idea is to go into Prodromus or something. Because we do have a couple of Murmillos coming in to just be like, alright, enough of that. There's only the one barracks down. Village is already over here on this secondary gold mine as well. Does Amatarasu have any inkling? He's got no idea that that's over there. He doesn't see this grass. Only I see the grass. What's the point of water inaccessible for your enemy? It's not inaccessible. You have to move villages around here and drop a dock down. That's the point. It adds a strategic element to the game. Like if you got the water right in front of you, then players will play straight into it, right? Like if you have a Mediterranean game, you'll see oftentimes just a big fat Navy fight, right? There's not much thought process that goes into what that element of the game is. You just go, oh, I just have to win the water. Okay, I win the water, I get a whole bunch of food, I win. On this map, now you have to think about exactly what's happening over here. So for example, Zeus says, I can raid that with my Stymphalian bird. So he's going to sit it over here. Now there is a bolt for it, so it's not going to do a whole lot. But that's an option. One idea for Adapes as well is to maybe send his village around and drop a dock. There are going to be some myth units here, but if he can sneak in, that could be an idea. As the Pegasus does pop over here, sees all this. We are seeing hoplites starting to come through for Adapes. He's got himself the walls up over onto this side. Villagers grabbing themselves their hunt on the middle. As a market also coming down for Adapes. Bowsaw coming through, medium infantry as well. There's the military barracks all getting dropped. And a very quick palace here as the bolt does get... Wait, onto what? Was that a Stymphalian bird over here? I think it was. And now the big problem is, how are you going to deal with the Stymphalian bird over here? And this Stymphalian bird picks off fishing ships so quickly. What is he going to do? He just lost all of his food income. He does have the double town center advantage. 39 to 32. Probably has similar amount of economy income at the moment to Zook. But losing all that fish is so huge. Now also the Caladria can come over, heal this bad boy up. Maybe just rushing up to... Funnily enough, rushing up to 55 favor to bolt this might not be a bad idea. He's going to be going for Heroic Fleet and Trireme. That's such a big spend. Such a big spend. But Adapes is smart. He knows he's the defender at the moment. Sit back, enjoy, wait, and try and hold. That's the main goal here. He's already mined himself 1,500 gold over here. There's still a huge gold mine on this side. He's still got Restoration as well. Yeah, Zook's already up to like tier 3. This is... To be honest, this is kind of standard for Atlantean. You want to rush those upgrades kind of in whatever strategy you're going to do. Adapes not reacting to this attack here just yet. He's got to pull back. Over onto this side. Now the Stymphalian bird going to be leaving to join in onto the fight. The villagers, well, I mean, they can just pull over onto the wood line, I guess. You can come over onto this gold. It's not a problem. He is up onto this food as well, trying to get as much as he possibly can. But now he is into the heroic age. The villager does get a wall up over onto here, but Murmillo's already over onto that side. As some serious pain coming Adapes' way here. We'll see if he can figure out how to hold this one. He needs these bad boys to pass fist. And he needs them quick. As Zook knocks a couple of buildings down. Now, one thing here for Adapes is just... Oh, one, get this position back right. But he doesn't need to defend this town center. Just sack it. It's fine. Take the villager advantage you've got. Keep everyone alive. Pull back into the main base, onto the cows. Losing villagers onto the front here is a no-go. We do have the Trireme pops out. Does half HP. The Stymphalian bird. He does need another one here as he's building those fishing ships back out into the main base. However, he really won't be wanting to be losing this town center as the army now coming through. Is there enough here? Is the big question. He gets straight on top of it. Does manage to catch a couple of units out there. Gets a couple of kills as the economic guilds starting to get spread out. I'd love to see Adapes coming back over, dropping a wall here and then a fortress down onto that gold mine there. Nice to Stymphalian bird. Still going to town on all this. I think one more Trireme would win this fight. Ooh, it'll be close. Very, very close. As all the fishing ships are going to just get be picked to pieces here. Adapes trying to break out of this position here, take out the economic guild, all the other good stuff. We are seeing Side and Secret, heavy infantry, carpenters. Almost. That might be enough. I think it is enough to take this Dymphalian bird out. Or depends on how much of a sped this trireme is going to be, I guess. One more shot. Okay. Manages to snipe it, and now he can get the fish back out. Get himself going over there. No problems. As Amatarasu pushes forward here. He does have restoration. He does have bronze. But is he really in a position where he can take this fight? As the bronze gets dropped down, Carnivora comes down as well. Restoration will need to come here for Amatarasu. He's holding on to it for the very last minute, it looks like. Still not dropping it. He is fighting underneath the palace. Has he forgotten? No, he hasn't. There goes the restoration as Zeus to pull back ever so slightly here. The three-headed Hydra is in as well. This guy is going to be an absolute mammoth of a unit to help out on this fight. And now the Zeus Palace will be going down, but bronze in restoration now out of here. He will be attempting to get himself another restoration in for a little bit later. He is over onto this gold mine again. Has himself the buildings down. Farms going up left, right, and center. Zook does have 2 town centers out. So, I mean, game state here, after all is said and done, some decent damage done by Zook. He picked off the fishing ships. He's taken some villages down. He's got his town center up. He's got the restoration and bronze out of here. But he has been pushed back into his main base. Now, Amatarasu has to be very careful here. I don't know if he just straight wins by charging in at the moment. He has to one wait for the restoration. He might be able to take some sort of a fight there. But realistically, he needs to swing around on this spot. Kill the town center. Kill off this gold mine. Kill off this gold mine. Then he's in a good spot. And there's no need to just charge in here as Zeus is ready for it. The Hydra charges right through onto the back. I don't know why he's trying to take out the town center, but he is. Does turn around there, ready to go into something else. The heroes coming onto the back there to take out the Hydra. Heracles as well, kind of going into his death run as the army of Amatarasu facing up against this Gaia army does not look to be enough, and Amatarasu goes for the wrong move there. Army in position, choke point, misclicking with the Hydra. And now Amatarasu is on the back foot yet again. Does Amatarasu know that there's a town center grab? No, he doesn't. As the Contarius is just going to start nipping down these units on the back non-stop. Trying to get some more myth units out to hold on, but now Amatarasu has to fight underneath the town center fire to try and give himself a chance here. Zook does rightfully decide, you know what, let's pull back, maybe get some more upgrades in. The destroyers going after some stuff. Got to be careful with this because the Hydra are attacking the destroyer. Low hack armor, that's going to build up those heads as the Apaspis will be able to prevent them from making it any further here. Contarius, see villager. We attack villager. Walls finishing up over here, but there is a little entrance around the side here for him to sneak in. That house has not been completed. As we see some more walls coming up for Zooked. Now Amatarasu is like, all right, let's move back forward. We can try it again. Everyone to this side. The walls getting knocked down. Villagers will be pulling back for the time being. Nice little raid here as the hoplites are in to say, okay, get out of here. Amatarasu pulls back, not able to make much happen just yet. And we have got the Hecate now queued up for Zooked. Zooked is in a fantastic spot. Full population, has himself all his upgrades. Does he have the armory upgrades as well? Not the bronze ones, but he has enough here. And a nice mythic age to come down and just drop that Tartarian gate somewhere is going to be brutal. As Zook just can start thinking as well, will we just claim this gold mine? Maybe we come over and we claim this gold mine and settlement. And then we think about this side of the map. Maybe even up forward to wall. Perfectly fine and reasonable. Looks like some more towers coming through for Zook. That's just precautionary measure. Zook's definitely got the economic edge here in this position. As Hera pre-queued for Adapes. And that's going to be a bit of a struggle here for Zook as well. Because obviously the army is going to be feeling a little bit of that heat. As the walls get knocked down, and Adapes will be looking for maybe a little bit of a raid over onto this gold mine would be nice. Does get a fortress over here to defend this gold mine. He's in an okay spot. I mean, you know how I was saying this game might be over pretty quick. I don't actually know if it will be. This might turn into an absolutely insane one. Palace over onto this spot. Coming up for Zookt. I like the palace, but I would have really liked it in this position over here. Securing the gold mine and the settlement. Meanwhile, a little bit of a raid onto the right side. Realistically, what you want to do is you want to have the little bit of a raid, well, on the right side to see where the army is. Drag the army over one side, pull over here, drop the Tartarian gate onto the left, take the fight on the right, and that's where you get all your value. But nonetheless, Hecate now in for Zookt. He's dropping towers everywhere. There's no guard towers in just yet for Zook, but I'm sure he's going to be thinking about it soon. As the Kontari is trying to dive in and get a little bit of line of sight for a Tartarian gate. But like I said, you don't want to put it near the army. You want to put it away from the army if you can, and attack the army at the same time. That's how you get maximum value out of the Tartarian gate. But Adapes will be hitting his mythic age here himself, so a lightning storm to come through. On the other side for Zookt, he's got himself 9 military barracks. He probably needs more than that here. He is splitting his army up nicely. As the town center over here will be getting grabbed. Kontari is looking to try and break in onto this left spot while this is all going on. Lightning storm into the center of the map here. He can come over and just dive into the palace as he's going to be pulling back as fast as humanly possible. The citizens also are going to be getting sniped as Zeus's fury unleashed. But Zookt plays a perfect defense. He's still sitting at full population. He's now got towers, a palace, all the good stuff to defend. He's raiding over onto this side. The Tartarian gate does get dropped, pushing off of this gold mine. Restoration over here as Zookt needs to pull back over onto this side as well. Not quite able to take out this gold mine, but it's got 60 gold remaining. Villagers into the middle as well, trying to join in. But the towers, everything else, this is going to be an incredibly tough position here for Adapes to hold, but he needs to hold it. Now, luckily for Adapes, he doesn't even need to care about the Tartarian gate. That gold mine's not important. This is the gold mine that matters. He's got a big army. He can come back, take the watchtowers down, no problems. Still no guard towers, so missing a... Wait, is it? Is that guard towers? No, still no guard towers, but that's fine as the town center is going to start getting targeted down. And Zookt to move back in here in an attempt to take out these units, prevent the gold income from coming through. Now seeing Hydras coming through. I'd love to see Medusa getting built, bolt onto the Carnivora there as well. So, no, you're not going to be killing off my units that easily, but a nice trade for Zookt where that's concerned, as he will have to pull back. And Adapes has managed to hold here, it seems. Over onto this side, towers coming down. Villagers on this gold mine have been spotted immediately. A couple of units going to be coming down there as well. There are champion fanatics. There's also the heavy arcus. The villagers can turn and shank the tower down. They do bonus damage versus it. So they will kill it very, very quickly. In fact, look at that. How fast does the tower go down? It's not a great defense against this stuff, but a couple of units, though, that is a great defense as the army continues to charge through into the center of the map. And Zook might be the one struggling for gold here. No, he still has a gold mine over onto this side. But this gold mine denied for the time being. I'd love to see walls here and the tower. That's the big secret to making towers really, really hurt. Because unlike archers, of which towers are basically in the arch category of unit, they can't move. So how do you protect them? Well, you prevent the units from being able to kill them or get onto them. So yeah, a wall in front means you don't have to retreat them. Or shoot and scoot, you know what I mean? Just right. Nonetheless, both players closing in on full population here. Only 5 villagers on the temple at the moment for Amatarasu as Zook looking for some more fighting to go on onto this side. Going to be taking down some more citizens here. Amatarasu is hurting on villagers though. He's at 65 as a palace over onto the right side. I'd love to see some destroyer side raids here. Send the destroyers in to take out the town center while putting pressure into the middle. But we do have a fortress now coming up for Amatarasu. So we will be able to at least secure everything as the infantry units over onto this left side getting sniped. The rest of this army attempting to come through here as the archer ball will be able to pull past the wall. Chase down the units a little bit, but not able to get everything sorted out. Another unit here for Zook. And upgrades as well. Actually, probably the upgrades more important first and foremost because Dryad's really, really good. So then you get yourself these upgrades, which he is getting now, Celerity and Mythic Rejuvenation, to boost these guys. And you can either go for a third Hesperids tree at 125 favor and get 15 Dryads out, or you can go in for Lampedes with that Asper Blood technology as well to help them out. Nonetheless, Zook pushing forward. Is Zook missing a house? Am I crazy? I think he might be missing a house. I need to know. He's got 8. The town center not finished. Oh, he's up to, yeah, he's up to full pop now. Okay, he is at full pop. Taking the fight. We are seeing those economic guilds coming through. But can Zook manage to micro this one? The Peltas control has been very nice from Amatarasu here, but also good control from Zook. But that front line there for Zook does seem to be struggling here. As Zook will have to retreat, get himself a whole bunch more units in. He's trying to pump out the Murmillo, the Contarius, all the other stuff. It's now the Bellerophon will end up going down. Arcus doing what they can here to snipe this one in, but Amatarasu controlling it so nicely. Arcus falling, and Zook just can't hold versus this army. He's continuing to throw units in. I'll tell you what he needs. Lampedes. He needs, and now he's starting to build them. He does have the upgrade. The Lampedes are so good here. The actual army of Amatarasu does end up melting at the end of that. Low HP, maybe no restoration. He had the favor for it. But Lampedes to come through now will mean these expensive hoplites getting erased in an instant. And that's what the hard thing is to kill here for Zook right now. But it looks like it doesn't even matter as Zook charging in here. We see the restoration now come through, but this is only on 75 pop. But it should be enough for him to start holding. Those fanatics seemingly are a godsend here, even without any upgrades. I mean, they got the bite of the shark, but that's kind of about it. Hoplites dying. Fanatics coming through, sniping villagers left, right, and center. More Peltasts on the way. Also a trade route started for Zookt, as he looks to be very much in control of this game. Also, the Lamp Eaters are pretty good at taking down buildings as well. And it looks like Outapest here now. Out of gold, can't come over here and spend to take out the Tartarian Gate. Can't grab this one. He has built some markets. He's going to try and make himself some donkey caravans, but it's a very, very bad trade route at best. As the fortress falls, and Zook does take game number 3. That was an incredibly well-played game. I mean, I'm looking at these guys, and dude, these guys are looking so clean. Alapes here probably needed to realize he is in full defense mode until he gets trade started. Once the trade comes in, once that economy is like sorted, then we can think about pushing. But until that moment, no, we are in full defense mode. Allow the guy to come to you. Drop restorations nonstop. Don't lose the army, because that's all that's keeping him alive, is that army quality. Check out the post game. Units killed, lost. Outapest in front. Obviously, economically speaking, Zeus behind the Gaia. That's the asymmetry of Age Mythology. That's how the game works. So you have to, I mean, obviously, Alapes lost a whole bunch of villages in this game. If he didn't, then he probably would have been in an even better position than he was. But nonetheless, the strength of that Greek army is what carries you through. So Alapes just needed to realize that, stay on that defense, not losing units, allowing him to slowly get himself into a position where his economy can sort of actually compete. And he probably would have been able to force a really interesting late game here. But nonetheless, Zooks shows why his Gaia is top tier. Gets game 3, up now 2-1. We'll go back over to the draft menu and see what they're going to pick for game number 4. I have good news and I have bad news. The bad news is we will not be watching our Champions League game until 16 GMT. So I got that one wrong. They did say 16 GMT. That is in 2 hours. So we will be starting with the Moscow Matador series, then jumping into the other one and all that other good stuff. But the good news is we get to finish watching this series. So there you go. And they are going in onto Giza. Yay! All right, everyone's happy. I can see all in the chat. You're all happy. Noir versus Hades on Giza is our next map. Okay, so unfortunately the Zeus there does end up losing. The Gaia does end up winning. We're going to be going into game 4 with Hades versus Noir. And also another win there for Zookt. All right. Well, Zook is taking his regularly scheduled bathroom break when it gets to 14, 15 GMT. Got to go to the toilet. So we'll sit here and just enjoy. How's everyone's day been going? What you been up to? Been pulling out for a huge amount of Age Mythology, I imagine. Wow. Okay, Matt versus Matt. No, it's today. I think I might have put out the wrong image. It's Matrius versus Mini Yeti. That's happening after Mosca versus Matador. So I've got the image in the wrong way because I got the times wrong. It's Mosca versus Matador, then Matrius versus Mini Yeti, then the Mister versus Grass, then Recon versus Nyan. I do not think I'm going to be able to catch Matrius versus Mini Yeti live. That's my guess on what's going to be happening here. So we're going to have to do that one via recorded games, unfortunately. Happy Radiology Day. Did not know that. I said Japan horse archers are weak in the late game, but they check the stats. They have the same stats as Toxotes, except more speed. You mean the same stats for a 3-pop unit? Are they like per population? Darthnox versus Garneth is not going to be getting covered today. So yeah, that one will be recorded games as well. It is literally directly on when a Champions League game is on. So we will do that one either tomorrow or during the week, hopefully. When does B play next? I'm actually not sure. I will have to poke him and prod him about his next game. I think it's mostly Soup's fault in this group because he was away. So B has to play versus Soup and B has to play versus Zucolo. I imagine the Zucolo B game will be sorted out soon. But yeah. While we wait for this game to start, wait, unless it's already started, let me just double check. Oh, they just started. Okay, we'll jump in. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'll be right back. 1 second. All right, I almost died. Yeah, that's okay. I'm still good. Alrighty. Asymmetrical gives 25% to range, S tier tech, and Boit rated at C tier. Well, look, here's the problem. Here's the problem with a 17 range, 3 population archer that has fast speed. It dies to Peltast. It dies to Slinger. It dies to Huskar. It dies to Terma. It dies to Shinobi. And it dies to Javelineer. There's not a single unit here that it's going to be usable against, like as a OP uncounterable unit. So, like, there's obviously situations you can use it, but are you ever going to be looking to make the strongest unit that can get countered? No. All archers are bad late game? Yeah. Why do you think the archers got boosted? Because they're just garbage. Alrighty, we're about to jump into game number 4. Amatarasu versus Zoot. Nuwa versus... what is it? Hades. Let's go. Alright, in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Nuwa is Amatarasu. And in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Hades. His name is Zoot. A very interesting matchup here. I haven't seen this one in a while because, well, we haven't actually seen a whole lot of Greek getting picked in this tournament. It's been one of the... there's been 4 civs that we've been seeing a lot of. 4 pantheons. We've been seeing a lot of Japan, a lot of China, a lot of Egyptian, a lot of Atlantean. Very small amounts of Greek and Norse since the main event started. So we have been missing out on this matchup, which for quite some time has actually been somewhat difficult. Somewhat difficult for the Chinese to deal with. For example, like, if you don't really know how to make the Hades player's life super difficult here as Nuwa, just economy by itself is just simply not going to be enough. So that's my story. So we'll see what Amatarasu is going to be able to come up with. Anyways, let's check out the relics. We got the Kopesh of Horus here, which is damage bonus versus Smith units plus 1x. Really nice relic there. And onto this side is the Feather of Bethang, which makes the human soldiers damage bonus versus buildings plus 0.2. Down to the bottom here, we've got the Ogre Bitten Helm, making those heroes stronger. A lot of hero-based relics here. Very, very nice for our Hades. Maybe I'll talk about why after we see the Blue Crystal Shard, which can be a little bit of extra bonus gather rate there. So one of the big things that makes this matchup I would say playable and difficult for the Nuwa and really difficult to deal with for the Hades is the water dragons. These dragons they come from Gong Gong, and basically what they do is they prevent the Hades player from being able to push forward too fast. So they'll come in, they'll lay their water on them, take them out, and they'll probably take a couple of shots from the heroes. They have to back, and then you back everything back, and this loop just keeps happening. And it allows the Nuwa player to sort of set up map control everywhere and use all their extra economy in the game to set towers and things like that. Generally, we see Hal 2 as the god of choice. Generally, we see Hal 2 as the god of choice in this matchup as well, which gives you that defensive position, gives you the town center nice and quick. There's an amazing gold mine over here for Amatarasu as well. Double rhinos. Unfortunately for Zoot, he doesn't get that one. This is... what does he get instead? Does he get 3 hyena? Nice. That's got to feel pretty bad there. The gold mine, this gold mine spawn up here is the gold mine spawn that Amatarasu gets. Like, obviously, this is just how Age Mythology works. This is how the random map scripts all generate, but this is such a nice town center for Amatarasu. Now, Zoot, he could go for a pretty crazy idea here, which is if you're going to go for this town center, we go for a fast heroic, we drop a fortress down. Live the dream. Nonetheless, Athena versus Hal 2, and it is going to be a far second town center for Zoot. I guess one idea here as well is you can just grab the Ford town center and then you have somewhat access to this gold mine. You're also probably not going to be getting raided by the Nuwa anytime early on. The first raids you're probably going to be suffering from are going to be versus like White Horse Cavalry, I guess. You're probably not going to get raided by much else. Obviously, there's the Xiongqi, but this guy, you just have to be aware of it, scout it out, defend against it with your heroes, and you're going to be completely fine. We do see that Zook says, I will come over onto this town center. I guess on the one hand, he might not have himself a pretty decent gold mine here, but he does have a huge amount of food behind this town center. So that's going to be the bonus, I guess, for Zook's map. So just adding to the asymmetrical goodness of this game. There's the Chongqi. Wanders in. And where's the heroes for Alupes? No, excuse me. Where's the heroes for Zookt? This is... Oh. Instead of charging after... Wait, can he kill off the low HP villager? Oh. No. He's going to take out the town center. He takes that just guaranteed damage instead of the villager kill. He picks himself up, searching for other stuff into the main base here as well. We still haven't seen a town center for Alupes. He's going for a military camp. He's making units. This guy's crazy. I thought 100% Alupes was going for a town center here. Oh, he does get scouted. So now he is going for a town center. He gets scouted. There is going to be a Minotaur over here. So a little bit of a revenge fire situation as the Ajax going after his Javelineer trade here. At the very least, the Qualfu hero is a good answer for the Minotaur, but still going to be a lot of idle time here delaying that town center as the Chongqi hitting these villages where both of these players are taking so much damage here. As I have to pull back here as the Achilles comes in. As the Qualfu hero comes up to the top. Town center will finally get started from Alupes. But look at this from Zookt. He has been thrown so far off of his game by the simple fact that he didn't have a hero here to defend the town center against this Chongqi. And now Alupes is going to have his town center up. He's going to be able to eat this rhino. He's going to be able to be on this gold mine. He's going to be able to drop the earth wall. And because he's already got himself down the military camp, he's going to be able to make units as well as this all keeps on going along. Now, there are a couple of hippies, but like I said, does this even matter? Nonetheless, you don't want to drop that earth wall down until you're pretty certain that it's not going to die immediately. So a whole bunch of pioneers out in the middle of the map. Not ideal here for Alupes. He is very much out of control here as the earth wall gets dropped down. Zookt will pick off another couple of those pioneers, but he can just turn around and knock the walls down. Nope, there are a couple of halberdiers, but I don't know if this is going to be enough. The units will be able to sneak through. Now there's a bit of a hole in the wall. You can wall that back up yourself. As I mean, you just come over here and you just drop it. It's not a problem. As the units coming through here, going to try and get a little bit of damage on this retreat. And Zookt has to make a decision now. What does he want to do? I think Heroic Age here makes a lot of sense for Zookt. Stop building units, get Heroic Age, wander forward, drop the fortress down in the face of Alupes, and we just take a nice game from there. Maybe even into the main base, like over here. Start sieging the main base or something like that. Could be a way forward here for Zookt. But Alupes is just like, let's get all of my Qualfu out right now. He can come over here and get onto that gold mine as well nice and early. Pump out so many Qualfu, get so many resources that a classical all-in here from Zookt just does not make sense. You can just go mass Javelineers, and that's more than enough to just at least defend early on here. I'll pass over onto this position as well. Does greet those Hippias in the center of the map. Great awareness. Of course, he wants to come and attack the food as soon as the villagers get over there. But a couple of Hippias do manage to escape. Very, very worse for wear, as we are going to be seeing now town center up for Zookt. So he takes the L on this one. He says, all right, we're going to play from behind. This is like, sometimes you see, a lot of times, maybe I see sometimes people going into the chat, like, why don't you just grab the town center here? Like, when you're so far behind, you just like, at least grab the town center and you can like quell the bleeding a little bit. And that's exactly right. But oftentimes you see players say, well, the better option is to just go for an all-in and try and make it work, try and outplay, than just say, well, if we just sit back and play from behind, then it's us trying to outplay on the defense, which can be kind of difficult. As Alapes does see the Townsend now. Now he knows what he's up against. He has to make a nice decision. Do you keep pumping units? Do you drop an armory and go heroic gauge? I think the best option here is probably armory and heroic gauge. Walls up onto this side would be really nice as well, looking off that corner. But yeah, realistically, no need to stay in the classical age here and real risk it. Just get to the heroic age, get those strong units out. As Adopes on the retreat, goes into a box formation to keep his units nice and safe. As the Halberdier are in, we are going to be seeing that restoration to come through. But restoration really doesn't do a whole lot here against the overwhelming damage output of those Javelineers. And Zook's army is going to get absolutely destroyed. And Adopes here knows it as he sticks in on that fight, charges in with the Wuzu Javelineers, picks off some more of those Toxotes there. There's still 1,000 gold left in the main base here for Zook, but Zook needs a heroic age. Like, Hippias Toxotes is technically the right answer here, but you need so many more units than your opponent has, and I don't think that, well, not even more, just like an equal amount of units to even have a chance. And he's not even close. As Adopes wanders forward, Toxotes getting sniped. Zook's pulling back into his main base here. All right. Well, Adopes still sending it on this aggression. I think that a heroic age is going to be incoming for Zook. Does he have an armory or a market? No. He does have the resources for it. Moving over onto this side, says, I want to eat those hyena. He's about to run out of food completely over here. Does he have any sort of inkling that this is happening? With sky lanterns up above, but not going to see much. Rashol, the god of choice here for Adopes, he says, I don't want to go for that for cavalry here, which is a bit interesting. We'll see how that's going to work out for him. On the other side here for Adopes, if he drops a market, he can overgather the gold a little bit, buy some food, hit that heroic age, no problems. As the Hippias coming around to the right, we are seeing Aphrodite on the way here. Military academies coming down, 3 military academies in this main base as the medium cav on the way for Zookt. And the army here, or the villagers here of Zook do get spotted running straight at these Javelineers. So many Javelineers just taking out the villagers slowly, but nonetheless they do go down. And Zook has to pull all the way back. He does have his heroic agents. We will be able to make Peltast fairly shortly, but with very little gold in the bank and a need to get onto a second gold mine, where can he go? Here? I guess. But on the other side, like, it's already 180 population here for Adopes. He's at 76 villages. He's so far in front right now in terms of economy, in terms of military, in terms of just everything. Military camps coming up all over the place. And he's going to be dropping himself a couple of these tower technologies as well. For some reason here, Adopes too scared to take a fight. Yes, there will be like access to a curse, but you're gonna have to get through that regardless. The curse comes down, units getting queued up. Do you see those tower attachments over here? No. Javelineers cleaning up the Toxotes on the back, but the Hippias do manage to break around onto that back, which is great control here. However, Fey Beast now onto the back line. The heroes need to be brought over there. He's just going to let them die. Meanwhile, a Baihu going to be joining in as well, and Zooks will not be able to break through this position. It does push the villagers off of the gold for the time being with that Nemean line, but there is going to be, well, there are going to be a couple of heroes. There's going to be the Baihu as well to take it out. And an Imperial Academy through for Zhang Xia. As well as maybe some sages. Might not be a bad idea, but Zooked dropping his fortress down, saying, okay, great. Now we're heroic age. We've gotten out the Fey Beasts. We've got ourselves the gold mine. All is well in the world. If he can get the fortress up. He doesn't have anything over here. And now he's going to take a huge amount of damage onto this one. Is this going to be enough, though? I think the fortress will be finishing, but can Arapes just sit here and finish this one off or not? He's going for it, but he's going to be losing so many units here as the Hippias peeling off, trying to get onto the back line. The villagers all repairing this one up. No favor for another Sentinels, and Arapes makes a little bit of a miscalculation here, it looks like. He turns around, cleans up those Hippias. You can actually think about just getting some siege in here. He's got a forward machine workshop. Another machine workshop coming through. Plenty of resources for those siege weapons as the siege crossbow is queued up. 91 favor in the bank as well as now these upgrades to come through. Divine Judgment, Gilded Shields, Heavy Range Soldiers. Moving away from the Halberdier into Dao and Wuzu Javelineer. The siege crossbow to roll forward. And all of a sudden, Zooked really does need to do something about this. Because it's only going to be a matter of time for this to all get broken down. The Hippias do manage to get around onto the back here. The fortress, though, with very little HP remaining. Another siege crossbow is in. These units getting distracted away. Will it go down? A bit of a misclick here from Arapes as the fortress does get just a little bit more HP. But Zooked here, he's just not able to get units out. He's facing 190 pop of new wild goodness. And he's just not able to take these trades anymore. As the Dao Swordsman will clean up villages. The fortress will go down afterwards. He's desperately trying to hold on to this position. Very close to being able to drop another Sentinels here. He has the favor for it now. Is he going to drop Sentinels? It looks like he doesn't want to just yet, but he does have access to that. But Arapes pulls back. He's still pumping these bloody siege crossbows out. Another machine workshop to come through. Do have a little cheeky ballet over onto this side to just cut this position off. I'd love to see some walls over here as well. Lock this position, or even just another ballet up there. Wouldn't go astray. A town center. All the good stuff. Another ballet coming up onto the front here for Arapes. Meanwhile, up onto the top, the Dao Swordsman standing watching, making sure that they are ready to go. Ballet under attack. See another ballet coming up over onto this spot. And now Gong Gong queued up. Ballistics as well. Fortified town centers on the way. We'll start thinking about grabbing even this town center or this town center as well. Definitely doesn't want to be losing this ballet, but Hero Qualfin might actually end up getting sniped. It's not the end of the world. Does come back after a couple of minutes. As Arapes to regroup over here. And Zooked, he's playing a great game here. A great game of like just showing you have to have resilience in this game. You can watch the score all you like, but just because you're behind 10k Doesn't mean the game's over. Your opponent can still make mistakes, and you can still fight your way back into any game of Age of Mythology. As he does pre-queue up Hephaestus here, which is going to be a nice little idea. He's got the favor for another restoration, which is a great counter to that Great Flood. There's the Shades of Hades coming through, going to try and take out that Qualfu hero. We do have that minus. They don't have a... Is this one of the only myth units that is like doesn't have any negatives versus heroes? I didn't know that. Obviously, heroes can smack those for 6, but they also smack back. Hephaestus now queued up. Definitely missing some line upgrades, some much needed line upgrades here on the Hades front as Aldapest to come over and grab the town center. Siege Cross goes back at it again. You're actually going to be seeing the East Wind tech coming through as well. I don't see that one getting grabbed all too often. It's really, really nice. As there's the Great Flood to get dropped down. Restoration needs to get dropped. He does put it onto this position. Keeps all of his units. Half of his units. So he waited a little bit too long into that one. Half of units alive, but the Qinglong now comes through. Army out of position. No fortress here. And Zeus will be losing everything. He does manage to take down the dragon there, but he will be losing everything on that engage. And Zukt also pushed off with the top gold mine there from a random Baihu, as there is very little gold remaining. However, Hephaestus on the way. Chances to keep fighting back here. We'll see if he can manage to maybe sneak a gold mine up here. That's always a sneaky way back into one of these games. I see over here, got the military camp up. Upgrades coming through. More Qinglong. Li Jing on the way as well. Nice, the villagers sneaking through here, but Aldapest already ready with an army to spot this. He's scouting everything out up here. And the villagers will get spotted. And that means 0 gold now. Aldapest still hasn't spotted this gold mine, mind you. There could be a way through here. Like, sneak up this way maybe. Get around. I don't know. Archery range coming down. Market situation. Can't really sell anything here anymore. Hephaestus in. Plenty of ult. Will get dropped. He wants armory upgrades and things like that, but I mean, realistically, you need units as well. As Aldapest now says, okay, I can just come over here and take this position out. It's 4 town centers to 2 town centers. Aldapest got full map control. Machine workshops getting dropped up left, right, and center. But now Aldapest says, it's time to go. Try and stop me. Another sentinels to come through. This army is just so big, strong, and unstoppable as Aldapest manages to take game number 4, sending this game to a game 5. 5-game series here. This is so tight. Both these guys playing so well. Unfortunately for Zukt, his game plan got kind of messed up early on, and he was just playing catch up the entirety of this game and could not quite manage to find his way through here. I mean, obviously post-game will tell a big story about what's going on here, but units killed loss, kind of close if you don't count the big fat Great Flood. But a well-played game here from Aldapest. Incredibly textbook. The only thing weird here was the opening. He put a military camp down. He built units out. And then he dropped a town center afterwards, which is kind of like a fake, so to speak. But it didn't quite... He didn't quite get the fake off, if you know what I mean. But what he did do is he caught Zukt out without a hero on the town center. And well, from there, life gets very, very difficult. Nonetheless, let's move into game number 5. Alrighty, game number 5, guys. It's going to be a spicy one of Susanoo versus Kronos. Susanoo versus Kronos. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, you Illuminati. One player had a good spawn of zebra, the other player had a good gold mine. That was what the game gave it. That's what the game gave. All right, guys, I just got to be right back. I gotta organize some stuff, I guess. They're about to start, so I'll just put a 3-minute timer on. I'll be right back. Oh. All right. We are... damn. I was a little bit off on the timer. Let's fix this up. Let's go like this. Yeah, Shadowfax, what's happening? Apologies for my recent disappearance, but I am back. Our final game, yes. Susanoo versus Kronos. Susan versus Kronos. This is spicy because Kronos is a really, really difficult god to play against for Susan. Because you don't get any immediate heroes out. You've got your Mikor. That's a nice help against those Prometheans early on. But it is a difficult one. I think I'd actually suggest not even worrying about the Kronos rush and just making a whole bunch of Mikor to defend. Right? That would make so much more sense. Just advance later, get yourself out like 3 Mikor. You don't even need to get yourself the shrines, right? You're just going to have them there playing defense on your food or gold or whatever you need. And then the early Prometheans don't hurt you. And if more rush comes in, then you're ready to defend, so to speak. That's my whole guesstimation on the whole thing. Anyways, we're about to jump into game number 5. This is the last game for this series. And following this, we're going to be watching, I believe it's like Moscow versus Matador, I think. But nonetheless, let's get into game number 5 and see how it goes. Alrighty. Then in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as the red Susanoo. His name is Adipus. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as the blue Kronos. His name is Zukt. The map is Elysium. Let's check out the relics. Up onto the top, Anvil of Hephaestus. A little cheeky bit of gold research. Cost going down by 50% there in the armory. Over here we have the Tower of Cestus, making the damage bonus versus myth units go to plus 1x. From this side is the Arrows of Heracles, making ranged soldiers and heroes do bonus damage. And on the bottom it is the Jade Hair. Really nice relic there for those myth units, as so far it could still be a slow advance here from Zoot. But what he is doing here is as telegraphed as it can possibly be. He's got the pig next to the gold mine. This means he's going for the fast Kronos Rush, the 15 population advance. As soon as he gets 150 gold, it is temple dropping time, and then he will be eating the pig afterwards, and he will be pre-queuing his advance. He's got his oracles in position as Adipus scouting out. Now, one idea here for Adipus is to actually get himself a pretty early temple here. Get himself a pretty early, as he's going to also put the Miko onto this, get himself a pretty early upgrade onto his myth units there with that crushing waves. And then he can actually hunt oracles and prevent them from being able to actually drop the temple forward. You don't even need the crushing waves. Just get the early Kitsune out and just harass the oracles. But definitely, well, if you can just sit here if he wants, right? But the temple is already in. So you would have to get that temple down really quickly. You would have to get that extra Kitsune out really fast. But we don't see that here from... We probably need two. We don't see that here from Adipus. He is getting himself out his extra Miko, and he will be advancing through Inari or Kami as the Miko coming up to the top, searching things out. Does spot the oracle over here, but has not seen the temple. So that does give Adipus a little bit of an inkling as to what's coming through. And having the one Miko at home is going to be nice, but he definitely needs this one here to defend. Because if he doesn't, then one Miko is not enough to defend. I would have actually preferred an extra one coming through at a slightly later advance time. But nonetheless, the Kronos Rush is on the way. As Adipus to bring his Miko back home. He'll be using his Miko over here to defend. As the villagers getting smacked back into the main base here. They've got to get in. Now they're going to jump onto pigs and all the other good stuff as Miko gets in to get a little bit more smacks. We are seeing a counter barracks coming in. This is as rushy, as aggressive as you will ever see. Great control from Zukt thus far. Now the Shuragumo is out, ready to help defend. Now you got to be really careful here if you're Zukt. This Shuragumo here is such a good defender. If you can get on top of the Terma, you just one-hit it. But not if it gets valid. A good decision there from Zukt. Needs to deal with that Shuragumo somehow. As the Promethean coming back in, looking for a little something to deal with. As the Kitsune will go down, but we're just getting pushed off of this gold mine again. As the Shuragumo trying as best as she can to stay alive and kill units here. Shuragumo to get healed up. This gets pulled back now. But that hero Terma is the problem. As Zukt now coming with another counter barracks as catapult these through. We will be seeing a pretty quick Onnomusha to come through as well. As the question here is, do you go in for Yumi Archer? Do you go for just pure Samurai? Are you going to make some more myth unit out? How are you going to defend against this is the big question. There is also the Swampland, but the way that Zukt is playing this, very, very nice here. He does drop that Kusanagi down, buys himself just a little bit more time. So more Miko would not go astray here just for healing. Another Karabalas, or a Karabalas that have come through to start dealing with some stuff. Where's the Onnomusha gone? Chasing after something over onto that left side. Not ideal in the slightest, as Adipus is having so many problems here against this aggression from Zook. Zook now getting himself out. Catapulties. He's got the current ballaster out. That is very, very scary here. Is the Miko trying to heal everything up. On the Musha now out, but you have to deal with the Carabalista. Now, I mean, Swampland here is probably not a bad idea just to kill off the Carabalista. And he does drop that down. He gets the Terma. He doesn't get the Carabalista, though. That hurts. That's what the idea was there. Drop Swampland. Get him out of there. The reason for Swampland to come down and why it's totally fine is early on is it helps you through that early game. But in this situation, you really wanted the Caraballis to kill him. He might be able to kill it off with the special attack here after another special attack from the Ondamusha. Does he get it? He will pick off, at the very least, the Catapulti here. And he's got the Miko to help heal up. So, rush, defended. And temples have been evacuated. As Zooked, well, where to next is the big question. He's got 0 on food, so he's not actually training villagers at the moment. So even after all is said and done, he's only up 2 villages, which is not up villages at all, really, in this sort of a situation. This is like Adipes is in a perfectly fine position here. He's going to drop a stable, and now we can go into Samurai plus Naginata Riders. And yeah, this is completely fine for Adipes. He just needs favor income. He needs to get his Miko back to work. The moment they're sitting idle, so he's just got to get them back to work, get himself a whole bunch more. Did he buy a Shirakumo? He did. Okay. Get the Miko back to work, maybe get a couple more out, and be looking for that next Swampland usage. As the Shirakumo to come over. It's a perfectly decent response to the Promethean here, of which will end up falling. Will it get a villager pick? I don't think it will. Maybe. He's trying. He's trying so hard. Not able to do so. Oh, look at this shrine here for Adipes. He's going to be able to get all of that. Well, not all of the food. A decent amount of the food on the gold mine and on the wood line. Such a nice shrine over onto that left side. As the stable now coming through. Alright, more Juragumo actually coming through here for Adipes. He says, Juragumo spam. This is going to be strong. We're seeing a town center actually for Zooked. Of course, if the Juragumo can get on top of a Carabalista, it's just lights out for it. It one hits them. So it does make a lot of sense. As the Hero Terma gets chased down. Now, Adipes has got no idea that town centers are getting grabbed here. He's got no idea that if he attacks now, it will be brutal.
Nani?
Okay. More Carabalista coming through. Is obviously Zooked a little bit scared of what's to come. There's 57 favor in the bank, so not enough for that Swampland. Obviously, if you drop a couple of Kusanagi down, it's going to be nice. Actually, the interaction between these Carabalista, Kusanagi, and the Juragumo is you can drop Kusanagi down onto the Carabalista to send them into the Juragumo to then pick them up and kill them. Another shrine coming down onto this position here. As Adipes wants more and more favor income. But he's just going to sit back. Is he going for a town center? No, he's going to come up here and just eat this. But Zook, with all of the Carabals there, he is playing a defensive game now. Like, he doesn't need to be anywhere. In fact, a great way to use these Caraballas is to set up little choke points. You can just sit behind and just like say, okay, if you're just going to play one town center, we just sit and wait. You come and kill us. We'll defend when you come. It's fine. As the Naginata Rider is searching, we just see the Oracle does move. Nice awareness from Zookt. It's Copper Mail to come through as well. Adipes still doesn't. He's still not sure. Yeah, he doesn't know the town center is up. Which is a big... Maybe you can make a guess because no more attacks are coming through as the Catapulti over here to defend. But into the main base, one citizen does get caught out. Can't escape there as he gets wedged onto the forest. Zook pulls back into his town center. We see an armory coming up. Oracle has been spotted. That one might end up going down here as well. No garrison ability there. No control from... Well, he does go for the Oracle hero there. Sort of worth it. Keeping that guy alive is going to pay back the Valor in a couple of minutes. So it's not a problem. As the Naginata Rider's up onto the top side. Another Oracle up here. Can't really stop that one as a cheeky little armory to block. This Naginata Rider is a little bit confused about which direction he should go. But he does manage to get out of there alive. Has he spotted the town center yet? Still not seen it. And now it has been revealed. And this might trigger Adipes to go absolutely bonkers here. He's got the favor for another Swampland. He's got enough favor probably in the bank here as he gets Sashimono no Bannerman. Probably has enough favor in the bank here to Kusanagi and Swampland cast. But do you really want to do that? You generally want to do it the other way around. Swampland and then Kusanagi. Anyways. Naginata Riders going to be searching for something. We are going to be seeing the Heroic Age coming through now for Zookt as well. As Adipes catches the citizen out of position here. Going to try and pick up another one as the other two probably will make it into the tower. Does he get it? He does get the two citizen. There's also one in the manor there for him to snipe as the Satyr pop out. Can he get an Oracle here? Lots and lots of Oracles coming through now for Zookt as well as he does really want a ton of Satyr. Makes a lot of sense versus the army which Adipes is going for. Naginata Rider's falling. And the villager differential is starting to get a little out of control. But military resource value-wise, Adipes still in a good spot. What relic is he holding? Put the relic back into the temple there. I guess he doesn't have any single ranged heroes or anything like that. There's the mana. Getting sniped over here. We see another mana on this spot for Zookt. Another mana coming down in the main base. Two random samurai in a tower is not ideal there for Adipes. Not sure he's seen those. It might not matter, but I mean, it's still 8 population in the tower. It will show up as idle military, but it won't move when you click your idle military banner. So he has going up now through Raijin. As the next move here is basically... the next really strong move is actually to drop Swampland plus Thunderburst. Obviously, on the other side, using Chaos to sort of escape there is a good idea. But that can be pretty brutal. Adipes is just... he's just waiting on this. He is looking for raids. Does get in over here. Snipes another citizen. Keeping it close. Keeping it competitive economically. But Catapultis sniping those Naginata Riders does not make that a good trade there for Adipes. Now some guardhouses onto the front. Maybe for Fushi. Realistically, the Ondamusha are more than fine. But, I mean, when you have 8 Caraballas, life gets a little bit challenging. As Adipes looking for a little bit of a fight before he hits the heroic gauge. I'm not exactly sure about this one. He drops down the Swampland and the Kusanagi there as the Chaos gets dropped. I don't like that at all. He does get himself heavy mid-fight here. Military-wise, there's plenty of units, it looks like, for Arapes as Zookt tries to pull back through the Swampland, and Arapes has somehow just managed to dominate this fight. He drops down the Thunderdome as well after this. As he's trying to chase down these units, but at the moment he needs to go after town centers and things like that. And Zookt is perfectly fine here to just rebuild units. So every single little bit of power was just thrown at Zookt. Zookt did lose a lot of army, but he can just rebuild them. He's got all the economy in the world. Losing this town center is not going to matter in the slightest. Now Hanya Mask to come through. All the Arcus, Catapultes, Fontarius coming in. And Zook knows he doesn't need this town center. He's got so much economy here. All he needs is to take another good fight after this, and it should be perfectly fine for him. But he does have to make sure his citizens stay alive. On the flip side here, Arapes probably doesn't even want to take a fight at the moment. He wants to wait the 89 seconds for another Swampland. As the Arcus going down. Naginata Rider falling. Arapes has to pull back ever so slightly. And Zookt has played this so nicely. Samurai turn gets some damage. You're going to be seeing another Kusanagi there to come through. Does give him a little bit of a defensive maneuver. Gets out of there. At this point, though, the big difference is really just going to be military population. Because Zookt is going to have all of the economy. You should probably think about maybe just dropping this town center as well while this is all going on. But armory upgrades need to come through for Zookt. These upgrades, like line upgrades, everything needs to be in. As Arapes pulling back, waiting. Waiting for the right moment here. You could grab Den drums as well, which is a really, really big technology here to help you. And he could go for that Swampland Thunderburst combo next. Another completely valid idea for Zookt is to just come over and sneak gold mines down on the bottom side as well. So if any sort of army wipe does come, he's still going to have a whole bunch of stuff coming for him. As Atlas pre-queued. Random Oracle snipe there in the center of the map as Arapes is ready to go again. You know he's ready because he has the Swampland, but a nice defensive palace this time for Zookt. Really, really easy to just get away from the Swampland. You can't attack in onto that with that Swampland because they just dive into the palace and get out of there. However, attacking the main base is completely valid here. As Arapes is trying to move this army around the map. Like a Swampland and Kusanagi to prevent them from retreating is perfectly valid as well. As Arapes trying to bait this army out of position, and Zookt is almost obliging him at the moment. Getting some nice damage onto the back. Naginata Riders charging in. Chaos does get dropped as you have got the big Swampland to come through, sends all the units into all those Kappas. But this time, it does not look to be going as well for Arapes. There's still a huge amount of military resource value here for Zookt, but he just retreats. He's going to be able to rebuild. He's got so many resources in the bank. He's got 2 town centers back up. He's still got gold income. And Zookt is in an incredibly strong position right now. Yeah, every time the Susanoo god powers get used, they make their own god powers a little bit cheaper. There will be another Thunderburst here next. And that also makes this technology even more amazing. He has it. Den drums. He's got that technology. Zook now moving forward. Towers to come through. Going to try and grab this gold mine and secure this position. Maybe even could look to lock off that town center on the top. But yeah, the economy now for Budapest is just not functioning in a good way. And Zookt is coming forward. He actually decides it's time to time shift in the palace here as Thunderdome gets dropped down. We see the deconstruction there on top of the castle. It's just a brutal choke point on this position. Even with Thunderburst, it's going to be tough as the palace gets knocked down. Kusanagi comes through, and it looks like Budapest has managed to hold for the time being. And Zookt will have to retreat, get his units back out. He's already back up to 175 population here. His ability to spam in this game at 100 villager count is gigantic. He's got 10 military barracks. I wouldn't mind seeing some more. He's also got some counter barracks as well. And the real big scary part here for Budapest now is 51 favor is a bit much for Swamplands. Gold mine situation is about to be difficult as the gold mine finishes over here. Villagers will move up to the top side, but Zookt is already up here. He's got himself a third town center. He's moving over here, dropping more military buildings to grab this position. As Budapest is going to attempt to get up here and grab this gold mine and continue along. And the citizens will just happily grab this gold mine. Budapest is going to move down to the bottom. And I'm sure that once this is locked off, I mean here, one idea for Zookt is to just grab this town center as well. Go 4 town centers to 1. Because he can just afford it. He's got so much economy. Look at the economic upgrades. He's got all of his economic upgrades. On the other side, Budapest doesn't even have pickaxe. Naginata Riders will move over here, cleaning up onto this bottom side of the map. And he will be heading now to Mythic Age through Atlas. As the palace getting dropped up onto this position. The units here, they do have that bonus versus Cav, so Kontaris will not... I don't think they'll win the fight. No, I don't think they do. They got more stats. They have a lot more damage. Oh no, do they? 13.1? I guess the Kontaris has more damage, so maybe they will win. It's close. No, I think the Naginata Rider wins that one. Anyways, little cheeky palace down to the bottom to secure this gold mine. Villagers here from Budapest checking things out as the Oracle spot them coming down there. But here's the thing, Zookt, he just needs to wander down onto this spot. He's about to have Implode, and yeah, he's about to have Implode, and I think Budapest here is going to be in a very difficult position very, very shortly. Because he can barely afford an army as it is, and if he loses his army, it's just all going to be over for him. There's a villager's getting sniped up. Ontario is now going to hit this gold mine. Do have the Takamikazuchi queued up, but there's not enough resources for it just yet. Dumps everything into the gold mine. He can sell some food, sell some wood. He's literally 3 golds here from being able to advance, but I don't know if a divine... I don't know if this sword here is going to be enough. Budapest is doing everything in his power here to try and squeeze a win out. He does manage to get up to the Mythic Age. Town Center on the top now getting grabbed. The next move for Zookt is just to wander in here, put a palace down onto this position, And it's going to be a very, very difficult way through here. As these Naginata riders trying to take out all of these boiling oil towers and things here from Zoot. It's going to be a little bit challenging. He also gets guard towers in as well. He's so far in front on the upgrades, on the economy, on the everything. He's charging into the main base, trying to take all of this down. I want to see that palace up onto this spot, but he doesn't have the gold just yet. Town center over here going to be getting targeted down. Those shinobi do a fair amount of damage here, so we'll be able to clean this pretty quick. But Implode is in, and that's going to spell a very large population drop here for Outapest at 24 villages now after all is said and done. And very little left. I mean, he will have a sword if he wants to wait for it. But he has to not only kill the army, but also secure a gold mine, make another army out. Then he has to get town centers in. Iron weapons, champion range soldiers, quarry, devotees of Atlas, fire siphon also coming through to try and finish this game off. Now we've got a little cheeky tower up onto this spot as Zooked with the map control and the presence of mind in this game to just lock all the gold mines up. Outapest losing villages left, right, and center. Takemikazuchi will be in. So the Asura will pop in, be a big help. The sword is going to come down. Will Zook be able to dodge this one? He drops the sword in. He doesn't even move. Kusanagi gets dropped. Swampland comes through. And Outapest says, GG. Well played. Zook as he takes the series 3-2. Incredibly well played series from these two. Really, really high level stuff. I don't know what else to say. We got to move into another game. The guys are waiting, so I'm not going to sit around here. We're going to jump into the game between... we're going to jump into the game between Matador and Mosca. They have already done their drafts, done their picks and all the other good stuff. So we're going to jump over there and get going. Whee! Alrighty, I will quickly settle this up and we will jump over to the draft. And we are going to be in for Matador versus Mosca. I think they actually might already be started, so we're going to try and be as quick as we can, jump straight into the games. We got ourselves our little cheeky draft, our little cheeky map picks, and all the other good stuff. Alrighty, so this is Mosca, this is El Matador. El Matador does go for Tsukiyomi straight off the bat. Mosca does decide to veer off and say, you know what? Prove it. Prove Tsukiyomi is the god. He grabs Isis. He also takes Shenon, Susanoo, Hades, Nuwa, Ra. El Matador unironically banned Poseidon against Mosca. I don't even know if Mosca plays anymore. But nonetheless, Fushi, Aranos for Matador, or Fushi, then Aranos, Gaia for Matador, Zeus also in there. And set. Was there something else I needed to do before we jump into this game? They are in the Loki division. All right. Amatarasu and Poseidon bans as well. Okay, so the first, that's what we have to do. The first game is going to be on a Fushi versus Shenon. That's wild. They have so many gods to pick from, and they both pick the Chinese gods. I will say that Mosca is underranked for how good he is. To break that down just a little bit, Mosca did have to forfeit in the Mythic Wars tournament because of a real-life emergency. Which basically means if he played a little bit longer in the tournament, he probably would have placed even higher. He would have been even higher ranked. I think he probably would have been one of the invitees into Champions League. Instead, he had to go through the qualifiers. And he also couldn't participate in the first qualifier, which meant that he was pushed, his rank got pushed down even further. So yeah, Mosca is easily one of the really, really strong players here to look out for. But El Matador, in his own right, very strong as well. We'll talk about it in the game as let's get through and see what we're going to see. Left-hand corner, it is El Matador from the NOC team. His opponent today in the right-hand corner is Mosca playing as Shenon. So, it's Champions League time. That's what I forgot to do. It is Champions League time. Let's fix up all of the shenanigans here. So let's talk about Mosca and what makes this guy so obscenely good. Well, there's two things. One is the fundamentals on the side of Mosca are just through the roof. He's never going to forget walls. He's never going to forget trade route. He's just going to be an absolute dominating presence regardless. So you've always got to be really on top of your game here against that. And then with that, the fundamentals of putting the walls and stuff down, he's also got just an incredible ability to macro, which obviously you need to be at the top level, but it's just one of those things that he does at an incredibly high level. And you basically what I'm trying to say is you're never going to be able to catch Mosca out with a big fat timing where he just doesn't have stuff out because of like a mistake. You have to be so crisp if you're going to try and punish his eco builds and things like this. On the other side here, El Matador, well, highest EAPM in the game, best raider in the game, just absolute ridiculously high level Age of Mythology player. So we'll see what he's going to be able to do. Now, I'm not exactly sure what we've seen thus far from these two in this tournament. I think Mosca played... Did he play Matrius already? I think he might be up already 1-0 in his groups. Let me have a quick look at the Wikipedia thing. But I think both of these players are up 1-0 thus far. Because, yeah, Matador beat Mini Yeti in a pretty dominating fashion. It was a 3-1 series, but really only lost to a little cheeky cheese from memory. And yeah, Mosca did take out Matrius 3-2. So both these guys are in ridiculously fine form. As we will see the Chi Yao coming through for Matador. I'm not exactly surprised to see this, though I do value that Zhuan Nu a lot more in these sorts of matchups. And on the other side, Mosca still not advancing. He's taking a slower route. He's only got 2 Quaofu, but he does have the Shenon farms here. And you already know how I feel about these Shenon farms. If you're going to go for it, which I don't recommend, but if you're going to go for it, at the very least, put them down next to the silo. Now, the idea here would be, okay, there's two ideas in this matchup, I think, for Shenon. Idea number 1 is we're going to go Halt 2. We're going to get our second town center. We're going to play nice and defensive. It's going to be fantastic. Idea number 2 is if we are going to be going for forward Shenon farms, or if we're going to go for early Shenon farms, put it down on the gold mine, make yourself 4 Quaofu, and just spam units and go kill your opponent. Because if he goes for the town center, he's obviously not going to have as much early game economy. You're going to be able to make a big fat push, and you can make things very, very difficult there for the Fushi. Nonetheless, the Yatsu is out. Going to be looking for early game damage. Both players are going to have the Yatsus here, actually. And I imagine this is going to be a early military camp, actually. So no early Najar. As he wants to get some sort of answer, potentially, for some pioneers or something like that. There's a little bit of harassment coming through here. And the Qualfu numbers coming in as well, as Matador is going to be pre-queuing or auto-queuing them out. Personally, I just build them. I never understood the pre-queue. I think he could have afforded to get a second one out here as well straight away. But I don't know, it's fine. This is just the easy way to do it, I guess. Nonetheless, the Pioneers all out to defend. There are 2 gold Lions here as well for Matador, so that's going to be a nice big help for the early game as they're going to send those Pioneers packing. The Yatsu will come through and actually deal with them nicely, as can get a couple of shots off here as they charge forward. Good micro here from Matador. Pulls back. Now seeing a couple of Dao Swordsmen joining in. Javelineers coming through as well. And I guess this is the big difference in terms of how these guys are approaching this matchup. Mosca says, I want Yatsu. I want Yatsu upgrades. And that's the way we're going to go. On the other side, Matador is saying everything in on the Qualfu. All in on the Qualfu. Human units, heroes. He does have Najar, so a fantastic answer to mass myth unit. He's also got those Pioneers. He can also upgrade his guys as the Yatsu dive over here, but immediately get dove on themselves. And it's going to be tough to get away from these, because as soon as you dash away, you're going to get attacked. Or even then, you just die anyways. As a little bit of a charge in onto the main base here, is does manage to snipe a Pioneer, but loses a Dao Swordsman for it. As Matador is looking for every little bit of damage he possibly can. Tower's pre-queued here for Mosca. That's the Matador army wandering through here. And Mosca is in some trouble. He actually does have a town center up though. I don't know if Matador has spotted that. He hasn't spotted it. So Mosca has managed to just defend, get his town center up. His gold mine is well and truly out in the open over here though. So Matador is going to be able to put some really big amounts of damage and pressure onto Mosca. It's the nice control there from Mosca. Keeps the villager alive. We'll be losing his Pioneers here, as this is obviously the more important thing for Matador at the moment. Matador now going after the villagers onto this position. Mosca pushed back, retreating into his towers. Villagers are idle all over the place here. Yatsu, however, in the center of the map, sniping units. Nice play from Mosca, using these kind of like you'd play, I guess, like a Norse versus Greek matchup. Try and sniping the reinforcements with those very, very mobile Yatsu there. Even pushing off of wood in the main base as villagers just idle left, right, and center. As Matador's seen the town center. He has seen it. He knows what's happening. Walls coming up over here. Villagers onto this wood line. Not exactly ideal there either. As the Yatsu sniping units left, right, and center over onto this side. Pushing off for the food in the main base. Now, the one thing that Mosca's got going for him is he's got those Yatsu, but Matador is literally just everywhere. And this is what I talk about early game. This is just like the highest EAPM you will see in Age of Mythology Pro in the pro scene. He's so quick. He's everywhere. He's controlling 3 different groups of units. The Mosca Yatsu need to find something to do here. Villagers will be able to move back over onto the gold. I don't think Matador cares here. Matador can just keep spamming, and he can now start thinking about sending units forward. Najar going to be preventing the walls from coming up over here. That will be a nice villager pick. And here's the other thing. Funnily enough, wait, I don't know. The villager differential is staying really close, partly because Matador is sniping villagers, but also because he's building Quailfu non-stop. As the villagers will make their way over, he might be looking for a town center as the Yarts are coming through here. He is looking for a town center. There is only one pioneer. That's not going to be enough. But Mosca doesn't spot the town center going up, does spot the pioneers sitting there and says, I'm not gonna bother with that. It's just one pioneer. It's not that scary. Mosca finds it scary, pulls away, and he loses that opportunity to maybe pick off 3 Quailfu there. Up onto the top side. This Najar is just being an absolute thorn in Mosca's side here. As the Yatsa into the main base. Immediate pullback here from Matador. He's got himself his Najar already back here to say that's enough of that. And the villagers will move straight back to business as usual. Will he get the Yatsa kill? I don't think he will. These guys are 5.3 speed versus 5 speed of the Najar. So he's going to be able to get out of there as the army come back through, looking for any sort of fight here that's a valuable fight, a fair fight. The town center is now up for Matador, so village differential after all is said and done is like 3. But military differential, a little bit of an advantage for Matador. I think Mosca is like quelled the pain. I think he's defended this nicely. I don't think Matador did anything necessarily wrong. It's just Mosca played it so well to keep everything going. He has had to get himself watchtowers. So there's a couple of useless, so to speak, upgrades that have had to get grabbed for a little bit. Of course, he can drop towers later if he wants to, but for the meantime, probably not going to be building any towers. Matador going to be getting all of his walls up as this Yatsa coming through. There's already a whole army over here to just defend for the time being as Sky Lanterns going left, right, and center. Walls coming up onto the top side for Mosca as he wants to secure his gold mine. What are the Quailfu counts? There's 9 Quailfu for Matador. Mosca, 4. It's a very, very different style here. One player going for a lot more myth units, the other player going for a lot more villager myth units, the Quailfu. But realistically, it doesn't really change anything. 52, like this amount of villager here, I mean, it's just equal. The village differential is literally equal here as Heroic Age now queued up for Matador. He's getting himself all of the food from the Peach Blossom Spring. I wouldn't be surprised to see him kind of try and push Mythic Age as fast as he possibly can now. Mosca out into the middle of the map. Walls all over the place up to the top to secure this gold mine and this gold mine. Like I said, I was telling you, Mosca in those fundamentals, he's quick on it. He'll be set up, he'll be ready, he'll be defended way before the average player. Even the average top player, he's defended before you'd even expect it to happen. As now Mosca says, all right, well, I got all these units. Let's see if you've been behaving or not. As he charges forward, going to break through the walls of Matador. Now Matador is actually the one in a little bit of trouble here. He does have those javelin ears in to defend for the time being. Now Mosca says, all right, I can't push there. We pull back. Rush Shoal on the way, or pre-queued, about to be on the way, as Gormang will be in, which does mean cavalry available for Matador pretty quickly. Now, the one problem here for Matador, problem or not a problem, you be the decider, he hasn't done what Mosca's done. So he needs to put some effort into securing another gold mine, securing this gold mine. Simple way to do it is just drop bow layers down. But Mosca doesn't really need to do that for now. And a nice extra thing to do is if your opponent does go into a whole bunch of cavalry here, White Horse cavalry, just get yourself the stone wall upgrade. And then that can slow your opponent's raids down a lot, and you don't have to worry so much about all the ballets and things like that. As Rage of Slaughter now coming through. Ballet up for Matador. There's heavy cavalry coming through. There's also going to be Hooves of the Wind on the way. That is a lot of Yatsa. They do have the final upgrade and also grabbing Peach of Immortality. So these things are going to be really, really strong here. But there's no real place to attack just yet. And I think if Matador is thinking correctly, he's going to get Jiangxia, and I wouldn't be surprised to see some Sages coming through here as well. As on the other side, there is going to be Siege Crossbows to try and break through this, starting the siege up. And we do see the cavalry now moving up to the top. Now, I did say need to get that stone walls in. 500 HP on a wall. It's nice to alert yourself that your opponent's coming. But 1,000 HP on a wall, now that slows them enough for you to react and actually get some revenge kills in. As villagers to pull back, we are going to be seeing that Master of Weaponry technology to come through. Another machine workshop coming up for Matador. Could send the Yahtsas up to deal with these cavalry as well. They are faster than the Yatsa though, so it's not the best thing to deal with. As one villager does get sniped. Yeah, going to be seeing crenellations coming through. Could sneak a villager around and wall them back in as they're searching around to the top here. There's also a market already up for Moscow. As the fight has begun in the center of the map here, Moscow says, hey, you're going to raid me. I'm going to attack you. There is this fat forest protection god power just to slow things down here. As Matador trying to pull in here. He's got those Wuzu Javelineers charging in. Lightning weapons for both players gets dropped down as the White Horse Cavalry onto the back. We have got the Fey Beasts coming through here as well, but it's not the best against lightning weapons. Should wait until after that because they're going to get stunned up. As the White Horse Cavalry onto the back, there's no more real front line here for Moscow as Matador pushes Moscow back in a big way here. Still has a huge army of absolutely terrifying numbers of these cavalry units. Machine Workshop's trying to come through, but he needs Halberdier. He needs, like, I don't think he needs any fire archers at all. Halberdier, Javelineer, and that's it. We are seeing Machine Workshops coming through here for Matador. The villagers for Moscow making a break for it up to the top side of the map where he has got those walls set up. As the Tower dives forward, but then does get munched down. Let's get a little bit of a moo-moo onto the Baihu here. It's up to the top side. We are seeing now Bowlays coming in to just secure all the gold mines. I'd love to see like a Bowlay over here trying to come up onto this spot, and then we saw it in that previous series with Zook, but just getting that map control in. That's what these castles do so well. They secure gold mines, make it impossible to just keep that gold income going along. Good control there from Moscow to pull the Baihu back, but Matador is pulling so far in front in this game. He's now queued up that Gong Gong up onto the top. The White Horse Cavalry denying the gold mine. Ballet up here, and I could just imagine just another ballet just coming through and just getting dropped in here, and that would be very tough. More units moving up to the top here. You don't have to care too much about this gold mine, but with the siege weapons, you can just keep pushing through this, and Moscow is going to be in a lot of trouble here. As the villagers moving up here, a whole bunch of halberdiers are in, but a couple of fire archers. I don't know if this is going to be enough here or not. Actually, there are a decent amount of fire archers, so it might be. He's going to be pulling his White Horse Cav back. This Matador all across the map for the time being. Villagers do manage to at least claim the gold mine, but now Gong Gong is coming through. And Moscow, I don't know what he can do. He's pushed in a back corner. He does have a gold mine at the very least, so a little bit of fight left in him. Now Matador. I mean, he doesn't have to do much right now. He can just grab talent centers. He's so far in front. He can just sit back, just enjoy. But with the siege crossbows, I mean, he's just got the opportunity to just push in and take the town center. But just waiting for it at the moment. He's got all of his heroes queued up. He doesn't have to pay the full 500 gold for a Mythic Age Najar. Up onto the top, Moscow will be dropping himself a little cheeky ballet. Javelineers getting caught out in the middle of the map as the halberdiers to come through. But immediate turnaround there from Matador with his White Horse Cavalry is going to be completely fine. As we do have a little cheeky Qinglong to come through as the temple does get dropped. And as the Mythic Age comes through, Moscow does say, okay, game a little bit over, it seems. A little bit too far behind. Probably could have kept fighting, but it's going to be a challenging game. The thing is, I mean, when you're playing as Shenon, like, I think you do win the late game if you can get into Huang Di here and you get those upgrades. But Moscow doesn't want to try it out. He's going to lose a lot of his units to that Great Flood, and he's probably going to get pushed off the gold as well. Taking a little look at the resource graph. You can see the resources here very, very close. Up until this moment here, where Matador does pull in front of it. Now, this might have just been the Peach Blossom Spring. In fact, I think it probably was just the Peach Blossom Spring. And then obviously, once things go crazy here, that's just Matador getting in front on the village account. At least towards the end. Or in front on the upgrade count. Does he have all these upgrades? Oh. Pretty much. Both of them do, but I mean, this upgrade here is so crazy. This upgrade here is like 15% extra wood income. How are you supposed to compete? So yeah, I think that's what's going on there. But yeah, a really well played game here from Matador. We'll see if he's going to be able to continue going into game number 2. Moscow here, going to have to rethink what's happening. Let's jump into the draft, see what they're going to pick next. And it looks like we are going to be going in onto the map Anatolia, which is going to be a Zeus versus Hades affair. Zeus versus Hades. These guys in their Zeus versus Hades shenanigans. Wait, did I read it right? I did. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. I'm not surprised to see Matador picking the Zeus, but Moscow picking the Hades. When you have Isis, maybe he wants to save that Isis for a specific map. Maybe Mirage is his idea there. Who has the advantage in the Zeus versus Hades matchup? I think it's pretty close. Never listen to Pegasus Rush. She's got too much bias. There was a point where I think Hades was like much better than Zeus, but I don't know if that's true anymore because the Skylar isn't that impactful. You guys get predictions? No. No predictions allowed. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like there was a point where Hades was a little bit good on that map. But I don't think that's the case anymore. But we'll see. We've got El Matador playing Zeus. We got Mosca playing Hades. So someone's going to be right here, and this game will determine every single tier list from here on out, because that's all that happens, right? One win. That's all that matters. One game. All right, let's go. Game number 2. Alrighty, so in the right-hand corner of the map, it is going to be Matador, and he plays Zeus. And in the left-hand corner of the map, it is going to be Mosca playing Hades, as both players sending their villager to the opposite side. So, let's see. Now we're at the very, very top levels here. These guys know exactly what they're supposed to do. I've got to imagine Mosca here, both players very smartly scouting out, trying to spot what's happening on the sides of this water. We will see them most likely here move the villager forward and drop another dock straight away. I wouldn't even bother with the house with this villager. I would just go straight down, drop the dock, maybe put a house in the main base if I need it, but get that second dock going. Ooh. That's different. That's very different. There's wolves here. Mosca is looking for his own dock on this side, of which you can just deny with your villager. This is... no. Maybe Mosca knows. Okay, if he wants to go for this, you dock and you put a wall down. You dock and you put a wall down. Like this. Quickest wall ever. Be ready. Eyes on the prize. Bam, wall. And then that's... Oh. But another villager here for Mosca. Matador is in trouble. He gets the Katoskopos block in though. Oh my god. The micro. Look at the moves. Look at the moves. Alrighty. Well, that changes things. Okay, I was talking to you about meta here. Turns out the meta doesn't matter when you're trying to break the meta, as Matador sends his fishing ships forward. He takes these spots. He's going to try and take these back spots as well. But given that he sent 2 villagers over here, this is just a huge, huge sacrifice of resources at this moment. As Matador is probably going to be able to take these fishing spots anyways. Beyond all of that, Matador will be able to move over here, drop a dock, and then try and take these spots. Or he could do something crazy and go for like a 430 advance. He is dropping a dock down onto this bottom side, first and foremost though. House coming through for Matador. Both players are going to be fairly far away from a temple. But it is going to be looking like the third dock coming through for Matador up onto this side. As all the fishing spots getting taken. He does forget that one, so we're going to be a little bit more careful there, but he will be able to fill up the rest of those fishing spots. For Mosca as well, he doesn't come up and grab these spots, which I think Matador is probably going to respect it and say that's what Mosca's done already, and just take his back 6 spots, but that's going to be not the case. What a crazy start. I mean, it's so small. We didn't see anything massive. Some amazing micro from Matador with that Katoskopos to make things difficult. Is this fishing ship? Oh, it has got the spot. Matador gets a little bit punished here. The temple is on the way. It's going to be probably that 5:15-ish advance time. Maybe one more villager for Matador. He could pre-queue in advance here once the temple is finished if he wants. But realistically, just finish the villager off, advance. Totally fine. And he will be going Athena on the other side. Mosca finishing up his own temple here. Sending his villagers through to drop another dock. Got another dock coming up for Matador as he can take all these fishing spots as well. But some spice to start this game off. There's obviously also a bolt in the back of the pocket there for Matador, so he can take out a stray Minotaur at some point. Just spamming the fishing ships. Does Mosca have more? I think he does. Mosca's already out to... Wait, hang on, let's do some counts. 16, 13. Mosca gets more out faster than Matador, but Matador gets his docks up faster and an age up quicker. So there's a lot of some difference of priorities here for this early game. We'll see who manages to win out on this one. Now, oftentimes I've been seeing fast heroics as the sort of way through this from the Hades side, but I'm not sure we're going to see that from these guys. Is there a military academy anywhere? Nope. We are going to be seeing a pretty quick Olympian parentage as the Heracles is to come in. Going to be looking for some early game harassment. Is the Minotaur doing any sneakies? Zom is down. Ajax is in the main base. Minotaur over here is looking for some sneakies, it looks like. There's no real place to be sneaky, though. The building placement here from Moscow, as always, is so optimal. In order to get in here, he has to show to Moscow he's coming in from a... Probably the best place would be to run in from this angle, but the Ajax already out. Now going to be seeing some ships to come through here as well. A market also getting dropped down, and perfect defense from Moscow early on here. Meanwhile, Moscow is going to be looking for his own little cheeky movement here. He might get something off, but I imagine this is just going to get bolted immediately. Matador maybe could just retreat and be fine, but nice little defense onto this spot is now the triremes to come through and start looking to actually deal with all this food situation. Starting to pick up as well as Pentacontas are enough, and Matador back out with his fishing ships, but this position has been taken. You do see the bolt into the main base, doesn't even get the headbutt off. It's the Greek heroes looking for a little bit of a fight over onto this side. Achilles. This is... Well, are they attacking two different dudes? I think they are. Not the best fight there for Mosca. He's going to pull back underneath his base as the army onto this side for Matador. He is going to be very much enjoying this part of the game where you can just do so much stuff. Minotaur targeting down the dock over onto this side. Pentaconta does end up going down. Does he lose this one though to the dock? No, 6 HP in a dream. It's now the Dionysus on the way for Matador, so he gets that one a little bit behind the 8 ball there as Aphrodite to come through. One upgrade here for Aphrodite that a lot of people forget about and really does help against any sort of Skylar shenanigans is that Argonauts. So you can't really go into Skylar here against Aphrodite, but missing out on Underworld, Manticore, and that sort of stuff, that's not ideal for the Hades. Because then you can actually play around that bronze, Underworld away from the bronze and things like that. Nonetheless, the heroes coming through here, and Matador, as always, great control over onto this side. Also looking for some raids as the fishing ships to dive into the dock. Triremes doing what they can here to take out the Pentaconta and everything else. Pentaconta coming over onto this side, going to look to take out some fishing ships. Now Heroic Age is in. Immediately, heroes to work, trying to take out the Achilles. You have the Skylers coming through as well to help out. 3 Skylar queued up here for Mosca. Are they all on this side as well? No, I think he's getting some up the top as well. But nonetheless, Skylar versus Skylar. Is the upgrade in for Matador? No, he doesn't have that mythic or heroic fleet in. Does get himself 2 heads. But realistically here, you're almost feeding the other Skylar, as he does pull back and to try and get some more out for himself. But this is somewhat problematic. I guess an Odysseus getting brought over here wouldn't go astray, as we are seeing Argonauts as well for Moscow. So now that's going to be a big help. Hero's ship to take out enemy Skylar as well, as Matador says heavy warships, plus also the heroic fleet to come through. Argo is in. Restoration coming down for both players. But the Skylar for Matador does survive here and gets a big amount of healing in. 3 heads is more than 2 though, as well as that Argonaut. The Argo helping out a ton. Moscow's dock's going to be able to actually fall. The heroic fleet is in. The upgraded ships are also in, so that's heavy trireme. These things are so much more powerful. 305 HP, 265 HP. How much more damage do they do as well? Does he have any archers? No. Up the top he does. 8 versus 9.2. As the hero's back in. It's some big value for Matador to try and break through this. Now, sometimes you have to ask yourself, is this the point where we just say, all right, no worries, we just go all in on the land, and one player overcommits and then get gold starved? Because at the moment, Moscow has won the top water. So he doesn't need to win this bottom water. So he needs to think about full sending into the center and locking this all up. Fortress, sentinels, etc. Both players have used their first restoration, but there is a technology here for Moscow to make things fair, which is golden apples. So you can grab that and you have the same favor production as the Zeus, and then you can use secondary and third restorations in the middle, as the village is now coming forward for Matador. As all the fishing ships will fall, and I'm sure both players will just start getting their position. We are going to be seeing the Sultan Fora, and after all is said and done, it looks like roughly an equal position here. Hera is pre-queued for Matador. He wants that advance. We are seeing a Nemean line in the main base, though. Is there Ajax available? He could, well, not even Ajax, but Jason. You could just delete the Jason, get it out, and then rebuild it quickly to defend against this, but Moscow just leaving there for the time being, as the village is happily going to jump back onto the gold mine. Into the main base, or into the forward base here where the fortress is. The army is coming, but I imagine a fortress is going to be more than enough to scare Moscow away. As now, Moscow very much needs to do the same thing. He is pumping units though. So there is a chance that Moscow is going to be able to catch Matador out. Because Matador is trying to squeeze out a Mythic Age here. It's a fully upgraded army, full population, and go. He does drop a fortress, so this is probably going to slow him down too much to make this happen. Nonetheless, all the fishing ships on the way. We are seeing these Skylar on... Are they on patrol? They absolutely are on patrol. 6 heads of Skylar goodness. But now Hero is coming through, so a Lightning Storm is going to be a really big help. Of course, there is the Curse. Just sort of why I was thinking, why not just mass units and go here as the Hades? Because the Fortress is going to be fine, but like if you've got a whole bunch of Hoplites, Toxotes, Peltas, Paspis, all of that army, charge in, Curse, kill off the army, kill off the Fortress, get the gold staff. Sure, Lightning Storm sends you back, but you get good damage done onto the economy and you can continue along. As opposed to sitting here and just waiting for the god power. The calm before the storm is now the siege will be started up, getting some Petropolis in to try and take out the fortress. I think this is going to be a little little bit too slow for Moscow. As both players are actually doing this patrol shenanigans, just saying no cheeky docks. No cheeky docks at all. I know that Matador likes to play against Kavoth, and Kavoth loves his cheeky docks. It's the army of Matador poking forward. He sees the army size. He's only 1,000 behind here, but I mean, if he loses the fortress, not ideal. Idling the villagers here to repair this up. But there will be a lightning storm here, so if you can just delay for a little bit longer, is it going to be enough? 7 medium Hypaspists in queue. The fortress will be dying here. Mythic Age comes through, lightning storm does get dropped down onto this spot. The units going to be pulling into the fortress as the villagers to pull up to the top side here. It's going to be a lot of damage onto Moscow. He does manage to kill the fortress. The fortress over here die. No, the villagers managed to stay alive. Good decision making from Moscow to pull back. But Matador now, Mythic Age, slight military advantage. Heavy range soldiers coming through though for both players. As Bronze does get dropped, there is Curse. Bronze before Curse is normally not ideal. He does Curse onto that back line there. Getting a couple of those Peltasts. And is there enough units here for Matador to make use of this Bronze now and win this fight? I'm not sure there is. Moscow's army is just so high quality here. Armory upgrades. He's got full copper. On the other side, Matador doesn't have really much at all. He's now starting to get copper weapons. He's missing those Aegis shield and Sarissa technologies as well. As Moscow pushing back in. And what can Matador do now is the big question. Hoplites coming through, going to be sniping villages left, right, and center. But Moscow is at full pop, and this is looking like it might end up being one gold-starved Zeus player. As the villagers pulling up to the top side. I don't see how else Matador is going to be able to continue. He comes over and grabs this gold mine here. And I guess this is just the power of staying in the heroic age. Archery ranges getting cleaned up. And what else can Matador do? He's trying to get some more military buddies. He does have a Bellerophon. It's always going to be a really big assistance there. He does have a good amount of villagers on gold right now. So if you can get the units together, he might be okay. I mean, one other option here is to make a whole bunch of Medusa. That can be a nice answer for some of those hoplites. She will one-hit the hoplites. Bellerophon popping through here. A town center on the way for Moscow. Moscow definitely in his element right now. At the very least, Matador going to snipe one Metropolis here, but one Bellerophon versus an entire army. It's never going to be enough. As he has to pull back there. And beyond all of this, now Moscow can go Mythic Age. Completely safely. No problems to his economy. You can go Artemis. You could go Hephaestus. Whatever he feels like. He's choosing Hephaestus for this situation. Artemis is also completely fine. Earthquake the town center. Earthquake this position. Get the gold staff going. Hephaestus is also completely fine. Get fully armory upgrade. A fully armored up army there. Now Matador says, let me try and make something happen here. He's charging forward underneath the town center. He does have full population. He's got 6k military resources. A lot of that, I think, is still on the water, though. As you do see one little cheeky dock attempt here from Moscow, but that gets denied. But, I mean, is that worth it at the moment? That's so much Navy here. He does delete the Skylar at the very least. At least with Zeus, the Skylar's got one less population, so I think it's kind of close to the population of these guys. Are these 3-pop? Yeah. Nonetheless, Matador trying to break through onto this position as the army just sort of sitting here waiting to come through. Restoration comes down from Moscow to add insult to injury. As the Peltas pulling back. Good control there from Moscow. He charges forward with those hoplites as well. 206 pop versus 140. Armory upgrade check. Moscow's got bronze shields, but waiting on the other upgrades. Matador does have himself the bronze weapons here, but nothing else just yet. There's a fortress coming through for Matador. And there is the Mythic Age in for Moscow as heroes getting queued up. We've got that Forge of Olympus on the way for Moscow. He's going to immediately get himself those armory upgrades. He's gone up to another town center in the center. He's going to be 4 versus 1 town center. And while Matador is making it tough to finish this game, Moscow is just taking all the map, all the advantage, all the upgrades. Also note the 21-minute Vaults of Erebus grab. But yeah, there's no rush here for Moscow. He doesn't have to. This is one of the things you'll see with these really, really high level players. Dude, they back themselves. They say, you can rebuild the army, no problems. Let me just get all my upgrades. And then what are you going to do? And give him no opportunity to come back in this game. There's a nice little choke point in. Restoration for Matador here now. As the Peltast trying to snipe the back line, but the front line is falling too fast. Iron is almost in for Moscow as well. And Matador does say in that moment, okay, the game is done. Taps out. Can't make it happen. 4 town centers versus 1 town center. Fully ironed up. Feist's late game Greek army. Too much. I really would have liked to see Matador here go into Medusa. That's the thing I think that, the thing that would really change stuff for Zeus here. Because he got the Mythic Age and he got the damage done. But if he just sort of said, great, after this happens, we're just going to spend everything in onto Medusa after the Lightning Storm, then all of a sudden that front line is going to look so weak. Of course, Medusa are somewhat expensive, but Heroic Age, Hades, no access to Perseus until you get to the Mythic Age. All of a sudden, you're in such a better position to sort of snipe off the Ajax, the Achilles, and things like that. Medusa is just going to get so much value there. That's all I have to say on this one. These guys both played an incredibly good game. I'm just interested in what would have happened if he went into Medusa here instead. But nonetheless, a well-played game. We'll move into game number 3. We'll see what they're going to be picking. Let's jump back to the draft. Alrighty, so I've got to flip over any this and do this and do this. So the win does go over to the Hades. And game number 3 is going to be Tsukiyomi versus Ra. The big, bad Tsukiyomi is back with a vengeance. Where's the Game room. Where's the game room? Please tell me they didn't just start. I can't get it. How do I do this? They didn't give me the game room. We're in for some trouble right now. Can someone find me the game room? Search the current ongoing list of games. I guess that's the only way to do it. See if we can find it. Give me a second, guys. Oh, come on. Refresh the game list. Okay, I gotta restart my game. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I don't have, like, at the moment AOM stats is not updated. Gerbot's obviously busy, which is fair enough. But yeah, the guys have to give me the game room. I'll see if I can find it, guys. We might be out of luck. I legitimately might not be able to watch this game. How upsetting. Oh, I found it. Don't worry about it. I got it. Though I am, please, waiting at the moment for some reason. Okay, we're all good. It's all good. No one panic. No one push the panic button just yet. No one push the panic button just yet. Alrighty. In the left-hand corner of the map, we have Matador, and he does pick Tsukiyomi. In the right-hand corner of the map, we've got Mosca picking Ra. So, on the map Ghost Lake, 2 gold mine Ghost Lake. Let's see how Mosca is going to deal with what everyone is saying is currently the strongest god in the game with no equals. I don't know how much I can really accept there's no equals, but we'll see. We'll see what Mosca is going to be able to come up with. We have seen Tsukiyomi getting defeated in this tournament thus far. There was a Grass versus Tunison affair, which Tsukiyomi did lose against specifically Ra. I did note in a couple of games, we had the Kavoth versus B series, where in both of those games, Tsukiyomi's, like, the hinges were coming off the Tsukiyomi pain train. And I think that you could have toppled Tsukiyomi in those games as well. There was a Rappel versus Ethereal game where Aetherial showed a really, really nice counter strategy. Just was not able to finish the deal after he found a nice advantage there. So yeah, there's been some spicy Tsukiyomi games here. But I know everyone loves to hate the DLC. That's just what they love to do. But it's going to be fun. We'll see how these players are going to be able to deal with this. Let's check out the relics and see if there's going to be anything that is helpful here. We've got the Trojan Gate Hinge. Hit points plus 40% of base there. Over here we have the Bow of Artemis, which is going to be ranged soldiers, ballista, and ranged myth units. Wood and gold cost minus 10%. Down to the bottom here, there is the Skulls of the Cercipes, which is monkeys get a free one every 120 seconds, or 6 every 120 seconds if they die. And Kui Drum is going to make those heroes deal a bit more damage as they get damaged. So, what are the options here, you might ask? Well, one town center fast heroic does seem to be a perfectly valid option here for the Ra. Now, the question here is, though, on the side of the Tsukiyomi, if I play 2 TC defense as the Tsukiyomi against the one town center fast heroic from the Ra, can I defend what the Ra does in that situation? I think the answer might be a yes. We are actually going to be seeing what looks to be a fast second town center from Moscow. Now, it does sort of make sense for him to go for this. He's got the double gold mines in the main base. That's nice. But you will be allowing the Tsukiyomi to do whatever they want here, which does include fast heroic into mass Tengu, into your life is very, very difficult. Now, obviously, if you scout this, you see it coming. Well, time to mass priests. Time to mass priests. But there is a nice town center over here. You can grab the hunt. You can be eating this or mining this gold mine while the fast heroic comes in, and then you can play a nice defensive game.
Nani?
As the Miko wandering forward, a couple of houses coming down onto this position just to defend this. As we've got a choice, the villagers will be making their way up to the top side, as well as some goats coming up here as well. So this here is scary. This here is very scary, and that's an immediate scout from Moscow. Sorry, from Matador. He spots this. He sees the goats coming over, the Wadjet. An immediate scout. So Moscow is saying to Matador right now, okay, I've seen it. I know what it does. I know what it is. If you want to go for a... That's a stable. I mean, you might not be building anything out of it, but it is a stable. I imagine I was going to see an armory. But maybe Matador's not even going to be going for the... I can't... you look at the resources. I can't expect to see anything else here. It almost has to be a fast heroic just off the resources. But he's making a couple of Naginata riders. So he wants to put pressure onto this. But look at this from... I love this so much from Moscow. This is so, so clever. Pushes those deers in underneath the town center. And now, what are you going to raid with those Naginata riders? It's only going to be a couple, and then I imagine there's going to be an armory, and he will go to the heroic age. There's an armory coming up for Moscow. He's trying to get to the heroic age as fast as he can. This is greedy. I would never dare attempt this. I'd be like, get my watchtowers against Tsukiyomi. If I see if I see no town center, which you should be able to get some information in, get watchtowers, get priests, get some spearmen, get walls. The Naginata riders coming through. The villager here from Moscow is just simply going to dive into the tower, no problems. We'll have the Wadjet coming back here as the villagers can turn around. A little bit of shanky shanks, and he does lose a villager there as the beautiful control from those Kitsune from Matador. He gets 2 villager kills. That's insane. Also behind this, he's grabbing Wisdom of the Nine. Matador says, I don't care about your crazy strats. I'm going for my own. Who needs to drop New Moon onto the temple and go for these for these big, brutal, Tengu spamming, abusive strats. I'm going to play Age of Mythology the way it was intended. Making a mix of units, putting pressure, attacking, etc., etc. Nonetheless, the village is up the top here. Perfectly nice and safe. He's going to be able to advance. I imagine it will be Sobek, so he can have access to those camel riders. There's the villagers turning, shanking, trying to get a snipe onto one of the Naginata riders. Not quite able to just yet. As the villagers just doesn't even care about the town center at this point. I mean, why should he? There's no units here. There's one Wadjet. And none of these Naginata riders have gone down. They're all like next to 0 HP. He's picked off so many villagers. Look at this. He's got his second town center up and he's only behind 3 villagers. He's got 2 Miko out. There's 3 Miko out. He's got 3 Miko out as well. So it's literally equal on villagers here. He's going to bring the Naginata riders back, heal them up. But Moscow has managed to get himself to the heroic age. It will mean camel riders. There's some monuments for the soldiers coming through for Moscow. We'll have his Petsukos in for a nice little bit of defense. And that will force these Naginata riders out of here. There's the Migdol stronghold on the way. Does Matador spot it? He hasn't seen it here just yet. He might be too little too late to get any real harassment and a Wadjet in to say, get out of here with your shenanigans as Hachiman, the god of choice. Now from here, there's so many different ways through this. So option number 1, the safest, most like clean way to just ensure that you never really fall behind is you get your armory upgrades. You grab yourself New Moon on the armory to get full iron. You've already got a decent amount of economy coming through. Or sorry, not full iron, but full bronze. And then you can also just make yourself a whole bunch of Mikor. And you can make a really nice strong army and mix in the myth units. Alternatively, you don't even have to stay stuck. You don't even stay in the heroic age. You can just go straight to the mythic age through Okuninushi and start prepping for your Oyumi. That's these Cav trying to snipe some stuff. We do have a little cheeky Locust in onto this spot. Doesn't manage to get too many kills. Lots of low HP villagers there though. And he's got to be so careful. Oh, he does have the... He's got himself the Miko, so all those back up to full HP. A little bit of an unfortunate Locust there from Moscow as Matador running rings around these camel riders. He's going for that Sashimon or Bannerman technology. But camel riders, especially Sobek camel riders, they're not going to lose this fight. No amount of 1.2x bonus damage will make them be able to win this fight. So you do have to go into some Yati Spearmen here if you want to make this work. It's the camel riders coming over here for Moscow looking for any sort of damage. But now the heroic age is in. There will be sooner or later a bit of a daimyo coming through, which means the shogun's going to be in. And that being all said, Moscow, what does he have to do? Well, a nice quick heroic, a mythic age here for an Osiris makes some sense as well. Is he adding more Miko in, or am I just going crazy? He's got 4 now, but only 2 are working. Nonetheless, Camel Riders searching. They do manage to sneak through a little bit of a crack here into the main base. But Moscow is just going to have to leave. He does pull out. Villagers back onto the gold mine. And the game to continue along. As Matador just about to get himself that full armory. And he will be going for the new moon on the armory here shortly. So he gets a huge amount of armory upgrades. On the other side, Moscow, the easiest way to play around new moon on the army is you just retreat back to your Migdol, retreat back to your defense, get more Migdols, play defense, and just wait for your upgrades to come through. We do have Migdol up, and we are actually seeing the upgrades getting grabbed manually here. 200 gold, Ivory Netska, 180 gold, aesthetic practices. There's rain to come through here for Moscow. That's going to be a big boost of resources for him. There's the Daimyo on the way. Just fighting underneath the Migdol strongholds is perfectly reasonable. We are going to be seeing Osiris queued up here for Moscow. He is taking a pretty big risk with this, in that he's saying, I can just hold with towers and buildings. Matador is going full Sendi since those Tengu into the main base. There's no upgrades on them just yet. They're still a little bit of a nightmare to deal with because there's no heroes in. But Moscow clicks up to the heroic age, and he's going in the main town center. Sorry, mythic age. He's going up to the main town center. Osiris on the way. This is very, very dangerous. How many games have we seen people losing by just trying to squeeze out a mythic age in this tournament thus far? Does anyone have any count? Ivory Netska coming through. Aesthetic practices also queued up now as well. As the Moscow army does have to abandon the main base. Now, Matador's not going to go for the town center. Maybe. He's attacking some farms. As the Camel Riders to come back, trying to just snipe the Tengu down. Nice little bit of damage there as Daimyo after them, but houses going down as Moscow is just desperately trying to get himself out. All the units he can. He does have some idle villagers over here that need to maybe sneak a gold mine or something. But Moscow is doing a fantastic job of just distracting here. But the question is, does the Son of Osiris even really help? The Tengu getting sniped down slowly. Moscow pulling back up to the top side. Farms coming down over here. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Mythic Age coming through relatively soon for Matador. He's really looking for those that big gold income from Ivory Netska. Only a handful of villages on gold now. He's moved on to different gold mines. Camel Riders coming through here as well. Pharaoh joining in. Moscow slowly building up that population, but really wants himself the Son of Osiris in to actually take any fights. Now, Mythic Age through. Pharaoh available. The mummy on the back there as well could be a big help. And now Matador says, I've already done enough damage. I can just run. Walls up onto the top. Oh, not starting them though. He's just placed them. Unfortunately, he's cancelled that there. This village is back to work. Another rain getting dropped down from Moscow to help him out. Get a little bit more food in. Matador says, I'm not going to allow this. Like, what are you doing? You got no defenses. It's just a town center. Villagers getting picked. Moscow trying to min defend, but he's losing villagers left, right, and center as the Camel Riders coming around onto the side to push these units out. Now, Okuninushi going to be coming through. There is a swampland. Osiris getting caught out as well. There is a swampland not having been cast here. So if you drop that Sacred Gate, if you drop that before the swampland, you will be able to use that second swampland, but I think it goes on cooldown. I think it goes on cooldown. So you have to like wait for the 180 seconds to use it again. But you'll be able to use it again for free. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I'm not sure. There's now a nice little addition to the army. A couple of Yati Spearmen. As the Camel Riders getting sniped here from those horse archers. Matador going to be up against Desert Wind, Camel Riders. Fairly shortly, he is up to champion. He has quelled the storm. But he now has to catch up full bronze and full iron armory. Because Matador is going to have full iron immediately here. Villagers getting sniped at the top as the walls have been slow to complete. But you've got to be careful here if you're Matador. These are not raiding units. Not against 6 speed, going on 6.6 speed Camel Riders. But New Moon does get dropped down onto the armory. He's going to be going in for his mechanical artisans. Obviously wants to go into Oyumi here. They are really, really strong. Another technology to grab is this one here. Divine Prefecture. Which allows you to pump those Oyumi out even faster. But at the moment, raids into the main base as the Tenku causing problems in here. He's going to be able to do this all throughout the late game, just with a handful of them. It's causing so many problems. However, the Yumi archers, horse archers, getting chased down over here. Villagers on this side just going down left, right, and center. He's just diving. Like, the town center's not going to do anything. Look at the amount of pierce armor that are buffed up on. 77% pierce armor. It's just not going to get anything done as all the villagers idle here, charging into the center of the map. There's also a Omuraki here to help out. The Yati Spearmen are going to be the big problem. At least the Son of Osiris can deal with them. There's more villagers going down, but that's just going to be feeding gold over to Matador. Over onto this side. Camel Riders searching for villagers to kill off. Not able to find all too much here. As the rest of the army of Mosca to come into the center of the map. Now the wretches all spawning left, right, and center. And Mosca's army has been eviscerated yet again. And another daimyo now to join in because the other one wasn't enough. Did he still have it? He's still got the other one. Matador is playing an incredibly well-controlled game, devastating the economy. Did the Tengu all die? I think the Tengu might have all died. I don't believe it. Yep. But nonetheless, now the Oyumi to start coming through. Son of Osiris standing strong here, but it's just too much after all is said and done, and Mosca cannot hold the pain train that is this Tsukiyomi of Matador. And Matador played this game so differently than everyone else has. Everyone has just been enjoying using that new moon on the temple, getting the advantages there. But Matador says, I don't need that. I don't need that. Let's just play this game. Finds a crazy advantage here. Just using new moon on the armory. Now, I think Mosca, if he stayed in the heroic age for a little longer, I think he probably would have been in a much better position here. Because he, like, again, he went mythic age. He got caught. He lost so much gather time. You can look at here at the resources collected. And he just falls behind so much because of this mythic age option. Was he going mythic age here? Yeah, and he just falls behind here. I think if he stays heroic age, not only can he defend against this army with pure Camel Rider, but he also is able to start raiding. Obviously, you do have to worry about those Tengu, but end of the day, you have to count on what your opponent's doing now, not what they potentially could be doing in 5 minutes. But a well-played game from Matador, up now 2-1. We're going to move into game number 4 and see what's going to happen. So let's give this little extra point. And I will go over here, and it is a win for the Tsukiyomi. And it is a loss for the Ra. And it is a game already begun. Lovely. We'll be jumping into it momentarily. And the next game is going to be on. Dun, 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 dun. I swear I clicked on it. Maybe I did. Nope. This next game is going to be Gaia versus Isis on, I believe, Mirage. We've seen a lot of Gaia on this map. A lot of Gaia. Oh. Come on, guys. To say Matador didn't play that game really well and just say it was all the gods' fault, that is a mistake. Matador played that very, very well. Mosca made some strategic mistakes without question. Also lost units, villages, without question, unnecessarily. Alrighty. Let's get into game number 4. I'm going to get game number 4. Alrighty, and in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as the blue Gaia, it is Matador. And in the right-hand corner of the map, it is Mosca, playing as Isis. We are back onto the map, Mirage. And I guess at this point in the tournament, I'd like to ask you guys a question. Are you feeling like we're seeing enough map variety here? I gave the players a lot of decision-making with what maps they want to play. You've got ace picks. So if you want to play on Okuchichibu, or you want to play on Bamboo Grove, or you want to play on Mirage, some of these more unique maps, you want to play on a really open map, you can ace pick them. Then there's a lot of bans. If you really want to ban out a map, you can ban out 2 different maps. Of course, your opponent has an opportunity to pick a map in between the bans, but still, there's lots of options there. So I'm just interested in what you guys are thinking. Let me know. I'll have a read later. Over here we have the Arrows of Heracles. This is damage of range attack plus 5% of base there. Up onto this next side, we have the Nose of the Sphinx, which is plus 15% HP of buildings. Up to the top side of the map here, there is the Ring of the Nibelung, which is gold trickle rate plus 0.5 per second. And finally, there is the Heavenly Jeweled Spear, which is going to be a whole bunch of extra range for a whole bunch of units that hold spears, with the exception of the Hoplite, because he doesn't hold a spear, does he? Anyways, both players are just going to be opening up fishing ships. And I'm interested in seeing if Matador's going to take this differently than everyone else. Because we have been seeing a lot of one town center fast heroic here from the Gaia side of things. Now, you could just grab a fast second town center. There's an amazing back gold mine here. Both players have one. No town center on the right-hand side here, though, for Mosca. So he gets very unlucky here. In fact, no, this is super, super unlucky. I think this spawn. Like, the spawn over here with this town center for Matador. He's got 2 gold mines next to it. Over here, he's got a back gold mine behind himself. Moscow? Well, he has a gold mine here, I guess. Not ideal. Not ideal at the very least. All right. That being said, does ISIS really need to go far second town center? Not really. There's so many cool, like, there's like an Anubis spearman sort of heroic age timing attack with siege towers that's really strong. You can go Anubites, spearmen, plague of serpents, into heroic age, into more spearmen, siege towers, maybe a migdol in your opponent's face, those types of things. Matador here, not yet advancing. 1 more villager and he'll be going up. He has got himself his economic upgrades already. I like this. It's a really nice build order here from Matador. He hasn't gone for his fishing ships right off the bat. Rather, get those economic upgrades, get the temple in. And wow, is this going to be 1 more citizen after this? It might be. He might also just pre-queue. That's totally fine as well. He's getting the temple up with 2 villagers now, trying to make this happen. Pre-queuing here wouldn't... I'll never understand. I'll never understand people. This is the whole thing with this pre-queue. Is like, if you just let the villager go and pre-queue it, it's fine. If you advance 5 seconds later, it's not like the villager is late. You're just 5... Anyways, doesn't matter. It's fine. All right, he got a little bit of a plague of serpents.
Burek.
Well, that's a usage. I forgot these things attack fishing ships. There will be, like, the docks can shoot back here. It's not a problem. But that's a big amount of damage. A big amount of damage onto the sea snakes here. I mean, the servant can come through and I can actually just deal with all this by himself. But that's neither here nor there, with the help of the Caladria, obviously. He actually gets himself a Bareem out. Huge. Town center up for Moscow, though. Yep, these have... Don't they have a negative bonus versus fishing ships? Or they don't? They don't have a negative bonus. I didn't even think they attacked fishing ships. Maybe that's my legacy brain. But this guy does have bonus damage versus... No, he doesn't have bonus damage versus... Wait, these are myth units, right? Ah, they are. So the serpent does have bonus damage versus sea snakes, but for some reason Matador is healing. He does get his market up. He is going to be going to the next age. Fishing ships need to get dealt with here, and the Anubite here coming through are going to be problems as well. And so much pressure from just one little cheeky god power usage. And meanwhile, behind this, Moscow, 2 TCs. Up onto this food. No problems. We're going to be looking to go to the heroic age. But the thing is, right, 2 TC fast heroic, you're still going to get absolutely brutalized by a whole bunch of Contarius running around the map. A new bite coming in for Moscow as he is trying to put to rest this stuff here. Oracle dives into the mana for the time being. Military barracks going to be coming through as the hero citizen will be standing watchfully over all of this. One idea is to just garrison the hero near your villages, and then when the Anubite jumps in, then you pop it out, chase it down, get some damage done. But nonetheless, Matador has managed to defend that early shenanigans. Anubis is on the way for Moscow. So he gets a 2 TC fast heroic off, and Matador's not even in the heroic age yet. So this is really, really good for Moscow. But the question is, what is he going to go for next? Because the real problem is gold. If he had a gold mine back here, he'd be laughing. He'd be in an amazing spot. But because he got a gold mine over here, which Matador... What am I doing? Matador doesn't actually know. He's got no idea. He sends the Galadriel forward. We'll see the town center. Contarius coming through. Silent Secret on the way. A market coming up. Now, yeah, Matador has got no idea where to send these Contarius right away. The Galadriel is trying to scout this all out. He will drop down a little cheeky Carnivora over here. The Pharaoh is already in position to deal with this. Migdol Stronghold up onto this spot. And I imagine the Stymphalian bird is going to be making its way around the outsides of the map, sneaking in over here to start attacking fishing ships and things like that. But very smart here from Mosca. He's already getting himself Heroic Fleet. Already going to be getting those cabinets out. Just needs to have them just in case, as the Migdol Stronghold will be through. But here's, like, this is the thing I've already said. Yeah, Camel Riders are fantastic versus Contarius, but he needs to get them out. That's the problem here. You see 4 queued up already. That Pharaoh almost needs to get over here and empower the Migdol. Not the gold mine, but the Migdol. Prosperity also wouldn't go astray as the Contarius searching around onto this side for more villages to kill. Hesperid's tree number 2 does come through. Economic Guild on the way. Stymphalian Bird sneaking in. And Contarius now getting greedy with all this stuff. Scorpion Man a little bit too much pain to deal with. He does turn around. He'll be able to take out at least one Camel Rider, trying to micro it to keep his units alive. He kill off the Camel Rider. Not able to do so. Charges in, snipes that one, but he will be losing a Contarius as he's going to pull back now. But a bit of an equal trade. Just fine for Mosca. Mosca here, even if he just goes Prosperity and then drops like 3 Migdols here, that's all he needs. As he does manage to snipe the Stymphalian Bird. And the raid onto the water has been thwarted. As Mosca is going to start pulling ahead on villager count. Still pumping out these Camel Riders. But like I said, it's slow. It is slow. Another Migdol would not go astray here. This top position doesn't matter as much. So long as you don't lose the villagers, put the walls up. If he comes up here, just leave. Onto the berry bushes in the main base. Chickens here. Zebra over on this side. Nothing of value at the top except for that town center. Now, Matador will be moving up here. Obviously, killing off the town center is ideal. So Contarius swinging around the left. Town center doing what it can. Ancestors does get dropped down. We do see a raid while this is all going on. As Carnivora gets dropped, and the Camel Riders will say, all right, no worries, let's pull out. Nephthys, Ancestors defends. Osiris now queued up for Mosca. Is this gonna be the 3rd game in a row where a greedy Mythic Age ends in tears? There's no more minions to defend now. Of course, he has to wait for them to expire. But, you know, these are scary moments. Double armories now coming through for Moscow, so we can start getting those armory upgrades in. Matador starting to make himself a couple of Murmillos in as well as the minions charging forward. All the Contarius numbers now. That's just so many. And there's really not that many. There's 13 Camel Riders here. But Matador is a little bit scared. He's like, can I attack? I don't know. Camel Rider's pushing a little bit too far forward. As you will lose 1 or 2 here as the Caladria can pacify them up. Priest also going to be going down. Camel Rider on this side about to fall. And now the fighting to begin. Pharaoh empowering the Migdol stronghold will start getting damage. Is he going to lose the Pharaoh? You can't be losing the Pharaoh because that means no immediate Son of Osiris. He's trying to... Garrus, he does manage to keep it alive. Camel Rider's playing a little bit of that defense. Again, this is like flashbacks from game number 3. As now all the villagers are idle. He does have that sneaky gold mine right at the back here. And a Leviathan little retreat that he can pull back from. The Camel Rider's still trying to come through. Mosca can sell resources. I guess the Pharaoh pops out. Son of Osiris gets converted. He does go back to up to full HP. And Matador not able to get the killing blow there. And too scared to charge forward to try and take out that Son of Osiris. But out in the middle of the map will be no problems for him. And now Mosca, I think Mosca's fine. I think he's survived. Maybe. I mean, there's still a lot of units here. Second Talent Center can come up for more stuff. But there's the double gold mine at the back here. I was saying this position isn't that good, right, for Mosca. But after all is said and done, because he's managed to defend it, now he's got 2 gold mines. Completely fine, easy to mine gold mines. And there's almost nothing that Matador can do to stop this. So wall's getting knocked down over here, and Matador breaks through everything. And Mosca... But Mosca's now got himself champion Camel Rise. You need like catapulties here, no? Second Town Center will be up. Palace coming through for Matador. It's going up for second Town Center, third Town Center. The Camel Riders are just way too much of a counter unit here, and he's got the numbers now that Matador needs to move away from them. There's also mummies getting mixed in here as well. And Mosca can move forward. He can drop a siege works or something here. Citizens on this middle gold mine. Not the most important place to be. This Migdol here securing another gold mine. Now Mosca can grab a siege works and he can start sieging this position. The villager differential is so gigantic. The only real chance the Matador has here is to just delete this entire army in one go without taking too much damage. He does spread out, splits the Contaris up onto this spot. Villager kills are another option. If he can level that economic income, then all of a sudden, sure, you can bring this game back. Villagers diving into their Migdol over here as a huge dip there in villager numbers. Mamillo's charging forward here. They've got to be very careful. The Mummy plus Son of Osiris move has been a staple since the start of Age of Mythology Retold, and it continues to be. Getting those extra minions out, absolutely huge. Camel Riders coming through here to say, let's get these guys out of here. Move on to this side of the town center. It does get spotted there. On this side, Antares are going to be sneaking out this way. Come out to the top. But again, like I said, this has to be a really good fight on the side of Matador here. He's got to deal with the mummies. He's got to deal with the Son of Osiris, all these camel riders. You do have a pharaoh empowering the monument to the priests on the front of the map here, so no god powers, no implodes or anything like that can come through and ruin Mosca's day. Mosca's now grabbing himself a third town center at the top here as well. And now what exactly is Matador waiting for? He's at full pop, basically. Getting more buildings down. He's trying to spread out. Maybe find some villages. We do see the camel riders spreading here as well. Of course, he's waiting for Hecate to potentially drop a Tartarian gate somewhere. Maybe get his upgrades for his dryads. Mosca here taking down the town center, taking everything out here, going for stone walls as well. He knows how far in front he is. Village differential is kind of close. As the Contari is coming up here, praying to find some villages. He will see the villagers here, and Matador does manage to catch a couple of them, but they're going to dive into the town center. The camel riders will be in hot pursuit here. The Mosca is just going to keep pushing forward with Migdols. And what can Matador do here? He's literally he's going up Hecate. Tartarian Gate will distract this army elsewhere. Upgrades now coming through. I mean, he has to take a fight at some point, right? You can't just keep sacking stuff. Town center coming through for Mosca. Mosca is taking everything from Matador at this point. He does still have the gold mine at the top. A little cheeky palace over here, maybe with the idea of some fire siphon or something straight away to deny all that. As Matador is just waiting as long as he possibly can here. Pulling back yet again. It's the army charging forward. Now these are Mummy Visor. Mummy Visor Vizier. Mummies here, so they've got a lot more survivability. It's the catapult rolling forward. We'll be able to take out the counter barracks. Contarius swinging around here as well. Fushi. Dryads trying to come through. We will see a little bit of an option here. Matador gets denied on this spot, but he will be able to pick that off. The army charges in here trying to take a fight, but he's still... I mean, he's delaying so hard for a Tartarian gate somewhere. I mean, where is he going to put it? In the main base? This town center is about to die. He has to take a fight. And now his town center is falling. He's getting himself his upgrades. Ontarius is spreading out all over the map, trying to pick villages. Can he drop anything in here? There is an option here. This will hit the gold mine. That'll be very, very nice there. And have the Dryads able to be bought for Mosca as well. He's got all of that wood in the bank. He can easily pump out a whole bunch of them, but he's got so much population here. As the army, Mosca says, you know what? Let's take the foot off the pedal a little bit. Pull back. Deal with that. It's going to be fine. And now Matador can push back on the front. He might be able to get his town center back as well. Does he have a fire siphon coming through? Don't see any. He is making some destroyers. Son of Osiris finally taking its first little bit of damage. But Mosca looks to be proving that little bit too resilient in this game. Migdol positioning perfect. Tartarian gate here. That's going to be going down very shortly to a huge amount of catapults. But the army of Matador is able to make some moves here now. Son of Osiris takes a little bit of damage, pops around onto the other side. Villager numbers are still standing very strong for Moscow. He's making 4 villagers at a time here, so there's never any problems there. As the catapults will be able to finish off this Tartarian gate. And the army of Matador, he's still pumping, but it's just not able to keep going here. As Moscow looks to have held the crazy all-in from Matador. Tartarian spawns all getting cleaned up over here. I'm not sure what else Matador can really do now. I mean, armory upgrades, he's behind. Trade route, he's kind of got something he can make, but I mean, he hasn't started anything. The villagers here from Moscow just say, you know, we don't have to risk anything. I'll just put another Migdol in your face. Does he have himself advanced fortifications? No, but he could probably grab that fairly soon. The army yet again from Matador says, one last attempt. This is an 8k resource army. 8k. The Son of Osiris wedged in behind all these chariot archers, just getting massive amounts of damage non-stop. And Matador there does decide to throw in the towel as Moscow proves a little bit too powerful in this game. I mean, this is really all down to this gold mine on the back here, no? Like, Moscow with that cheeky Mythic Age. I think if Matador had sent units down to the back while he was here, if Matador had sniped the Pharaoh, it would have changed things completely. But if he'd sent units down here and killed off the gold mine and all of that stuff, this game could have been over yet again to one of those sneaky Mythic Ages. But as you can see here, this is why we keep seeing people trying it, because if you can get through, you get rewarded in a big way. But a well-played game for Moscow. We've got to get ourselves a game number 5. Let's jump over the draft and see what's going to happen. All right, guys. Our next matchup as well is going to be Grass versus Mister, and they are going to be waiting for us, so we're going to watch it live. So we'll watch our final game of this series and see how it's going to go. I'm going to have about a 2-minute wait here. How does the drafting work? So the first pick is a ace pick, which means you can pick it regardless of bans. Which does mean you can get a bit of a... what am I trying to say? I don't even know what I'm trying to say. My brain's lost myself. It means you ace pick, you can get a mirror match up there for the stuff, and then after that it's just a 1 pick for the host, and then a 2, and then a 2, and then a 2, and then a 2, and then a 1. Our last game here will be an Aranos versus Noir game on Step. No Susan. Susan is not going to be seen here. We won't be seeing the Susan. We will be seeing the Aranos though. Well, this is Noir. Yeah, you don't want to pick Susan into Aranos, I think. Aranos is a big anti-Susan monster. But this is going to be an interesting matchup. So Step, very open map, obviously. You got the aggressive... you got the aggressive stuff. So we'll see how it's going to go for Aranos against that big, fat, boomy Nuwa. Now, Nuwa can just play classical fight here as well, which is really strong versus Atlanteans. I wouldn't be surprised. But also, then you have the Aranos who's got the ability to pick and choose when they want to fight, how they want to fight, all that good stuff. But let's get into game number 5. One last game for this series. One winner. I mean, it's still group stage, but let's get it. Alrighty. So, left side of the map, Matador playing as Aranos. Right side of the map, Moscow playing as Nuwa. Our final game for this series. We've had a massive series here. These guys have been playing out of their minds. Some really, really solid play on both ends. But the story of this series has been, except for the recent one, has been teching in the wrong moment. So we'll see if that's going to play into this series as well, or what's going to happen. Behind this, after this game, we've got the Mr. and Grass waiting. They've got their draft done. I'm very excited to watch those two playing. They're both looking like incredibly strong at the moment. But nonetheless, let's check out these relics and see what's gonna be seen. We've got Peltavagus over here. Bit of unit line of sight. Up onto this side, there is Tawawara Totter's Last Arrow. Divine damage plus 0.2 for the archers. Ring of the Nibelung. Boosting gold up a little bit. And finally, Harmonia's Necklace. Now, first thing to bring up here for Nuwa. Town center situation. It's not terrible. What he can go for here is he can grab this, he can put an earth wall down, and he can be on this gold mine nice and early, forcing Matador to have to sort of bash his head into a whole bunch of earth walls for a while. He's also got back food here, so he can earth wall and then wall off onto the side, and then he can be eating this food. But all that being said, I think the simple way for Nuwa to play this map, this matchup, and everything, is to play Zhennu and go for a classical fight. Why? Reason? Vanish counters chaos. Chillin are a massive boost to your army. Javelineer are really good versus Terma. They beat the Terma. Fire Archers really good versus Murmillo. They beat the Murmillo. And Dao are just a really, really nice front line that force out some very unwanted Karabala stuff. But we'll see what way Moscow wants to take this. And he does indeed see that he wants that John Nu. So I think is very, very smart. Very, very correct. Goes for a fast advance as well, mind you, which maybe he could have got himself out an extra Qualfu. Maybe. Maybe that would have been the better way to go. But nonetheless, a nice quick advance time, and the game is going to continue on. On the other side, no surprises here. We did see an interesting take from B, where he went one town center, Valid spammed into Prometheans, and things like that. Very, very interesting style of Aranos, which had success against Kavoth. But Kavoth was playing Fushi, which is a sort of different type of god. Of course, it's the same pantheon, but still different. But Matador is just, he knows this style. He's going to go in for it. He's going to go for his Murmillos. He's going to go for some early pressure and all that other good stuff. Now in the main base here for Moscow, he immediately does go for the Chillin. Now, we did see already a little bit of Mosca's Chinese. He doesn't value the Quaofu, it looks like. Because you think he was going for Yahtzee in the first game, no? I think he was going for Yahtzee in the first game. So he's going to be going Chillin, mass Chillin, and mass units here. Probably with not very many Quaofu behind it. Which is interesting, because like the Chillin with that healing, that's a big deal. Now, Matador also opening double military barracks. Starting to take a little bit of damage here as the Caladria scouting out, trying to figure out exactly what's coming his way. It might be a town center. It's a machine workshop just after the Caladria gets sent packing. There's little bits of harassment into the main base here. And our main man, Matador, is now in some trouble. He needs to be on this gold mine. Of course, with the Caladria here, he's completely fine. He needs the gold mine. He needs those heroes to be able to push out of this. And there's going to be fire archers coming through. There's also now going to be some potential javelineers or Dao. And we do also see just a casual creation onto the wood. Just give me a little bit more wood. That's fine. Shockwave onto these units here is Matador says, I can kill off all these Chillin. It's living with 1 HP. You can't catch it. 5.3 speed in a dream. Matador got greedy. Oh, never mind. It died. Okay. Matador got greedy. But it died. Alrighty. Fire archers going down here as Mosca needs to pull all the way back to his main base. A great shockwave there from Matador. Early game, huge turnaround, deals with everything, charging in. He will be losing his Murmilla heroes if he's not careful. Good control, dodging everything up. Caladria on the top here with some nice healing, keeping everyone alive. Gets out, and he's going to be fine here. But I imagine a counter barracks is going to be needed, and he does grab it. Terma now on the way. This Matador searching up to the top side. He's going to be looking for any villager kills he possibly can. Did he? He totally dodged the Sky Lanterns there as the Miller coming around onto the side. Mosca very quick to react here. Now moving up to the top. Got to be careful because you're going to get potentially spotted here. The Chillin come forward, get some damage. They managed to kill both of the Caladria there. Wait, were they low HP or am I going crazy? It's 15 crush times 3. Chillin counter Caladria? 15. Quick math. That's 45. That's 90. Like 40. That's 150-ish damage, right? Onto the 80 HP Caladria. And it's hack damage. I didn't even know that. Was it the TC and the Pioneer? No. I mean, it's a ranged attack. Someone test it, please. Someone go into the... hang on. 100 HP with 5%. Yeah, it would. If it does hit the Collider, I'm pretty sure it one hits them. But I don't think you can target it. Okay, I don't know. Anyways, Sky Passage is now coming down for Matador. To the left. There's the Terma of Matador. Looking to charge in here and get some defense. But yeah, Matador here can just play a nice defensive game here. He doesn't have to really engage anything. He can just take the fights that he wants to take. There's a lot of fire archers out here at the moment for Moscow, which does mean like options of like catching this army out, Shockwave, Carnivora, those sorts of things are going to be on the table. So Moscow's got to be really careful with this army. My guess is you can't target the Caladria, but if it's in that 1 meter line, it does hit the Caladria. That's my guess. Anyways, enough of that. Divine Book's getting pre-queued. We are seeing Chillin's Blessing as well coming in. So it's going to be boosting up the Chillin's healing radius, and all the heals are going to come in a bit more quickly here. The Turmo searching for any little bits of raids they can find into the main base here. Moscow's Javelin is on the case. It's a dangerous place to be. The Javelin is will be able to get a little bit of damage off. The Turmo do outspeed them, so they're going to be able to get out of here. I would say they're able to get out of here without any losses, as he does manage to pull back. Onto this side, the Chillin's looking for some villagers to snipe. It's a dead even game right now. Both players equal on economy, equal on military. I mean, it's a 3 villager lead, but I mean, we say that's equal here because it's impossible to calculate Atlantean citizens versus pioneers or peasants and things like that. It might be incredibly close. But the one thing here I think that Matador has is, if he can get on top of this army, his Mamilo will carry him through. If Mosca can space, his fire archers will carry him through. Matador setting up, looking for anything as both players just continue pumping units. I mean, the simple play here, I think, and this goes against the narrative of this series, but the simple play here for Matador would be get watchtowers, get heroic age, and then have chaos so that he can charge in and kill off this army. Of course, there's vanish though, so that might not be an option. But still, at least you force the vanish out, and then you can do it again next time. There's little snipes coming through the Chillin. Got to be careful of running into those 3 Chillin, doing 15 hack damage a piece onto those Turmo. Might not kill them all, but it would half HP them. As the Carnivore comes down, Matador says, it's time to go. Shockwave onto this army here as the Mamilo's turning around. We do see the Vanish getting dropped, but a whole bunch of units here do not get vanished. Specifically those Chillin. And Mosca says, I got to get out of here. As this army of Matador looks too threatening. He's got a couple of units at the back here. All of this chasing might just be a bait. As he turns around, a whole bunch of reinforcements to come through here. And I don't think that Matador can take this fight. His Turmo can shoot and scoot a little bit here. But not a great turnaround there from Matador. Mosca does manage to push him back as the tug of war in this game continues along. A slight advantage now after the God Powers are all out for Mosca. He's up by 400, 500 resources. Caladria will be able to heal everyone up, but also the Chillin will be able to heal everyone up. His Watchtowers is now queued out. I mean, is there an armory? There is an armory for Matador. He has all of his armory upgrades. Mosca, on the other hand, hasn't really started his upgrades. Well, he has started them now. He's getting Pierce Armor now. As units coming over onto this side to knock off this position, but the citizens can simply just retreat and move over here. So no real problems there. I say this every time, but I'd love to see a citizen just moving up here. Just one citizen, just sneak up, sneak over here, so you don't have to. If the army comes over here and tries to deal with this, you're just fine. But here, of course, now Vanish is down, so Chaos is going to be on the menu. Chaos going to be on the menu, no problems. The Sky Passage gets knocked down. Houses going down and all the other good stuff as we are seeing a little bit of a raid coming into the center. Sniping down a Dow Swordsman is going to be at least a little bit of something here. And it does force these units back a little bit to start thinking about what's happening. No heroic age in just yet. We are seeing frontline heroics so that the Mamillas can get converted easily. And the units here of Moscow do sort of catch out the Atlantean army. But surely it's going to be a heroic age at the moment. You don't go full hero units here. You go heroic for that chaos. I imagine also for Contarius, things like that. It's the Mamillos charging over there. Mosca here does have a nice quick reaction over onto this side. El Matador finally hits up through Hyperion. Zakara Ballista does end up falling. And Matador pulls back into his main base. He's got his watchtowers here. It's not an easy thing to attack. The army... Oh, do we see any sort of units up here? No. There's a Sky Passage queued up as the citizen is sneaking over here. Does get spotted, but maybe not noticed from Moscow. Meanwhile, Murmillo's still charging after villagers in the main base, and Matador literally can just leave this. Of course, you don't want to lose the temple. Of course, you don't want to lose the manors. But there's no point in really taking a fight just yet. He's about to have chaos, which is going to change everything. However, there is a vanish to counter this. But then is there going to be another vanish to counter the next chaos? And the temple will end up falling. Another temple needs to get dropped down for the satyrs. There's a lot of resources going to be in the bank here. As the heroic age hits, the army pulls back. Contarius are queuing up. On the top, just see a cheeky little Sky Passages through. So now Matador is on the right and left of the map. So he can pop through his Sky Passages, harass this, come in this way, harass that, dropping a little palace up to the top. Upgrades coming through, heavy infantry, heavy range soldiers as well. So chilling, moving out, trying to deny everything that's on the map, but now heroic age in, and an immediate ballet getting dropped as the Murmillos poking their head forward. Can't quite drop through there just yet. Now, the most tense of moments is over. We're not going to be seeing this game ending, I don't think, for another couple minutes at the very least. The ballet is up. The upgrades are in. The economic upgrades coming through as well. Both players have defended. Cannot push in onto this ballet. There's going to be a forest protection. We see another palace coming onto this side. I'd love to see some destroyers getting mixed in. Town centers getting dropped. Securing more of the map. I mean, at the moment, Matador can just play a map control game. He's got the sides controlled. The only control that he needs in the center is like this gold mine and this gold mine. But these ones are both controlled. As the Mamillos splitting up. Multiple different positions here. Distracting over here. Mamillo over onto this spot, but the villagers will pull into the tower. Going after the villagers underneath the town center here, but he will have to pull out of here. Maybe trying to take out the town center is a little bit courageous. As the Mamillo's moving back up to the top, there are some Dow swordsmen here to defend. As Gong Gong is queued up now for Moscow. On the other side, all the units in the world tier for Matador. But that's a lot of resources in the bank there that he could be using for his own age up as well. As Matador says, oh, maybe we can take this fight now. Trying to get some damage done onto these units, pulling back. The Murmillos looking into the main base yet again. I mean, of course, if he can maybe snipe the town center, it's going to be an interesting position for Moscow. Moscow does get himself watchtowers there, though. As the units charging forward. Matador. Back and forth. We have got a little chilling over onto the left side. As the villagers just getting sniped. This is that economic damage that you need to do while your opponent's doing all this stuff. As you see the chaos coming down. Carnivora as well. And that is going to be Vanish. As Shockwave actually gets dropped down. That's an interesting one. I've never seen the Invisible Army getting Shockwave. But nonetheless, all the god powers counted. And Mosca back up to the top here. He will get his Mythic Age off. It's going to be some damage done onto this army. But I think, for the most part, the army that Matador has here is not that important to him. Like, I mean, you know what? He wants Contarius. He wants Destroyer. He wants probably even Catapultes for the next part of this game. There's an Imperial Academy for Moscow to come down. Wants that Li Jing. There's also going to be the Qinglongs to come through as well. The army making their way over onto this side. Gong Gong does come through here, splitting up the army. But Moscow is disciplined. He's getting attacked left, right, and center. This one Qinglong is going to be able to take down those Mamilos going after his temple. A little bit of a fight onto this side, but I think Matador really should be simply just running at this point. We are now starting to see some Arcus coming into the mix. Loses all of his units up here, unfortunately, but he is replacing them with some more high-quality units. Now 2 Qinglongs in. There's already a second town center up for Matador, so he is pushing himself in front on villages. He's up by 20 villages at the moment, which will help him with reproducing an army after the Great Flood. I mean, the other thing is, Matador doesn't really ever need to take a fight. You come and attack this, I'll just send half my units over here to deal with it. No problem. Heavy Cav now queued up. It's going to be 30 seconds here. Really don't want to take that fight until the upgrade is in. Terma over here can look for raids and things like that. So much gold in the bank as well. Matador could buy a whole bunch of food and go to the Mythic Age, get himself a whole bunch of upgraded units, go for his upgrade here for his heroes. Heroic Renewal. Terma coming through onto this spot, are getting spotted and dying as he tries to get onto the back line, trying to surround this army as we do have somewhat of a Great Flood. Can the Gondarius outrun? They cannot outrun, but they're only going to get carried away for a little bit. Not a lot of units falling there for Matador, as he does manage to mitigate the majority of the pain here from this Mythic Age. Military building-wise, Matador only 8 military barracks. This is always something that I find myself lacking in a whole bunch of different matchups. But we'll see if Matador can make it work. Town Center coming up now for Moscow. 3 dragons and a dream. Ideas of a sky passage over here, harassing the main town center with some destroyers. So many different cool ideas here now for this Aranos, because there's not anything else he has to worry about. No big god powers. He's got another chaos as well, so he can charge in here and try and make this happen as the Li Jing drops everything, gets those big specials out. Chaos onto the back line there as the front line charges through. Majority archers here against majority cavalry. You'd have to expect the cavalry to get a lot of value in this fight as the Qinglong flying overhead, waiting for that next special ability to clean everything here. But look at the differential on military. Never mind, he just lost everything. Never mind. Now Matador has to retreat. He needs to figure out how to deal with these Qinglong. They're a difficult unit to take out because they can move 360 degrees. They've got themselves 4.3 speed, which might not seem like a lot, but when you consider the units you need to build to take them out, well, you've got a 20 range hero Arcus, 4.3 speed, equal speed. So once you get out of range, you're not getting more damage done. Ballet up onto this side. Palace coming down over here. Helios pre-queued. Like I said, I want to see that Sky Passage. And I want to see a little cheeky Destroyer action here. Or even Contarius charging in here through the Sky Passage. Walls coming up all across this side now as well for Mosca. This is the best way to play against Aranos. You've got to get all the map walled off. Prevent those cheeky citizens from getting in. Which unit can't move? You're right. They don't get blocked by anything. That's what I mean by they can move 360 degrees. They don't bump into anything. Not even other flying units. You guys know what I mean. Don't make fun of me. Nonetheless, Helios now coming through as the Contarius into the main base here. A couple of Tiger Cavalry with no upgrades in. We are going to be seeing Last Stand, Heavy Cav on the way. More Qinglong coming through. As the villagers getting idled. Now, this is the big scary part for Mosca, is basically Matador idling the economy for so long, allowing him to maybe take less than ideal trades, but also he's going to get to full champion, full iron, and be able to do a bunch of stuff here. More Qinglongs coming out, but how many does he have now? He has 6 of these dragons. Okay, how do you beat these dragons? Let me throw you an option. Does this work on flying units? I believe it works on flying units. Vortex underneath. Hear me out. Vortex underneath the Qinglong. Chaos. And then snipe them while the chaos is going onto the Qinglongs. They can't run away then. Big brain. Caladro with some Pacify can be a nice little help here. It's the Li Jing getting that stun down, dropping the big pools of water onto everything, but doesn't really do a huge amount of damage to any of the hero units there. You do see Terracotta Riders called upon as Matador pulling back. Now, if he gets himself this technology as well, he gets an extra range on the Arcus. That can be a big help. The dragons coming back in for even more damage. She kills off all those Contarius, but he is losing units here without having access to, well, he has access to them, without having out those answers for the Arcus. Mosca's not really able to make much ground here. Plenty of opportunities to even jump behind this Sky Passage and start attacking over onto this spot. Problem here for Matador is he's about to run out of gold here. He does have these positions at the moment, but he's going to have to move around there. Of course, he can just Vortex, but we'll see if he can kind of make this happen. Walls over onto this side. Going to get taken out. The Contarius riding in here. Villagers pulling back. Be a little bit of damage done as the Qinglongs dropping down all that pain. The rest of these units there to hold on as the numbers are slowly deteriorating here. And Matador, with the eco lead, has himself all of his upgrades coming in. He has to be looking to secure something tangible in terms of an advantage in this game. 4 town centers, all the gold, killing off the entirety of the army and blocking and killing off this position. Any of that stuff would be so vital here. And Mosca can't really take these fights just yet. He needs to get himself to full population. In the main base, you're seeing random catapulties just being random. Love it. As the Chaos does get dropped down onto this army. Big Li Jing stun. Matador slowly breaking through. It seems, maybe not actually. There's no answer for the Tiger Cav right now for the front line, and they are so tanky. These archers just don't really do much versus them. As I say, they are slowly starting to fall. The town center finally coming up for Matador. He can also sneak through here and try and grab this town center. But there's another problem here for Moscow, which is about to run out of this gold mine. Sure, he's got the gold mine over here, but doesn't have anything set up on it. And he does have 1,300 gold in the bank. But again, this is a bit of a problem. The cheekiest of sky passes in the back there, but that will get spotted. And the citizen might show up on the minimap here. Does he notice it? It was there for a split second, but he is building it up next to these villages, though. Oop, he does notice. Wait, does he notice it? He does notice it. No, he doesn't know. But neither does Moscow. There is also still these vortexes, which he can use wherever he wants. And now it's 3 town centers versus 3 town centers. The gold is finished, but all Matador needs to do now as he charges forward with these hero archers. Where is he go? This is the thing. You just get pulled in. All of the heavy tiger cavalry can take out those hero archers now onto the back. A little bits of damage onto these villages. They're moving up onto this spot. We're seeing side builds coming through for Matador as these villagers over here trying to pull off of the farms. There's still a villager problem here for Moscow, by the way. He needs more income, and those villagers getting spotted is gigantic. Matador pulling back. He's so far in front, but he's just really struggling to get in and kill off these units, stunning onto all of the units there as immediately the Qinglong retreating. I think you just got a vortex, like I said, vortex underneath the dragons to kill them. I don't see, but then you get hit with the big fat thing, so you need chaos as well. Up onto the top, mirror towers coming through, trying to lock off all these gold mines. A ballet up onto this spot, 3,300 gold there. Matador does not want to give that position over to Moscow here. But does he have a choice? Hero Arcus trying to snipe those Qinglong, but you just can't do anything. A mirror tower is good. I mean, they cost 50 gold. They cost 5 favor. They do more damage than a tower. We do see a vortex up onto the top town center. Wants to kill this one off. He doesn't have any siege, though. He will pick off some villages. Not exactly understanding that one, but nonetheless, he does. Does he have any siege? Yeah, there's no siege, so the fortified town center is just going to sit there. The units coming through. It's 8 Qinglong here. But now, with the zoning from the Arcus, he does come in, does get a little bit of damage done onto them, but at least the Arcus will push them back for the time being. With a little bit of a help from the mirror towers, we'll be able to actually finish the town center. He's got so many resources here. Fortified town centers on the way. You can afford to throw these away a little bit, but the town center does end up falling. The market's up onto the top here for Moscow as he's going to want to start a trade route. It's going to be a difficult one to do. Hero Arcus trying to come forward, trying to take out more stuff. Matador, he's got 19 barracks. He's got plenty of infrastructure here. On the other hand, Moscow is mostly just ballet. He's got 2 military camps. He's got 3 machine workshops. Very difficult for him to actually spend resources. Villagers over here. Getting a silent. What are they doing? He pulls off the gold? As Moscow is just... He's in trouble here. Secret of the Titans getting called for Matador at the moment. That's a little bit of an attack over onto this side. Wouldn't mind seeing some of those mirror towers coming down over here as well. Almost enough resources for this Vortex Chaos play. Whether it works or not, I don't know. As he says, all right, into the main base here. Does he have some destroyers this time? He's got 4 destroyers, so the town center will fall pretty quickly here as long as he clicks onto it. But that's 9 Qinglong. As that army is just, I mean, he's still going after the town center. If he loses the majority of it. Finally, some Qinglong starting to actually fall, but as they fall, just getting replaced. You basically get, what is he getting? 1 every minute or so, right? Maybe 1.5 every minute at this point, and he's just not losing them. The town center does end up surviving here. Over onto this side, the towers are coming through, and in a tower versus ballet situation, I mean, obviously the ballet wins, but you're still not able to kill off or mine the gold mine until, I mean, there's only 900 gold here, so it's not that big of a deal. There's Matador trying to get some more guard towers up. I like this idea. If he can get over here and get some towers up to hit the trade route, that's going to be really, really difficult for Mosca. Mosca's coming over here. Little silo, grabbing the farms. He's down to 63 villagers here. Matador is just trying to kill him in every way he possibly can. I mean, of course, if he can kill the Qinglongs, that would be ideal, but it's just not happening. More guard towers coming through, trying to break through the gates, get onto the trade route. There's no gold left for... Matador knows there's no gold left for Mosca here. Charging over here, distracting, killing villagers. It's like, fine, kill off all my Kontaris if you want with your Qinglongs, but I can just kill off all your economy. There's a risky game here that Matador's playing. If he makes one misstep, he does charge in onto the villagers into this spot, trying to kill off even more. More towers coming up over onto this spot. Qinglong over here will take a little bit of damage, but they do have to pull back. Market will get denied. Trade route deleted. How much more gold does Matador have is the question. He's still got 4,000 gold here. Gets 11 Qinglong. 11 Qinglong. Now, at the very least, the towers are helping out to take down those flying beasts. Over onto this side, the Qinglong to manage to take out a couple of citizens here, but these are some pretty strong buildings here to help defend this position. Town center coming back up over here. Mosca might see an opportunity here to break through this and grab this gold mine for himself, which makes life very difficult for... No, it doesn't. Matador's got a crazy trade route. He's already up to 28 llama caravans. Not a problem for him. Petrification is a technology I wouldn't think I'd see getting built in a game like this. So the fire siphon comes through. That's going to be able to take down some ballet. And where to next? What can Mosca do now? I mean, he's got the dragons. It's like, it seems impossible to kill them. But he has nothing else. No trade route. Does he have a trade route in the top corner? Does he have any trade anywhere? He's got a couple of villagers on gold trying to just get anything in. And in that game, in that moment, Mosca does decide to tap out with still, with 10 dragons remaining, but just not enough to carry him through. Could not get the gold mines. Matador's map control. What a game here. What a series. What an end to the series. Matador gets the dub. Man, we're still in the group stages and these guys are going that hard. And an impressive game here from Matador. Checking out the post game. Look at the resource differential at the end. That tells such a huge story here. Kill loss. 457 to 259. The amount of value that Mosca was getting out of his army in this game. Of course, Tiger Cav beat Contarius. That's a given. Of course, Tiger Cav will be more expensive than everything else. That's a given. Villagers killed, though. 134. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Matador, but we've got more games to go. We're going to be jumping in now to the Mister versus Grass. They are raring to go. They're probably already started. Let's go and jump into their game. Alrighty. Let me just see what's happening. Okay. They are. All right, they're just gonna have the shortest of preps, but this is gonna be some fun. Everyone's waiting to see the Mister in action. Me too. But also, I'm excited to see what Grass is going to be able to do. He's been looking very solid. Alrighty, let's get this draft all sorted so you guys can have a little look-see. And then we'll look to jump into the game momentarily. Oh man, that game, that series was so good. What's not to like about Age of Mythology? You have myth units. You got crazy raiding. You got it all, man. You got map control. All right, let's jump over to the draft, see what's going to happen. Alrighty. Very interesting draft at this point. The Mister ace picking Isis. Grass ace picking Set. Ra being first band. We're back to Red Bull Wololo. Ra Egyptian absolutely broken. Mister then grabs himself Kronos as his first pick. We also see the Tsukiyomi band. Gaia, Zeus for Grass. Now Mr. grabs himself Nuwa Shenon. Grass takes Aranos Frere. Mr. takes Fushi Thor. And Grass says, all right, we'll finish the game with Odin. All right, guys. I'm actually not sure what's going to be happening if they're actually starting right away. Oh, they are already started. Okay, fantastic. So what I'm going to do here, guys, is I'm going to take the shortest of breaks. I'm going to grab run to the toilet, and then I'll be good. We'll be good to start in about 2 minutes. Be right back. Perfect timing. Let's go. Game number 1. All right. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's been a crazy day today. Some insanely high-level games have been played. But this is the man you've been waiting for. This is the series you guys have been waiting for this week. Me too. You don't get to see a lot of the mister. But when tournaments come round, man, does he deliver. As he spawns in to the bottom of the map as the blue Fushi. His opponent today. We just saw this god piloted to an incredibly high level. It's grass. He's in the red color. And he is playing Aranos. The map is Steppe. Game number 1. Best of 5. Group stages here. So whoever loses in this matchup, don't worry. You can still see a little bit more of them. That being said, top 3 from each group does promote to the playoffs. You don't want to be in the 3rd place because you lose your lifeline if you're in the 3rd place. If you're in the 2nd place or 1st place, it's fine. Let's have a look at the relics. Tawara Todder's Last Arrow. Plus 0.2 divine damage for your ranged attacks. Over on to the next one. We got that Ria's Crown over here. Town Center and Village Center. Wood and gold. Minus 10%. Over onto this side, it is the Tusk of the Iron Boar. Hit points plus 10% for the Cavalry. Huge relic there for grass. Absolutely huge relic there for grass. I can't overstate how huge of a relic that is for grass. I'll talk about it later. Next one. Hecate's Torch. Another gigantic relic for grass in this gun. All right. Why is it huge? Okay. Why are those 2 relics really big? So one Cavalry relic gives Terma extra HP as well, which does push them over the limit, I think, as to their effectiveness versus the Javelineer. Generally, I favor the Javelineer. But if I have an extra 10% HP on my Terma, ooh, that changes things. Of course, once the numbers get to being really big, you don't really want a lot of Terma anyways, or a lot of Javelineers. Once the numbers get to real big, everything's overkilling and the HP doesn't matter. But with the correct amount of Terma, the correct amount of Javelineer in an army, yeah, I think it's pretty good. And we do see the goats here moving right past this relic. I don't know if we are going to be seeing grass going for them or not. He hasn't perked up about it. He's just sort of wandering around. On the other side, Mister. He's spotted the relics himself. He's going to be heading up to the top here. He's just trying to get all the scouting information he possibly can. Seeing some goats here getting sent back home. We are going to be having Chi Yao actually coming through here for the Mister. I'm surprised on this. I am surprised on this. The reason I'm surprised is Zhuan Nu is just, it makes a lot of sense versus Aranos. But he decides Chi Yao, and maybe he's going to be playing for some very, very aggressive play with that lightning weapons. But every time lightning weapons gets clicked, you just shockwave and run. But maybe that's the idea, where you're just like, okay, I'm going to have that threat, therefore shockwave is off the table until I click this button, which I'm never going to click. And the Mister does grab himself this relic, and now he's the one in control. He gets the Tusk of the Iron Boar. Doesn't help him out in the Classical Age, helps him out a huge amount in the Heroic Age. He now gets to roleplay a little bit like Noir here, as a military camp getting dropped down immediately. The Pioneer coming up here to grab Hecate's Torch as well. And immediately, the citizens will start getting heroized as we see double counter barracks here for grass. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Mister is going Chi Yao, but he hasn't gone Chi Yao for Yatsu. He's going Chi Yao for Guaofu. He has 2 queued up. And this is my thought as well. I'm 100% on board with this. No need to pre-queue this. Every time you're looking at your resources and you see 10 favor, just queue one. Because you want the next one possible. And if you can build 2 at once, build 2 at once. And that way you always know where your favor's going. And you always get to make that decision as to, okay, do I put the favor into my villages or do I put it into my upgrades or whatever? You always get to make the decision. I think that's super important. Nonetheless, Javelineer's coming through. He's got himself up his military, or his Imperial Academy, ready to get that Najar in. And he's just going to be playing somewhat safe here as Grass with a lot of Terma here. A lot of Terma coming through for Grass at the moment as the Mister sitting back. Military camp coming down. He doesn't have the units just yet to defend this initial push. Powerful gets pushed back. The units here to at least defend for the time being. As the Mister is just going to hold. Does have to have the right units here. Like Javelineer, Halberdier makes sense. Promethean. Terma. Is he going to get the Promethean upgrade as well? Doesn't look like it. He's just spamming out those Valors. He has only 3 Oracles as well. As the Javelineer does manage to snipe a hero Terma there. Meanwhile, Alluvial Clay coming through from Grass. And that will help the survivability a bit of those guys. And the only problem is, with what Grass is trying, is that the Mister has got Najar, the Mister has got the Pioneers, the Mister has got the answers to these Terma. He does hold nicely over here as the units will trade blows. Yatsa comes through and does distract enough as another unit's getting picked off, and it's just a methodical defense thus far from the Mister. I don't think he's lost a unit just yet. Always distracting him with the Yatsa, getting some snipes off. Grass has to pull back, has to think about what to do next. Now the next movement is start mixing in a whole bunch of Mamillas. Now this is the scary part, I think, for what Mister's doing. He needs to scout. There was a game, one of the few games that Mister's ever lost was in this matchup. It was in Clash of Immortals. And what actually ended up happening was, I think it was against Tunison, and Tunison opened Terma in that one as well. And then he surprised the Mister with a huge amount of Murmillos after a bit of a fight. And this time, I don't think the Mister is going to be getting caught out in the same way. Machine Workshop down, there's going to be Fire Archers, and there's going to be an answer here. Mr. Najar now looking for little cheeky raids. One of the most incredible raiders in the game. Because you can get the damage done and run, and that damage still ticks down. And you can return in later and try and finish it off. Military differential, very, very close here as the Halberdiers trying to get in, trying to snipe. Got to this side, managing to get little bits of damage onto those Murmillos. Machine Workshop couldn't get completed any faster right now for the Mister. He definitely wants some Fire Archers in. But nonetheless, a very scary moment here for both players. Terma's getting tiny bits of damage as the Javelineers getting good return fire. Caraballister also starting to join in. Needs the answer for the Halberdier. Don't know if you need Caraballister in this situation. Against Dao, maybe. Against Halberdier, just that front line. Promethean, Murmillo is perfectly fine. As the Terma make their way over onto this spot. Sniping a couple of Pioneers would not go astray. Good control from the Mister. Always dodging perpendicular to those Terma, so they're going to be missing and all that other good stuff. Got the villagers now coming up onto this side, onto a gold mine. Have to remember, this is Aranos. Even though this Aranos of Grass is looking very much like a Kronos, you can just come up to the side, drop a Sky Passage, come over to the side, drop a Sky Passage. It can be very, very hard to shut that all down. The Terma poking forward. Little bits of damage here as the Yatsa dives in, gets another couple of kills in. And it's just like, these little kills, like, I think both players are getting tiny bits of damage done, but I feel like, I could be wrong, I feel like Mister is just ever so slightly spacing Grass and just slowly building up this military differential. And look at this army control. He's splitting up perfectly onto 3 different positions. Lightning weapons does come down. There's the shockwave onto the back end here. Pioneers take out those Prometheans perfectly. Najar charging through here as the Halberdiers do catch out the hero Karabalister. And all of a sudden, Grass's army looks to be falling here. Pioneers onto the back, sniping everything left, right, and center. There are still a very healthy amount of Prometheans here, though. So Grass might be able to get a decent amount of trade back. Once the Pioneers get close, then it's going to be a completely different story. As the Halberdiers chasing those Terma down non-stop. You can't shoot and scoot versus these Halberdier because of that Master of Weaponry tech. And I think we might be heading towards a pretty quick game number 1. As, I mean, the gold mine's going to be expiring soon. But we'll see if Grass can figure out a way back. He's charging in. Terma need to take out those Pioneers. Charges forward, trying to take down the Terma, but good control from Grass. He does say that there's just too much stuff here. Terma all dying over here. He's got nothing left. And in a game where you've got to be in control, losing that first fight is never ideal. But this is the thing about Aranos, and I'm surprised to see Grass playing it this way. This is the thing about Aranos. You never need to take a fight. Shockwave and run. Use the Sky Passage on the side. Raid. This is a very immobile army. If the army charges up here to attack you here, then maybe you have a Sky Passage over here, and now we can go into the main base or something. Those sort of ideas are so key, I think, for Aranos, but I don't think we really... I think Grass was role-playing as Kronos a little too hard here. Nonetheless, resources collected. Bit of an advantage for the Mister, but really it's just the military kill loss. 75-31. Absolutely brutal. Nonetheless, game 1 in the books. Move into game number 2 and see if Grass can figure out the Mister here. A big win for the Fushi and an unfortunate loss for the Aranos. Alrighty, moving into game number 2. And it's going to be on... I don't know what map, but it's Shenon versus Set. I imagine it's Marsh. Shenon for game 2. And Set for game 2. 1. Game 2. I don't. I think I've been... What's that matchup? Like, we just watched it basically. We watched like Matador playing Moscow and it was incredibly close. It was like a 40-minute game. I can't find the game room, guys. Can someone find me the... Oh, never mind. It's here. I just broke. Everything just broke again. I have to close my game. It's fine. I mean, I'm just telling you what I saw. So if you don't want to believe me that Aranos is a strong god and has the capabilities to beat China, then I don't know what I just saw, because I just saw it. Okay. I think we're just waiting for the players to ready up. Oh, they're already in. Okay, fantastic. We're going to have to wait for the timer, but that's okay. All right, we can talk a little bit about the matchup at the moment. I don't think I've seen this one very much, to be honest, recently. Shenon versus Set. So if you think about it a little bit, obviously you've got the really powerful Quaofu now to boost up that early game economy. I'm sure the Mystery is going to be taking full advantage of that. You got those farms to put up a second town center on a map like Marsh. I think we're on Marsh. I could be wrong. But yeah, I don't know what happens after the playoffs. Someone smart has to figure that one out. Basically, we want to create a playoffs where players of the same group aren't going to meet each other. So while the first four groups is going to be like group 1 versus group 4, they would meet each other at the start, right? And or they would be on opposite sides of the bracket, right? They'd be in different spots. You just place those like 1 and 4 would be on the same side of the bracket, and 2 and 3 would be on the same side of the bracket. The rest of the bracket is like, it's all about making sure that the matchups are different. That's the most important thing. So yeah, I have to basically look at the results and then decide. Or I have to go and figure out how other people do it and then just do that, which is probably what will end up happening. Mr. is up 1-0 here. Alrighty, just about to get into. I didn't even get into talking about the matchup. I don't even know. I guess you've got like a whole bunch of the animal grabs from the set. You've got sort of fast heroic for chariot archers. You've also got the Slings of the Sun slingers as well, right? So Dar Slings of the Sun slingers seems really good at the moment. That's definitely on the cards here for grass. So I guess we'll have to wait and see what the situation is going to be as we get into game number 2. Alrighty. In the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Shenon, it is the Mister. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Set, it is Grass. Now we are on the map Marsh. I called it right, yay! Alright, over onto this side, there is some relics. There's going to be 6 of them on Marsh. Eye of Horus, boosting up the population of town centers by 4. Flank of Empress So, a little bit of extra crush vulnerability, protection for the buildings. Or a little bit less vulnerability to crush, I should say. Oseberg Wagon for the cheaper and faster caravans. Harmonious Necklace with a big boost to gold. Some really nice relics on this one. And finally, Black Lotus. Nothing that's super game changing, but some really nice relics to help you out. Okay, let's think about this in terms of what you could actually go for as the set. So first and foremost, I don't think you should really bother with the fast town centers on this map. Getting out 5 priests early and just starting to convert all the animals, that makes the most sense. So if you can get like 4, 5 priests out, getting animals, your opponent is going to want to try and shut that down then. So you're probably going to be wanting to throw a barracks down as well for some early spearmen or slinger or something to sort of defend against whatever comes your way, so you can actually get the animal conversions. And then you can think about town centers a little bit later. Alrighty, we've got ourselves pickaxe coming through for grass nice and fast. Not really surprised where that's concerned. Up onto this side, already up to 2 Quaofu. And he will be dropping his temple next, following that up with potentially another Quaofu. I've been saying the Mr. What was the Mr. saying? Saw him writing in Twitch chat a little bit, on Discord a little bit. There's a little bit of hype around the 4 Quaofu build, where you up at like 5 minutes or something with 4 Quaofu. But the Mr. just like slapped back and said, why would you do that when you can just go 3 Quaofu and put a town center down? Well, I mean, obviously the answer is because you don't want to put a second town center down. But nonetheless, he does get himself that 3rd Quaofu. He will be advancing quickly. And the question is, does he actually want to go for that second town center in this matchup or not? The town center at the top, not looking the best. Obviously he's got some amazing gold mines down the bottom. But this town center, maybe you can drag the boards underneath the town center and it's fine. You can drop a earth wall here just onto the tower to sort of give him this gold mine that he can move over and start mining early game. So it could work. It could be fine. On the other side, it is going to be a Anubis from grass, which might be a little bit of the oldish meta. I still think Anubis is strong, don't get me wrong, but in this I'm like rhyming a little bit too much. What is happening here? The thing that seems to be, specifically for like these types of matchups where you've got infantry as a problem, the thing that's been buffed and is quite strong again here, especially against infantry, is that Slings of the Sun and Slinger and Thar with that electron bullets. So going for both of those and having access to slingers can be really, really important. On top of that, you also get some help for the spearmen against fire archer, which is much needed inside of the leather frame shield, whereas you don't really need the boosted damage for the spearmen. Meanwhile, Hal 2 now in. And the Cheongchi out. Going to be looking for a little something here. And we do have... Ooh. That's not the earth wall I thought we were going to see. Puts it onto the front of the tower. Doesn't really secure a gold mine. Doesn't even protect his actual economy on the back here. And we see Grass just walk forward and say, hello there, sailor. This town center shall be mine. He'll have to drop a Plague of Serpents here. If he doesn't want to... I mean, I guess the boards could be somewhat of an answer. But he's not going to drop Plague of Serpents. Villagers getting pulled back. Anubites, excuse me, charging forward as the Mr. trying to get his value out of all of this. And his Pioneer will lose one that doesn't quite manage to take the Priest down as it lives with a little bit of HP, and the Town Center on the front for Grass does end up finishing here. And now the Mr. has to go, ooh, what do I do now? He's pumping out Quaofu. And he looks like he's going for a Town Center. However, there are 2 Anubites up here already. The Pioneer's searching. He is going for the Cheongchi in the main base. A little bit of a retreat necessary there as the Quaofu coming through. And Grass here will notice it. He's got the baboon there. As the town center will start to go down. But the Mr. very quick to react. His Pioneers out of position here. A barracks to come down. And this early game If you had to give it advantage to someone, you would have to say that's advantage Grass. He's got the forward town center. He's got his barracks up. He's denied the second town center of the Mystic here, as the Mister was not in he was not in the right position to do anything there. The Quailfu now have been spotted attempting to leave their base to move on to this town center, but not going to be happening here just yet. Meanwhile, a new bite over here will get greeted by a couple of pioneers, so we'll have to leave, and the town center will finally begin, which does mean the villager differential has basically been equalized. Of course, the Mystery is going to continually get himself Quailfu throughout this game. He's just pumping them. He's got himself already 5. There was an option of dropping Plague of Serpents on top of the Pioneers there to deny this for even longer, but Grass not wanting to go for that one. I'd love to see him move over here and actually kill off the boars or something, or try and snipe the boars. Nonetheless, chilling in with a couple of spearmen, charging forward. Going to lose that Anubite there, unfortunately. Nice play from the Mister. Good focus fire. And Grass to pull back for the time being. Also see everyone on this spot already grabbing secondary gold mines. Love it. And Grass gonna come over here. Get himself a little bit more food, as he is already up now to the heroic age through Nephthys. So he is ahead of the curve right now. As the Mister... Does he have a market down? Armory? No market, no armory. He's trying to get himself his own heroic age in as fast as he possibly can here. Scouting out everything over onto the left side. I mean, I guess he doesn't want to bother with these relics. But still. And then where to from here now for Grass? Now the thing is, if you go fast heroic, now this is where like the reactionary decision making all comes in Age of Mythology, right? If you go fast heroic and your opponent goes fast heroic, now we have a decision to make in terms of which way we're going to go. We don't have to go aggressive. We don't have to spam units and go kill your opponent. You can say, okay, well, you teched a little bit. I can also tech now again. So it could just be that we're going to be seeing a nice quick Mythic Age here from Grass, as the Mister getting punished for being on this second gold mine. Just said the Pioneers are out. Did he lose a Quailfu? That's kind of big. Now, Heroic Age is through for Grass. He's going to be dropping his Migdol Stronghold on the front. Oh, I like this play even better. Huge attack in the Heroic Age. Through onto this spot to lock off these gold mines and even be able to pester this. Meanwhile, he's got... Well, I don't know if he's going to be able to stop it over here, but still. Great map control idea for Grass. Siege works as well, so looks like Grass might actually be thinking maybe we can go for a really big push here. He's making some camel riders. And it is Rush All actually for the Mister. No, not actually. He's playing Shenon. He doesn't have access to Gormang. Okay, here you go. I thought he was still playing Fushi from the first game. All right. Elephants coming through. Siege towers. More spearmen on the way. No, the crocodiles are saying, no walls, sir. Get out of here. Oh. Does matter. Kill the other crocodile. A couple of spearmen do get spotted over here as the Mister is going to put a stop to anything going wrong on this top side. But this does now mean all of these buildings on the back are way open for the pickings. This siege tower is going to pay for itself in spades here. As the relic will drop out. Also going to miss out on that Baihu for a little bit. But the Mister needs to play some really, really good defense now. What has he got in his army? He's got 2 halberdiers, 6 fire archers. A lot of economy. Both players have a lot of economy though. So there's no advantage there, especially if there's like a monument. Actually, Grass isn't using his monuments at all to help make his life a little bit easier in this game. Wait, has he detached all of this as well? Oops. He has. Oh no. All of this is no longer giving the Mr. favor income either. Is Nepti coming through? Needs that for any sort of myth units that are going to start coming out. See a temple up onto the top? Yes, we do. Oh, it's not a... As the Baihu is in. Also see a little cheeky Tawu as well. And slowly but surely, this earth wall will get erased here. Where's the siege tower? Let's go this way. Camel Rider's going to split up to the top. I'd love to see a dock. Just one dock. My life for a dock. And a little cheeky Mig dog comes through as the Baihu has been spotted. Immediately gets targeted down. Priest Pharaoh en route, but this one not playing. This one as well. Not playing a game here. That's the Baihu. Can turn around and take a villager down. But then he's going to take a whole bunch of damage for it as well. Nom nom nom. And then run. As the Mister is just like, yeah, you kill off my wolf. This is buying all of the time I need it to buy. And now the army is now out for the Mister. He's ready to push back. And Grass here does get... There is a big Fey Beast getting dropped down onto these units. Is that going to get... He will get 2 kills. The other one's going to be able to pull back. Maybe keep themselves alive from that poison. As Mr. does get a little bit of value on the return fire here. Fire archers to take down the town center. Couple of barracks coming up for Grass as well. Now Plague of Serpents and Ancestors to come through, and the Mister says, all right, let's get out of here. We got what we wanted. Let's use that Tawu nicely there, but now it's slowing down his army. And Grass is getting a lot of big kills on the back here. We do see the double farms getting dropped down, and the Mister's going to try and just stop it on these farms. Nonetheless, Terracotta Riders also gets called upon as the Mister forced to take a fight here. Tao Wu can yet again do his little run around, but I don't think there's enough army here for Grass at the moment. The Terracotta Riders searching. They've all got 1 HP each, but like if you get on top of some villagers and you get the time there, like they could easily kill a villager. Easily. A little cheeky ballet for the Mister as he wants to try and get himself sorted on another gold mine as soon as he can. Maybe pushing over here to grab this town center. Oh, never mind. All the riders are dead. Who's still going after villagers here, but the Mister gets his Vil kill and unfortunately leaves his Baihu to die. He's going to try and break through onto this spot, but he does need some siege. Watchtowers coming through, shaft mine coming through, siege crossbows. Grass on the other hand. He's got a really nice army out now. Chariot archers, spearmen. Got a couple of priests to deal with the myth units as well. And at the moment, there's not really an answer for these chariot archers. Not until the javelineers start coming through. But that being said, the spearmen don't really do anything here either. So, nonetheless, siege towers are actually tanking up a huge amount of stuff here. We see another cheeky little earth wall. Take one of the siege towers and start knocking this down. It's totally fine. Grass here breaking through as the Mister's army will be able to clean up that front line, but he has no answer for the back line as the villagers to come through, snipe down the siege towers nicely. On the backside, one bang and wall dead at the moment, but the Mister gets his earth wall up. His second one up. Probably not an ideal spend of favor there. He probably wanted to save that for the Mythic Age. But nonetheless, he's now got a little bit of another earth wall that is going to be really, really nice for him to just hold for a delay for even longer. The Qinglong over here does spot some villagers going crazy on this gold mine, and it's going to be able to put a stop to that as it does 2-hit these villagers, kind of. Meanwhile, a couple of White Horse Cavalry on the case as Grass has no walls set up, which does allow these White Horse Cavalry to do a lot. As he does do the... Give Mister the old 1-2 there. Fake him right, go left. He does still lose a couple of villagers, but good defense from Grass. He's still trying to push his way through over onto this side. Qinglong comes forward. Gets that big amount of damage onto the back line, but he doesn't pull back fast enough there, and he will end up losing that one. And these White Horse Cavalry are just going to be splitting up all over this place. The thing is, like, the Mister's economy is just going bananas. All of these raids are giving him so much advantage here. Whereas Grass, I'll say it again, 1 dock, a transport ship, and he would have been able to get so much damage onto the Mister. That's what this map is all about. I don't care about the food. I don't care about the gold mines, the towns, none of that. It's about the docks. Transport ship shenanigans for forever. Grass trying to break through this wall of units. The Javelineers now going after the Chariot Archers. You've got to shoot and scoot backwards here. Mister is just finding so much value. He's raiding villages left, right, and center. As the Chariot Archer numbers are dwindling. Fire Archers to kill off that front line. He pulls back ever so slightly. Just literally zero control from Grass in that moment. And the Mister just cleans everything. Now, Mister's got a ton of food in the bank. He might want to just move over and grab this gold mine next if he feels like it. He's sneaking this gold mine in the back corner. Have a little cheeky look at some eco upgrades here as Mister's got himself nearly every upgrade that he could want. On the other side, Grass has got himself shaft mine, no hand axe, classic Grass fashion. Once upon a time I heard that Grass doesn't like economic upgrades. He doesn't think they're worth it. As Mister, yet again, looking for raids while all of this damage comes through. These are completely unupgraded cavalry. They're just like, yeah, I'll just send them after the villages. Meanwhile, I'll charge in and take down the Chariot Archer. You are now seeing some slingers joining in. And this does beg the question. There was a time where I was hearing the best composition against China was Elephant Slinger. Obviously, you need those electron bullet slingers, and you also need the slingers of the sun. But maybe, even without it, it could be a nice way to go. Now, Mister's moving up to the top side. He can sell food if he wants. Looks like there's already been a little bit of selling going on in this game. So Mister's now got himself out some pretty nasty siege crossbows to try and take out siege towers and all the other stuff over here. There's that Jutsu. I want to see, does he use the special? I've been turning the special off because it just stops the damage. Or at the very least, using it manually out at the back and then charging in with it. There's only 2 priests at the moment, so he doesn't. Never mind. A little bit of special, a little bit of damage to come through onto this front. Basically, this unit here, you want to, as soon as he starts taking damage, you just run it. But if you get one little whirlwind off, that's huge value. But of course, he does die very, very quickly here, so you do have to be careful. especially when they have that many range units. They're onto this side. Ballet going to be going down as the villagers have to come over here and start shanking. Onto this side. Man, villagers are just dying left, right, and center for grass, but he has held on. Ballet going down up onto this side. And the Migdol stronghold for grass will be falling next as those White Horse cavalry taking down all the slingers over there. There's more White Horse cavalry, more Wuzu Javelin here. Another... Ooh. Am I wrong on this? Is he going for the woodline or is he going to go for another earth wall? Surely not. Surely he doesn't go for another... I don't believe it. I don't believe he'll go for another earth wall. Okay, another ballet, however. Market coming through. Chariot archers. Getting sniped over onto this side as the siege crossbows. He's going for another earth wall. How many earth walls does the man want? This is his third one. He can grab his town center fine. Villagers just dying left, right, and center. Now seeing a little bits of raids, retaliation raids from grass, but the Mister does prove to be too strong here. And this was scary for a moment here. All the gold on the bottom and grass's decision to come down here was so good. But he sort of just stopped. And Mister was able to just quell the pain, got himself in a good position, had units out, and it was all difficult, all uphill there for grass. I do think that was a big opportunity to get over onto this side and hit this gold mine. I don't know if grass even knew that gold mine was there, but just a dock, transport ship get in here, hitting villagers on this back line near this town center, on that food situation. All that stuff would have been really, really nice here for grass. It was a nice try. Really, like, early game couldn't have been played any better for grass. Denied the town center for ages. Completely had the Mister in a bind there, but just could not quite figure out how to translate that advantage to a bigger one. And Mister could grind himself back in, and then once it was equal, Mister's raids just too strong. Villager differential here. You look at this this graph here, and you see 52 villagers killed. If you ever have 52 villagers lost, chances are you're going to have a pretty challenging game, as the resource differential does tell the story. Nonetheless, we'll move into the draft and see where they're going to go for game number 3. Alrighty, so our third game, we'll see if grass can get a revenge win here, or what's going to be happening. Our third game is going to be another Chinese god. The Mister is just saying, guys, China OP. Let me just pick all the China gods. It's going to be a Nuwa versus Zeus. Alrighty. I think it might be a water map, though. That does change things a little bit, right? Come on, guys. That's supposed to be a win, not a skull. Where's my lobby? How good is a pro player like the Mister compared to a normal player? It's a big difference. He's very, very good. Very, very good. Alright, these guys are going to just be in the game lobby for a little bit. I'm going to fill up my water. I'll be right back, and we'll set the timer and jump into game number 3, which might be Nuwa versus Zeus on Mirage. I'm not sure what the map is. Wow. Alrighty, we got ourselves about 2 minutes and a half to wait. So get yourself strapped in for game number 3. We'll see if Grass can strike back here. Why only Chinese? Well, he's probably got plans for each of these gods for each of these maps, right? And it just so happens that Grass has picked the maps that China is good on so far. Like, Fushi on Steppe makes perfect sense. Shenon on Marsh makes perfect sense. Nuwa on Giza, Ghost Lake, or Mirage. They haven't been telling me what maps they're playing on, but that also makes perfect sense. Isis works on Mirage though. Isis works on Giza. Kronos on those maps also very good. Wait, is there actually? There is actually. Holy crap! I didn't realize there was another series after this. Recon versus Nyan after this. Let me just write this in here. Actually, all right. Matt, Trias versus Mini Yeti. If we've got the next series, I was actually going to cast it next, but yeah, I forgot that we have Recon. Wait, do we? Am I going crazy? I thought that was tomorrow. Is it Sunday today? It absolutely is. No, it's definitely right now. Okay. Yeah, we'll do Recon 9 and then we'll do the Matrius Mini Yeti game tomorrow as a recorded game. Because they've already played. I don't know what the results are. I'm going to try and stay away from the results. But we'll do those tomorrow. And there's a whole bunch of games happening tomorrow as well, right? Okay. Game. Looks like game number 3 is actually on the map Ghost Lake. So, yeah. Let's get it. Okay. In the left-hand corner of the map, the Mister Nuwa. In the right-hand corner of the map, Grass as the Zeus. Yes, the map is Ghost Lake. And this is currently 2-0 right now for the Mister. He is currently undefeated in this tournament. He might be the only... Well, I don't want to speak too soon. No, Recon is also undefeated. I think Rappel might also be undefeated. They might, but they've only played this. This is well, he might be the only undefeated player with 2 series having been played thus far. I'm kind of interested right now. I want to know. I want to know. We do see a pretty interesting opening here from the Mister. He actually drops himself the early creation down, so he gets a little bit more food income. Also drops the silo here, so he's going to be able to get the favor in. And is he going for an immediate Qualfu? Looks like he isn't. He's going to go straight for the temple, and he's going to go for the Qualfu chieftain straight away. Actually, who is undefeated? I need to know. The Mister with the Mister Recon Rappel. That's it. There's literally 3 people currently with 0 losses. Crazy. Let's go. All right. Temple coming up for grass and all the other good stuff. You know, I got the Qualfu Chieftain to come through as well for the Mister, and I do believe he's going to be going for... Wait, does he have the temple? Yeah, I do believe he's going to be going for an extra Qualfu as well behind all of this. Did I check the relics out already? Trojan Gate Hinge. Tiffing Angdentia's sword. A little bit of healable hero lifesteal. Katara of Apollo, making the villagers move a little bit faster. And Zhurang. A little bit of wall regen. It is also a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake, so defensive play here tends to be the stock standard. You tend to go far second town centers here. But we'll see, as everybody likes to surprise me. Villagers making their way over onto this side as the Qualfu doesn't actually come through. He decides to advance first. Oh yeah, wall regen on the how to make life even harder. I've never thought about that. That sounds awful. This is really, really strong for the Nuwa, for sure. Orcs getting taken out. Pioneers pioneering. We do see how to... It looks to me like we are actually going to be seeing yet again another very interesting earth wall. It does protect his villagers on the town center, so he can go for this one no problems without getting any harassment. But... And it's so unasymmetrical. I hate it. This earth wall, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. We'll see if he's at... I mean, he's got a lot of wood in the bag. He's not throwing any buildings down just yet. Defending the Minotaur from any early game harassment. And this gold mine's open, but both of the gold mines are open, but doesn't even matter. Qualfu onto the back gold mine, into the main base here. The villagers are going to be going for a far second town center. Did I say unasymmetrical? Did I mean it's just not symmetrical? Look, you guys watch me for my my good looks and my my humor, right? Not for my ability to speak the English language. I'm Australian. I can't English at all. Good looks is also kind of questionable as well. Anyways, Hero Qualfu now going to come over here and drop the town center. Oh dear. Alrighty. It is going to be a bit of a boom off. So the question here is, what is the most efficient way to play this next stage of the game? Now, for me, if I ever see these sort of situations and I'm thinking, okay, he's put a wall here. And let's say I'm thinking from Grass's perspective. He's put a wall here. There's gold mine here. There's gold mine here, right? The food is all open up the top. Well, this is an opportunity to build some units and look for some pressure to prevent that from ever being a thing to worry about. There's food behind here. Go around this way. Harass. Of course, the villagers can move off of this food, but still you can attack it and idle it. So it's worth building units here. Rather than rushing to the heroic age so you can get access to the more premium Peltas straight away that isn't even that important. You're always going to be wanting hoplites here. So making some hoplites makes some sense. On the other side here for the Mister, he sees the town center. He sees villagers over here. He knows there's hunt on the back here, so he can go and attack that. He is going to be making some units, and he does realize that there's going to be a little bit of weakness to some hoplites to come his way, so he makes some fire archers. But, I mean, for the moment, and this is the problem, right? When the villager moves over to this food over here, well, that's where you go, all right, what do we do against that? And that's why the units come through. That's why these pioneers are ready to go. Heroes have got themselves that Trojan Gate hinge, so keeping that away. Oop, so to put it in here. Zhurang is in this temple as well. What is it with pro players and not putting temples in their relics in their temple? What is that? I don't understand. Couple walls to come down as well over here. It looks like it might be. Looks like it's going to be in time. Now he puts it into the temple. Over onto this side. Stable. Market. Stable. 2 stables here. I actually quite like the idea of a couple of stables. It's the bolt onto the Cheongchi onto the back here. But maybe just one stable to build a couple of Hippias, scare your opponent off, force out some halberdiers. Immediately the Mister sees this and he goes, oh, you're building stables? All right, I'll build some halberdier. Now, you don't have to build any units out of these stables. As he does drop a couple of archery ranges as well. A couple of archery ranges as well. You don't have to build anything out of them. That can just be bait. When you're playing against a player of the Mister's caliber, one thing that I think he has, I don't know if you call it a weakness, but he's already reacting to something that Grass hasn't done. Now he is starting to build the cab. He doesn't have to. That's the thing. You could say, okay, you're going to go into halbs now. Okay, we just go watchtowers and we go next stage. And now we can start thinking about Peltas and we can start thinking about hoplites. We are actually going to be seeing the heroic age come through. So Apollo on the way. No watchtowers just yet. An armory getting dropped down onto the back. No military academies just yet from Grass, but looks like he might be losing his temple. On the other side, Mister, he's kind of like, he's really pumped out a lot of halberdier here. If I'm Grass, I just don't build another. I don't build another Hippias. In fact, he cancels the Hippias. He cancels the Hippias, and he has managed to. I don't know if he's managed to bait the Mister at the moment, but the Mister's halberdier are useless here. That being said, there's no units in for Grass at the moment, as all the relics drop out. Surely you go in and steal those. That you have the pioneers there. Minotaur gets brought home, dies. I'm pretty sure he was waiting up the top here as well. Would have been a really nice place for him. But nonetheless, heroic age in now for Grass. Mister with lots and lots of gold in the bank. He can buy food if he wants to. He has got a market. I imagine he will buy some food. Get straight to the next age. And he's going to be good to go here. Is the wall on the back going to be getting taken down? Meanwhile, Gormang on the way now for the Mister. On the other side, a whole bunch of hoplites coming through. Got some, still making hippies. I don't like hippies. Just don't build any hippies. All of those, you've just got a whole bunch of wasted units here with those halberdiers. They're just not going to do anything. Hoplites, peltast. Play for the next sort of unit, which is going to be cavalry, right? Always cavalry coming from Nuwa. Nuwa is the cavalry specialist. Maybe if you're going to build anything out of those stables, you're building Prodromus here. Nonetheless, the military differential slowly starting to tick up. 3.3k, 2.2k for Grass here. I have to check this. He is grabbing this technology now. Divine Light, but that's the relic one, right? We see a temple. There is the temple up. Are these relics just not even worth grabbing anymore? Not even for the free favor? Nonetheless, Mister's now got himself a third talent center. He's in the heroic age. He hasn't really managed to do a whole lot of damage or economic damage, but he does have a small villager lead created by those Qualfu. Now that both players have hit the next stage, it's 5-6 villager lead. Underworld Passage coming down, and this could erase this villager lead here as the Forest Protection does get dropped down. And the Qualfu hero, is it going to fall? Tao Wu there with the big save comes through. Absolutely huge, but Grass gets a little bit of damage done here. He needs to be careful not to overstay his welcome. He is on top of Forest Protection. Just going to hit these units every so often as Grass pulls through his Underworld. He can now pull up to the top side and actually take out the Ballet and the Town Center. Picking off some villagers down onto the bottom side here. The hoplites charging forward. Villagers retreating back, but you've got to be careful here. I don't think Grass wants to stay on this spot. And he does pull back. He's going to lose a couple of hippies for his trouble there. And the Heracles as well. But nonetheless, a little bit of an equalization there. No more heroic age god power though from Grass. But he does get out that Forest Protection, which does allow him to come up to the top and attack these positions. It's the White Horse Cavalry doing their thing. It's the ballet, out of the ballet. Smack, smack, smack. And now Grass says, maybe I can move up here. There's no fire archers at the moment over onto this spot, so the hoplites to charge in here is going to be really, really good for him. And he will be able to take out this position, the Hippias. Pull back. Hoplites can turn around and start dealing with this. We do have a Terracotta Riders to come through as a forward fortress getting dropped by Grass. Says they better pull back. He does still have Restoration in. Fire Archers are going to be making their way over here, but we do have Peltas now through. As Grass is saying, all right, let's get ourselves out the Petropolis. It's a 10 villager lead, 3-2 town centers. Units onto the bottom side, just making sure nothing's going on down the bottom of the map. The Petropolis will now slowly start taking this position out. Got to be on top of that Petropolis, though. At the White Horse Cavalry will come through and take that Petropolis out. That's a lot of resources to just throw away there. Nice play. Immediate reaction from the Mister and Grass. I don't think he'll make that same mistake. He's going to stay much more close. Much closer to his Petropolis. As now the control is so important here. Peltas coming through. Restoration to come through as well. As the Petropolis do manage to be kept alive here. Mister pulls back. Tao Wu charging in, but the heroes are on the case as the ballet gets sniped. Hippias charging through. They've got to get on top of the fire arch. Doesn't matter. The Peltas are in as Grass now has to face another Forest Protection as Mister calls upon that one with the next 100 favor. Nonetheless, the Terracotta Riders coming through here, trying to break in onto this spot. There's more Manticore coming in, and this is looking incredibly difficult for the Mister to hold. Does he have a ballet up? There is a ballet getting built. on the bottom side. That's it. Oh, he's got another one somewhere else. I don't know. He's getting one built over here. He doesn't have any real horse production at the moment, as Gong Gong is coming through. Now, that being said, there is still a villager advantage here. The Mister doesn't necessarily need this position, and I think this ballet here, he's going to regret having built it there because it's going to immediately get taken down by the Petropolis. Now, Grass, on the other hand, is leaving for some reason. And there is a world where you just run in with your White Horse Cavalry and life is good. As Mister's cavalry do get spotted in the middle of the map. Takes a lot of damage from them. They're all nearly dead, so even if they do charge in and kill some villagers, it's not going to be a big deal. There's a Hippias coming through up to the top. Another ballet coming through for the Mister. Let's have a little cheeky economic upgrade. Check. Irrigation. Check. Shaft mine. Missing bowsaw. On the other side, every upgrade, except for the farm upgrade, is he's only just started farming. I'm sure those will come through immediately. But sometimes we see players of all calibers forgetting their plow until they look to go and grab irrigation. Nonetheless, the ballet up. And Grass ready to start harassing this ballet on the left side. The fire archers do predict this little movement. So I think the ballet is going to survive for the time being here. This one up the top, however, might not be so lucky, as Grass does lose a whole bunch of hoplites before deciding to retreat. To the center of the map, a couple of units falling there. Town center getting grabbed by Grass as he says, okay, let's keep going. It will be a Mythic Age, though, for the Mystic. He's going to have himself this great flood. And he does drop it on top of the villagers here. He wants to keep his ballet alive. Not sure exactly how far that was up, but that was not one of those massive game-breaking Mythic Age God powers. Grass has still got full population. Doesn't have his town center. He can go for it now. I think he should just go Mythic Age. What are his upgrades sitting at? Yeah, just straight Hephaestus. Get the big units out. Get full iron, and he'd be in a good spot. I mean, he can go Mythic Age still now, but he's decided to go Hera. Okay, Hera does make some sense, but you really, especially versus Nuwa, not so much versus Shenon, not so much versus Fushi. Reason being is Li Jing is less good than those other Mythic Age heroes at dealing with the Medusa, which is a great answer for units like the Tiger Cat. As the Qinglong comes forward, does end up getting sniped there by all those units. Into the main base. White Horse Cavalry going after these villagers as they make a little break for it into the corner. There is one villager awaiting her fate. There's the town center up on the left side there for the Mister. He's searching, but there's nothing over here. One little bit of black spot. Of course, it's always the one little bit of black spot. It's the Hippias to take a little bit of a fight here, but they cannot win that fight. Gold mine on the top here has expired. There's a couple more gold mines over here, but realistically, you've got to start thinking trade route now. This game is going to be, I imagine, this game is going to be going the distance here. They've got 3 town centers. Both players have got a full army. There is a lightning storm available, but there's a lot of economy for the Mister. He's taking a lot of units down here as well. There's Metropolis to clean up the top. A trade route up the top here is fine. Down the bottom here is fine. Finishing up that gold mine is going to be vital there as well, as the ballet gets slapped down by the Mister now. He says, I want this position. Let me take it. However, the army for Grass coming back, and the Mister a little bit out of position. He's trying to get some damage done. He doesn't see the army coming through. And Mythic Age now in. One Medusa spawns, immediately starting to get targeted down there. And she is too much, it seems, for those horse cabs. Onto the top side, hoplites pulling back. The Mister is spreading his army as much as he can to prevent any of this as we do see little cheeky Quailfu hero coming through. Got to target the Quailfu hero. He builds so fast. 15 seconds remaining. No attention being paid by Grass at the moment. 7, 6, 5. Terracotta Riders coming through. You have to just turn and attack that, right? They die so quick. As the ballet does end up coming through here. And Grass has got to be kicking himself for that one. And Fortress up onto the top side here. About machine workshops, ballets, everything getting slapped all over the place. There's how many archers to take down a ballet? It's going to take a long time there. What is Grass saving up for? He's at 155 population. He's not spending his resources. Upgrades coming through. Does get himself the fortress, so I mean he can get whatever he wants in here, like a Heliopolis to clean this up. Quailfu hero off to the corner here can look for some side builds or something, a whole bunch of towers. Just trying to steal as much of this gold mine as he can. Move on to this side, villagers getting harassed as the Tiger Cab hitting everything. This gold mine as well has been pushed off. There's the Mister coming back up with his White Horse Cavalry looking for things to take out. Is there any siege over here? Sooner or later, I'm sure there's going to be that axe cart coming through. That's such a strong unit to break through this. There's still a lightning storm, mind you. There's still a big amount of help for Grass in this game. But he needs answers for Champion Tiger Cab. He's got Peltax, he's got Toxotes, he's got Manticore. None of these units are effective in this scenario. He's literally just attacking everywhere as the lightning storm finally is forced out by the Mister. And now he can group back up after this. He's going to lose a couple of units, but does he lose everything? No, he's still at 4K. The army here does manage to push back. Metropolis can start dealing with the ballet here and all the other good stuff. But over onto this side, Hoplites coming out, meeting their death immediately here. Yeah, I mean, Grass needs some sort of answer to this. He's just got 75 villages. He's not able to get himself economy in. Just kind of getting outrated at the end of this game. Not able to get that damage done back onto the Mister. Another ballet coming down for the Mister as the ballet on the front will end up falling. Grass now cleans up this one. He can go out to the town center. That's going to be huge, but also Grass's town center falling on the backside where all the gold is. He does have a little bit of gold left in this gold mine, but that's kind of it for him. As the Metropolis now left naked here for the Mister to just come in. Manticore's getting brought back over here to help. As you do see, the Earthwall actually helps keep this Metropolis alive, but an Earthwall coming up onto that spot. Bellerophon, Toxotes, just no economy for Grass. This is the whole story here about this part of the game. He just has not been able to quell the pain of these raids as the Champion Tiger Cavalry. They do beat Manticore. Manticore got 30% hack armor, and they do win that fight. And Grass, in the 24th minute of this game, does decide to tap out as the Mister keeps his undefeated record going in this group stage. Man, dominating play here, but this game was close, man. Grass played an incredibly good game. I mean, you look at the score, it's not, you can't really tell much from it, but he levels the score here. And in fact, he takes the advantage. And I think if he went Hephaestus in this game, rather than Hera, guess who's full iron and in a fantastic position to win this game? Grasses. One, I mean, obviously, like Lightning Storm, perfect, fine. But also, make Medusa then. Imagine if you had Medusa, then this Champion Tiger Cavalry raids, all of a sudden, they don't look that good. Because they just die in one shot, right? The Medusa does what? How much damage does the Medusa do in one shot? 400 divine. That kills those Tiger Cav in one shot. You can't spam them. Not against Medusa. There was some really good options here for Grass, but unfortunately, he didn't go for either of them, and he's just sort of, I think he might have panicked because he was in a really, really good spot. I don't know, but a well-played game from the Mister. Solid raids, solid defense, solid decision-making, all the good stuff to be expected from him. We've got another game to jump into next, as we're going to be able to watch yet another one of the incredibly high-level Age of Mythology players, Recon, to take on Nyan. Let's get that sorted and then jump into it. Alrighty then. A little bit of Recon, a little bit of NyanRacingCat. All right, we got ourselves a draft already. Maps, gods. And let's jump over to it. Alrighty. Are you guys complaining about buoyants? Look, the currency of the buoyant. It is it's a fickle thing. It goes ups and downs, and we hand them out when we feel like it. Alrighty, so our final game for today, Recon NyanRacingCat. We've got the Tsukiyomi as the ace pick for Recon. We've got the Amatarasu for the ace pick for Nyan. I will bring this up. We already saw an amazing defense against Tsukiyomi by Aetherial. He had the idea unlocked, and that was 2TC Mass Hero into Hachiman. Really, really smart play. Could not quite finish the game off, though. Nyan might be attempting to do something like that with his Amaterasu if he can snipe the Tsukiyomi. After that, the Noir gets picked from Recon. I'm not surprised to see the Chinese getting prioritized in these drafts. They obviously are very, very strong. Do you see Nyan actually opting to go into Chronos rather than grabbing Fushi? He had the option there to grab that Fushi, but decides, nope, I want the Chronos. Following that up, we see Recon grabbing Set and Gaia, Nyan going Ra Odin, and then Recon grabbing the Frere. I don't know if he's going to play it or not, but he leaves that one sitting there as a bit of a ban to keep away from Nyan as Loki gets grabbed. We do see Mirage and Anatolia getting banned out by Recon, and Nyan obliges by not picking them himself and all that other good stuff. You wanted to ask something about it. I'm sorry if you have anything to ask about random stuff like that. You're gonna have to send me messages off stream. I can't process anything at the moment. We are full focused on this. Yeah, I think Bachi and Averly are playing at the moment as well, but I might cover those tomorrow or during the week. Anyways, what's the first matchup? I should tell you guys. The first matchup is Gaia versus Amatarasu. Spicy. You hope I can sleep soon? I hope so. Sleep is for the weak, though. I just realized I haven't eaten. That's no good. That's all right. This tournament will kill me. It's fine. It's fine. It's worth it. Yeah, I thought the Norse were bad. Why are all these Norse gods getting picked? What's happening here? I mean, yeah. All right. So, what can I say about this matchup? Gaia, Amatarasu, and Ghost League. I can't say a lot. I don't really know much about the Japanese, apart from there's some units that are really, really strong. And so you want to be using those. I think Gaia seems like a perfectly reasonable answer for Japan as well, because she's a nice defensive god, can boom, can play defense so that like a turtling Amaterasu doesn't really have the option to turtle. Nonetheless, let's get into game number 1, Recon NyanRacingCat. Alrighty. Left-hand corner, Gaia for Recon. Right-hand corner, playing in the very stylish, fluorescent green color. It's NyanRacingCat, playing as Amatarasu. Now, Nyan, not the best showing in his first series here. He qualified on in day 1 of the qualifiers in pretty commanding fashion. He played a very, very nice qualifier. In fact, let me just remind myself exactly how he managed to claim his little spot here in this tournament. He took out Ulysses. He took out Farron 3-0. He took out Ulysses 3-1. He took out Oedipus 3-1. So he played incredibly high level to qualify. Then he matched up against Rappel and did not look like NyanRacingCat that I know. So we'll see if he's shaken that off. His opponent has not gotten any easier. Recon, Rappel, the Mister, this crew work together, train together, share trade secrets together. And to beat this crew, you've really got to be on another level. So we'll see what Nyan's going to be able to come up with. He does get that early Kagura technology. I have seen Nyan do some pretty silly stuff, though. I don't want to speak too soon, as I saw him like tempting fate by moving the Mikor forward, but I've seen him do some pretty silly stuff. It is a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake. So booming here, a little bit on the risky side. That being said, maybe if you're playing Gaia, you want to be booming anyways. But we'll see how it's all going to go. How about check the relic shirt? Anvil for Feistus. A little bit of a boost there, making the armory a little bit cheaper as the gold goes down. Tusk of the Iron Boar. Always nice there for the Atlantean side of things. Obviously fine for Amatarasu as well. Making the capital get a bit more HP. Huri's hunting bow. Love that relic. Everyone loves a little bit of a hunt boost. Give me more food. And is that it? Am I blind? Has someone already picked up a relic? Oh. And Gambantine Odin's Wand. Gambantine. Making the temple upgrades cost a little bit less. And we will see no surprises here as I'm going to Uzume to come through. There is an option for Gaia in this matchup to go for Leto. It's perfectly reasonable. It's very, very strong. Idea is you're going to be basically just dropping spider layers around your second gold mine. You can very easily do like a 2TC Leto advance and just spam spider layers here. So if your opponent wants to go all in on you, they're not going to really be able to do a whole lot. Nonetheless, Hero Oracle's getting converted. Relics will be getting claimed here as he sees Tusk of the Iron Boar. Amano Uzume is in now as NyanRacingCat. Dropping a stable. And I imagine a dojo fairly shortly after. As we see the walls coming up on the side here for Recon, he says, I don't want to deal with these weasels. Get them out of my base. And that being said, I mean, of all the gods, and look at this building positioning. I love it. Of all the gods that really don't have any real complaints against the weasel, Gaia is one of them. She got hero citizens. She got Caladria. What damage are you going to do with these Kamatachi? As the walls coming through, he will be able to finish that one. As I think he might have spotted that Kamatachi coming this side. Now he could try and take the wall down if he wants to, but it will be finishing. And a Hero Mamilo already on the case over here, charging through. Nyan steals some goats.
Yuji.
But the Murmillo will attempt to steal these bags. Like, no, those are my goats. Excuse you. Up onto this side. One Oracle does get sniped. Nice play there with the Kitsune. And in the main base. Nyan, for the moment, I'm really not sure what he's spending his resources on. Does he have any cav? He does have a couple of cav. The Goshinboku does get dropped down. The walls are completely up now for Recon. There will be no Kama Itachi funny business in this game, he says. Stay out of my base. I've walled it off. There's nothing you can do. Get out of here. And now with the Kamatachi getting smacked, I think this actually dies. I don't think you can escape. Because the snare is in, and that's a 4.8 speed Murmillo, which is the same speed as the Kamatachi. So even if it gets up to 4.8 speed, it will be by the time it gets back to full speed, it gets taken out. Or gets hit again. As Recon finishes that one off, gets his Caladrias out, and Nyan, it looks like he's going Heroic Age. I could be wrong. Looks like he's going to be thinking about Heroic Age. Only a handful of villagers on gold, lots of villagers on food, eating his goats, random shrines over onto this left side. 3 shrines up at the moment. No, 2 shrines up at the moment.
Nanda?
No, he has 3. He has 3 of these guys, though. I don't know where the third one's gone, but there is a third one somewhere.
Nanda?
Just grabbing relics? It is just grabbing
Nani?
relics. Ah, this makes sense. Gambantine, Odin's Wand. Drop that into the temple. Go Heroic Age through Hachiman. Then you can get those Tengu out nice and simply. Meanwhile, units slowly starting to accumulate here. Now, Nyan, if he does go Hachiman here, it makes a lot more sense than going for the other one. Like the other one's like Raijin, much more of a. I've already got Samurai out. Great, let's go Raijin. We can get the Hanya mask, and we can also get Raiju and all the other good stuff. But man, yeah, this shrine here is just too greedy though. You just put it in your main base. You've got this forest here with the beautiful berry bushes. Nonetheless, the units are going to come up here. There's really not that much favor in the bank here for Nyan. There is this technology you can grab, Gorhei Wands, which will help him out as well. It's an extra 10% favor income, so it's not a small amount. Pays itself off pretty quick. Everyone's to this side of dojo coming through for Nyan. There's the army trying to cause some problems here inside of the main base, but Kamatachi gets a little bit of damage done as the units now slowly starting to realize what's coming his way. It's a great defensive wall here for Nyan, but he's about to get pushed off of this wood. More houses coming up for Nyan. He will be able to make himself an Onnomusha. Maybe some samurai as well afterwards. With 3 Caladria, things are going to be a little bit challenging. It's the house getting repaired up to have those Naginata riders to come over here and attempt a little bit of a defense. As they come forward, start to slap down these units. Nice control from Nyan. Pulls back, gets away, no problems. Does get the Tengu out. He makes 2 Tengu immediately. Daimyo as well. Now, I'll be the first to say, the Tengu, it's a fine unit without the upgrade. Not amazing, not bad, just fine. With the upgrade, that's when it gets really strong. So Nyan does need to grab that. In fact, I would suggest that even before the second Tengu comes out, you grab the technology. But nonetheless, the Shogun now through. The NyanRacingCat Raiders going to be searching into the main base, looking for any little bits of damage here. Can't quite break through onto this spot as the shrine over onto this side will get sniped. You see a shrine over onto the right side though. And I imagine Nyan here, he can just keep making more. And he is actually going to go for aesthetic practices. Now the Tengu will say, all right, let's jump in here. Nope. No, they won't. It's dangerous to jump in here, though, because there's already heroes through. So you could just take out the wall or something first and foremost. Is the Tengu getting slowed down here? And Rhea on the way now for Nyan. Oh, sorry, for Recon. So he wants to maybe steal some Tengu for himself or just get the stronger infantry units in. He does come over onto this wood line, getting a little bit of damage in. Does he get a citizen? He gets one citizen kill. A second citizen does go and end up going down. So damage dealt already. Diving over onto this position. Got to be careful. All the hero units are in. The Shogun cannot get healed, but with that Solar Shield, we'll be able to sit in here and just slowly start working up some samurai. He does get one in. Got to be careful. The Solar Shield now down. Now it can get focused down. Carnivora does get dropped. Nyan is going absolutely bonkers with this attack here, though. A huge amount of samurai as he does come over here, and he's going to be able to snipe down the Carnivora. Get a huge amount of samurai out for himself, but this can't be a good fight for NyanRacingCat. He gets some kills, some villager kills, but he loses a lot of units here. The Ondamush are going to be falling as their retreat, the long walk back home. Shogun with next to no HP, but you can just drop another Solar Shield onto him next fight, so at least he gets the value in. Yeah, the thing with the Tengu is you don't have to rush with it. Like, sure, if he kills off these villagers, fine, but he didn't have to go full crazy. He could have just ran out, healed them up, and then keep building the numbers. Another dojo coming out for Nyan. Yumi Horse Archers on the way. The army here for Recon charging in. Tengu Master dives in here, and he will be actually dropping that Solar Shield down onto his Shogun yet again, but immediately Recon retreats. And, I mean, he can turn around and just take this fight if he wants to. There's a lot of samurai, though. This is not an easy army to kill for what Recon's built at the moment. Recon needs to get himself some answers. He's going for a town center. I want to see effectively... What I want to see here from Nyan now is effectively like 5 more Miko. And I'm not even exaggerating. 5 more Miko. Get them onto shrines all around the map. Because... Recon is now said, I'm going town center, I'm going defensive, let me get my economy going, and all that good stuff. There will be access to another Solar Shield as well, so all of a sudden the Shogun, usable for the next fight for, what is this, 15 seconds? So he does charge forward. Shogun into the middle. It's got 25 HP. He's not using his upgrade. Oh, he's just bought Katagi as he says, it's time to attack. Will he have the favor up? Charge after the behemoth there for a massive amount of damage. He drops that solar shield down. He gets a huge amount more samurai in. And all of a sudden, the town center is going to be getting torn to pieces. And Recon is in a very, very tough spot now. Over onto this spot, the Tengu does get sniped there by the Ondamusha, trying to heal it up with all those Caladria. Every Caladria in the world will not keep that one alive. The town center is down, and now Recon pulling back into his main base. He is in trouble. Traders of Samurai instead of the Tengu there, as all these Samurai are now heavy upgraded. And Recon has to tap out as NyanRacingCat shows the world, nay, the universe. The Tengu is not just busted with Tsukiyomi. I will be completely honest here. This was the Tengu was just a nice addition here. It was a nice unit to be built. What went so well for Nyan in this game, though I do question the big all-in onto this position, was the Shogun and the Solar Shield. The Shogun and the Solar Shield. And that carried Nyan so hard in this game from the perspective of just how many samurai he got. I don't think I can actually show you, but you just see the numbers just going up and up and up. Economically speaking, things were pretty close, but military-wise, 26 units killed to 23, but Nyan's units here are worth a lot more than Recon's are. So Recon killed a lot of units, but it was just that Shogun just kept on keeping on here. I think I would like to see actually Recon go for Thea here rather than Rhea. Reason being is Stymphalian birds against this army would have felt much better, because now you don't have to worry about the Shogun getting a bunch of samurai or whatever from it. But nonetheless, a well-played game for game number 1 for Nyan. We'll see if Recon can pull it back in game number 2. Let's check it. Alrighty, so obviously first win there for Nyan. A little tick, a little bit of a death on the Gaia. As the next game is going to be a Tsukiyomi versus Ra game. So we will start off with our Japanese before we move into some other stuff. Got to get through those Japanese gods, right? Alrighty. Are these guys already in game? When did he say sec? 1 minute. No, they're definitely already in game. They didn't send me the bloody... What is happening here? How am I supposed to find the game, guys? They're making my life so hard. All right, we got the game though, so we are good to go. Luckily. All right, let's get into game number 2. All right, in the right-hand corner of the map, in the blue color, playing as Tsukiyomi. His name is Recon. NyanRacingCat in the left-hand corner of the map is going to be showing us his Ra here for game number 2. Getting off to a really nice start with his Amatarasu. His plan works out, manages to get a nice quick win against the Reconator. Will he be able to do it again? We have been seeing Ra doing pretty good versus Tsukiyomi thus far in the tournament. We saw a win there for Ra as in the grass versus Tunison matchup. We saw a really nice try from Mosca versus Matador, but ended up falling a little flat at the end, but it was feeling very competitive. And we obviously also saw an Isis from Kavoth, where he almost managed to take out B's Tengu Spammage. So we'll see how it's going to go here moving forward. Now, one thing I know that Nyan is going to be somewhat aware of, because he's already complained about it. Easiest way to know what someone wants to play and what someone wants to go for is just go into the balance Discord and just see what they're complaining about. What is Mr. complaining about? Qualfu. He's like, why is a Qualfu costing 10 favor? What did he do in that last series? Well, he just put a bunch of Qualfu. What did Nyan complain about recently? The most recent thing Nyan's complained about, apart from just Aranos' general, apparently, lack of power, best god in the game, is the Slinger. The Slinger is now quite a strong unit if you go Dart and you go Sekhmet. So I would be surprised to see him not go for that to some degree in this matchup. But he does have to prepare for things like cavalry. He has to prepare for things like Tengu. And the Slinger doesn't help against any of those. Either of those. How much of a veteran is Nyan? Nyan is, I think he's been playing for a long time. He played, he was I think it was the 3rd place in Champions League Season 1. So that's at least 5 years of playing tournament Age of Mythology. I think it was the first one. Might have been the second one. Might have been the third one. No, so it wasn't the third one. Definitely the first or second one. He came 3rd, yeah. Nonetheless, Temple now coming through for Recon. Oh, we got to check out some relics. Let's have a look. We've got Copish of Horus. Huge relic here for Nyan. If he spots it. Does he spot it? He hasn't yet. Neither player has yet. But that relic would really help, because now you can roleplay as Isis with the Nepti technology. Over to this side, there is the Ankh of Ra. Another nice one to just get some more myth units in. Over to this side, there's the Fur of Boit. Healable heroes getting some regen is always nice. And finally, the Feather of Bafang, making human soldiers have a little bit of bonus against the buildings. So we do see Inari Orc Army coming through for Recon, and NyanRacingCat does decide to go for Dart. Nonetheless, Monument of the Soldiers coming through. And there is the second Ages on the way. As the question here is going to be, what sort of Ra are you going to see? You could go fast heroic here. You could go second town center here. Wadjet is in. The priest over here is going to get smacked all the way back. I mean, do you just turn and kill off the Kitsune? Is that possible? I guess the Miko is probably going to stop that one, as Recon is microing and says, get that guy out of here. You flew too close to the sun. No obelisk, no nothing. To the main base. No decisions are being made just yet from Recon. He can drop a stable. He can drop a dojo. He can drop an armory. We are going to be seeing spearmen immediately out. Wadgets coming through. Now, Wadgets are actually, while they do die very quickly to the Tengu, if you position well, the Wadget's actually a good unit to take the Tengu out because it's dealing some divine damage with its attack. 8.33 divine over 5 seconds, and that times is 2, so it's going to be 16 divine damage over 2 seconds every single time you attack it. So it's not a terrible unit to be using in this situation. As the guardhouse comes down, stable comes down, and Recon doesn't want any part of risk in this game. No risky fast heroics. Let's get some units out. Play defense. Shifting sands from Nyan. This early, he says, excuse you. You shall not make any units here. The Naginata Rider is moving up to the top. Got to be careful with that Pharaoh, though. The gold mine has been denied. As the units will have to start motoring across the map. We do have the new moon forced onto the watchtowers now. That's never ideal for Tsukiyomi, but huge for NyanRacingCat as he charges over here with his Wadgets. He's going to sacrifice these to attempt to take out the Naginata Riders with great control on the other side here. It's the Jurigumo to come through, and yeah, I have to say, well, damage is done. New Moon number 1 is out of here, but you did lose a Wadget or 2. Did you lose a whole bunch of Spearmen? Was it worth it? Was it worth it? Now, we did also see Tengu getting made without the need to New Moon on the temple. So, those are always on the table. There's more Spearmen on the way. We are going to be seeing the Jurigumo wandering forward here to help out. I mean, you just want to pick up a good control there from Nyan, though. You want to just pick up a Spearman, get that free kill, but not able to do so in that little movement. Now Recon also actually on chickens here. He will move off back over onto the food. Does look like he might be trying his luck at a fast stroke. He's making just a handful of Yumi archers out of his guardhouse at the moment. Lots and lots of food income. As the Spearmen searching up the top. I mean, these towers hurt. Like, there's no defenses for them. So they're not going to hurt anymore, but that was like 1 arrow, I think. Maybe 2 arrows. I think it was 1 arrow. No, 2 arrows to take him down to 44 HP. And it does die quickly here to the Spearman. He will pull back. Obviously, when you don't have crenellations, there's no tracking. So do see into the main base. A little bit of a raid coming in as Nyan is underneath his town center, getting those goats. Not bothering with the chickens. Just wants his villagers to be as safe as they possibly can. As Spearmen are motoring around the sides of the map here. One Spearman going down. The Spearman turn, but they just can't take this fight just yet. This is all good for Recon. He's actually getting himself the upgrades here. I think this was fixed in this recent patch, right? I think there was this thing where grabbing your upgrades or letting your upgrades come through from the Bushido wouldn't apply to your tier 2. I think that was fixed in this. I want to say it was fixed in this patch. Someone test it for me. Oh, obviously it's incredibly cheap, so it doesn't really matter. As the wall's coming up, and they're going to be on the way now for Recon. The barracks coming up for Nyan as well. And nonetheless, Hachiman does get called upon for Recon as he's just happily going to sit back, just enjoy the ride, wait for his next little moment here in this game. There's all of these Wadgets out, like I said, not a bad idea. Priests are in, villagers out onto this gold mine. My thought on this to sort of hold the Tengu sort of spammage, just get walls, get towers up and things like that here. But it only kind of works if you've got that second town center up. So I don't really know what Nyan is planning here. As the Naginata riders do get greeted here, as the Wadgets are going to be more than enough to say, get out of here. One to the top. Spearmen poking, prodding, doing what they can. And there is the heroic age for Recon. He's going to immediately get a couple of Tengu. No. One Tengu. Charging yet again with the Naginata riders. Gets himself a Daimyo. There's a lot of favor in the bank here for Recon. He has to decide, okay, do I drop New Moon for a quick favor count? 10, 14, 15, 20. Just to get every one of those upgrades and save a little bit of resources? Or do I do the New Moon on the armory and get myself fully upgraded army here? Or do I do none of that and I just spam everything out? Or maybe I go for another New Moon or another 100 favor onto another Shogun for even more value. There's all the Miko coming through. He is going after some shrines in the corner of the map. Potentially a shrine on this gold mine. Shrine over here with a rhino next to it. All makes perfect sense as the spearmen looking for raids. Recon is in position to defend this, so no villages are going to be falling just yet. Slings of the sun coming through. That's the New Moon. Gets dropped down onto the temple. I can't believe he did that. I don't think that was worth it. I swear you would. Like maybe he just values the resources more. Because that's like 100 favor. You get back like 50 favor or something from the text, but you obviously get back the food cost or the gold cost or the wood cost from those technologies, which really isn't that much. Nonetheless, a couple of medium Yumi horse archers to come through. There's the army. With healing to come in as well. Now, Recon is saying, it's time for me to charge. Now, I guess the thing is he does have a huge amount of favor income now. He's got 6 Miko on favor. There's a lot of units here for Nyan, though. There is also Swampland. Swampland is a little bit scary. Do you really want to fight a player with Swampland? In fact, do you really ever want to fight the Japanese player at all? There's Nyan. He has so much army, though. He's so much further in front of Recon in terms of military presence. I don't know if Recon is actually going to be able to win these fights. He needs to be making himself, at the very least, making himself some more units. I mean, he's got the favor in, but he's making some Bushi. We're seeing Sekhmet now coming through for Nyan. Farms into the main base. The horse archers trying to find something to do. Nyan's got some pretty big amounts of food to come forward as well because he's got these farms coming up. Oh, he didn't get Shadoof. Hello? No Shadoof. What are you doing? Shadoof is like so good, no? It also trains really quickly. You're going to be seeing a castle coming up for Recon now as well. He might be thinking, well, let's just go Mythic Age. Drop a castle down. Orkney Nushi. Get another new moon. Full iron. Living the dream. On the left side. Tengu. Raiding it up. Does get pushed back. I don't know if these guys have really dealt much damage. They killed one unit. 68 damage there. So not a huge amount of gold coming in from that Ivory Net scare, but that's just gold for the rest of the game. As the Yumi Horse Archers will get met by a whole bunch of Slingers. They don't have any upgrades just yet. He's grabbing that Slingers with the Sun technology and medium Slingers already, even though I don't think there's a single infantry unit out just yet. Obviously, there is the Shogun, which will be making a couple of Samurai. This technology doesn't really do much apart from bonus versus infantry.
Into you.
All the Spearman upgrades are in. And like, even though Recon has got 6 Miko out, he's still got a villager lead, and a significant one here. But the Migdol Stronghold going to be coming up. We will be seeing Oyumi getting created. Town Center coming up on this side for Recon as well as he goes, all right, it's fine. We can macro. It's all good. Does Recon notice this, though? It's just out of line of sight, that Migdol. There's the Tengu. All dive forward here. Is there enough units here, though, for... I don't know if there's enough stuff here for Nyan. He's got 7 priests total, with 6 in the fight. There's 5 Tengu. I don't think that's enough. There are a lot of spearmen here, though. But a lot of spearmen against not very many cavalry units. I mean, technically the horse archers are horses, but... Now the Oyumi are in, and they are going to be doing so much damage as Swampland gets dropped down, and Nyan needs to pull out of this. He does have himself the Migdol Stronghold over here. But there's so much damage coming in. The gold is through the roof now for Recon as well. Happily fighting underneath the Migdol Stronghold for the time being as the Oyumi are going to be taking it out. The Tengu diving in onto the back line. As they are just tanking up so much here. Getting focused down by so many units. They finally do end up falling. However, the Shogun coming through, more Tengu joining in, and Nyan in that moment does tap out. And Recon, with all the gold in the world, the double talent centers, all the army, takes game number 2 here in commanding fashion. A well-played game from Recon. Solid defense against that shifting sands. Like, Nyan got the first new moon out, so he got a lot of value there. He slowed Recon's stuff down a lot, but he didn't really have the plan for what to do next here, I think. I think he probably, once that new moon was down, I think it was probably just drop town center angle, wall everything, and play the best defense of your life. But nonetheless, a well-played game by Recon. We'll move into the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 3. Oops, we've got to flip these back around. Yeah, he didn't have to move forward at all, did he? He was in a fine spot. Just had to drop town centers and just keep playing defense. Is it possible that we'll see another patch mid-tournament? I don't know. It would not be the first time that we saw a patch mid-tournament. Next game is going to be Fushi versus Shenon. On the map Step. Sorry, wasn't Moscow versus Matador versus Moscow? Yeah, you'd have to go back through the VOD. Can't spoil it for anyone who also hasn't seen it. Yeah, unfortunately, we got ourselves another sort of China mirror, but we have seen some pretty good China mirrors recently. There was a really nice one with Matador versus Moscow today, which was action-packed for the most part. I wouldn't be surprised to see Recon trying something similar. Unless game number 3. Let's get going. Alrighty, in the left-hand corner we've got Recon as the Fushi, and in the right-hand corner we have Nyan with the double farm next to the town center, Shenon. Alright, let's take a look at the relics. Pygmalion statue, huge relic for this matchup, boosting up those villager HP, that HP pool. I have Ornlu here, Abaspis Axeman and Samurai, damage of melee attack plus 5%. Up into the middle of the map, there is the Tusk of the Iron Boar here, which is hit points plus 10%. And finally, to the top, it is the Kopesh of Horus, which is damage bonus against myth units plus 1x. Now, looking at this map, this is the town center you want to deny. If you are Recon here, this is the town center, or this is the town center. Either one. Cannot allow that town center to come through. Why? It's amazing. 1 back gold mine, 2 back gold mine, 3 back gold mine. Earth wall. Yuck. If this town center gets grabbed, it's fine. Happy days. So we'll see what Recon's plan is going to be. But if he does go into that sort of a boom war, generally speaking, Shenon does, and there's this much gold here, generally speaking, Shenon does find a way to come out on top in those situations. Because you're going to be able to get to the Mythic Age fairly consistently. You're going to be able to get fully upgraded, probably even late game fairly consistently. And late game Huang Di, Shenon, with all of those really strong infantry upgrades, archer upgrades, tends to be very tough to kill as the Fushi. There's a final third Quaofu going to come through for Recon. He's got his temple up. He's going to be getting all of his eco coming through. And Silo gets dropped over onto this side, and we will be seeing Juan Nu to come through. Now the Quaofu will be popping out here, and it looks to me like it will be somewhat of an aggressive early game here from Recon. He can pump out all those pioneers and look to try and deny this. Now, on the other side here for Nyan, he's also going to get that third Quaofu out. He's going for a really late advance time here. He does have his temple. He's got a lot of gold income. He could do the farm thing to get this town center up as well. But he does decide on Chi-Yao after all is said and done. So it's not going to be a fast second town center. A bit of a strange one, if you ask me, from Nyan. I think the how-to is just the better option in this matchup 9 times out of 10 if you're really playing for the victory. Unless an Imperial Academy immediately coming through for Recon. He wants that Naja as fast as possible. As the Qualfu continue to get trained. There is not quite enough gold here for that Naja action. Hang on, what the hell? Terracotta Riders? Hang on, isn't that really expensive? Vanish? I mean, fair enough from Recon. How much? Is Vanish in, is that a good trade? Who wins in this trade? The Terracotta Riders are in. The villagers will come over and grab the town center. I said this town center was incredibly valuable, but I don't think it's that valuable without Earth War. I think it's like, it's an okay town center. It's a decent gold mine. Still off of the town center, but you can run in around and harass it from this side. Six 1 HP Terracotta Riders in a dream. How much does the Terracotta Riders cost? I don't think I can actually see it. Nyan loses a couple of those as the Naja going to chase down that Yahtzee. Snipes that one there. Both of those die. And up onto the top here. Town center will be up. There will be an option for a farm. I can't see what it is. There's no way to see what it is. It doesn't show up. I've never really bought the thing, so I forget that it exists all the time. $150. Man, that is super worth it. Anyways, I mean, it's obviously worth it because Vanish got used. Well, nonetheless, Recon's army back in for a little bit of pressure over here. As the villagers will pop over into the... hello? Villagers will pop into the tower. Doesn't lose any. Kind of lucky there. There's a little bit of a gold problem here, though. Up onto this side, Nyan's going to be very happily grabbing this gold mine. No problems there. The villagers can literally just move in underneath the town center and probably even just grab goats here if they want. More farms and drop another prosperous seeds if they want. We'll just back up onto the top gold mine here as Recon needs to get out of here. He's dropping an armory. Is this going to be a fast heroic? Does this even make sense? What can Recon actually go for? Cavalry makes sense. Get a nice quick bow layout, make a whole bunch of cav, and just raid the Fushi into the ground. Nonetheless, a nice snipe there. Not able to kill off the Pioneer, but some good pressure here as this gold mine yet again under threat. We're seeing a very small amount of resources in from Nyan. I mean, if he'd just maybe put the silo on a different spot, off to the corner, he could put farms down, and then he could basically freely mine from that position as the Sky Lantern will spot these villagers over here. This Qualfu is, for some reason, enjoying some time on these Gazelle over here, and Recon is spotting it, laughing to himself, I think. Nonetheless, Recon also now grabbing himself the Peach Blossom Spring. He is going through Gormang, so it will be a big, fat, raiding style of a fast heroic here. I haven't seen this in forever. Who does this? Does there any god that's done this? Maybe like Ra from, no, that was always 2 TC. Like maybe Ra from Legacy or something making camel riders and raiding, but that's always on 2 TC. I guess we'll see how it's going to work. There's a lot of wood in the bank, a lot of gold in the bank, ready to pump ballets out. On the other side here, Nyan's got the option of just making halberdiers. Maybe this is a fast mythic behind this as well. I don't know. Qualfu's moving forward. The ballet onto the front, followed by a machine workshop. And he wants to siege this down. Okay, this is a little bit different. So the correct response here from Nyan is to actually just sack the town center versus this. You don't need to defend this because this takes so long to set up and so many resources to actually make this all work. So you just leave this position, keep all the villagers alive, sit on that villager advantage, get heroic age yourself, and then you're just good to go. At least that's what I would normally see. Anyways, the ballet is going to be up. Lightning weapons gets dropped by Nyan here. Absolutely crazy as the ballet gets the forest protection. And it looks to me like Nyan is going to lose all of his units here. And following this up, there can be a whole bunch of extra siege crossbows to come through and knock everything down. Nyan might be trying to hold on to this town center. We'll see if he's going to be able to. This is generally where players fall behind in these sort of situations. Another Taowu. We're just moving forward to grab some more gold mines in the center of the map. They will take out the town center. Okay, he is bailing. This is correct. You don't even have to bail all the way back. Put a gold mine here, put some farms down on the side, and then drop prosperous seeds here. And then you're sort of safe there, at least until... At least if he finds you, you're safe. Until he sends all of the big siege weapons in. But now the raids into the main base as Nyan's going to be losing a Qualfu here. Good control from Recon. Looks like he's going to be able to finish that one off. Some walls to come through. A little bit of a safety here for the time being. Is there going to be a heroic age able to come through? He's trying. There is an armory getting started up onto this spot. A couple of halberdiers are in. No master of weaponry though. Now Master of Weaponry and Rush Hall to come through. So there's going to be the Fey Beast. There's going to be some defense here. For some reason, the villager differential has now become equal. Because I think Recon has just managed to get so much damage done with the raids. What is this guy doing here? He's stuck in the house? How did he get it? Oh, he got shot there by the Baihu, I think. Nonetheless, I think Recon has well and truly stabilized here after that early game. Another ballet to come through though. But just because he's stabilized doesn't necessarily mean that he's in front. You still have to work out how you're going to beat those halberdiers and all that other good stuff. Up onto this tower. Oh my god. It's not every day you see 2 Taowu. Did you get the upgrade as well? Tell me you got the upgrade. Ah, damn. These guys are so much fun. You get the upgrade. This Baihu is really enjoying getting itself stuck on buildings in this game. It's now Nyan in a little bit of a tricky position. He has Dao. He does have a couple of halberdiers in here as well. No well, you got a couple of javelineers to take out the fire archers. As the Sage steals the enemy Baihu, and then that Baihu can snipe it down. You have that Fey Beast getting dropped onto the back, but there's plenty of heroes in for Recon at the moment. He's easily going to be able to clean that up. But is it enough here now for Nyan to break through this army? Javelineers to take out the Fire Archers on the back. The Dao Swordsmen do not seem to be enough here. And it's looking like Nyan might be getting gold starved in this one. And he does decide there to tap out as Recon does punch back with the old 1-2. As he's now up 2-1 in this series. I mean, Nyan just blundered this by trying to attack underneath the ballet, right? Like, I think he was in a perfectly reasonable spot. He made the right read after the fact to run. But by that stage, he'd lost his units. He couldn't get himself out the army fast enough. Took too long to get over onto this spot, maybe. I don't know. But he was in a really good spot here. But he just could not quite figure it out fast enough. Well played to Recon. We'll move into the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 4. We'll see if Nyan can force a game 5 or if Recon is going to keep up this incredibly high level of play. Alrighty, so for game number 4, it is going to be a Set versus Chronos game. Okay, so I think we're on Giza. No, we're on Elysium. Are we on Elysium? Oh no, Blue Lagoon. Okay, everyone's changing their mind. We're going into Blue Lagoon. For those who don't know, NyanRacingCat is a Chronos main. He's one of the very rare Chronos mains from Legacy. He was playing Chronos instead of Aranos because he was a hipster. He said, you know what? Aranos too strong. Let me play some Chronos. And he did make quite a few like little innovations to Chronos and little ideas to catch people off guard. Obviously, Recon has had a lot of success with Set in Retold, so I would expect to see him look very, very scary in this one as well. Nonetheless. What can we say about this matchup? Well, first and foremost, got to respect the crush. Got to respect the shifting sands onto the villagers building the town center. Yeah, those are the big early game things we're going to have to worry about. Apart from that, what else have you got? And Chronos has got a really nice mid game here, just in the fact you get a whole bunch of valid citizens to boost that economy up in a 2 town center versus 2 town center matchup. But the Set often will want to keep this game in a 1 town center game, or them being the pressure on 1 town center versus your 2 TC, and you're just trying to stop them from breaking you. But nonetheless, we're about 15 seconds away from getting in. Recon up 2-1. Nyan needs to win this one to force a game number 5, but if he does force a game number 5, he has to play Odin or Loki versus Frere or Noir. Neither are necessarily easy matchups. So he's got a long way to go here to win this series. So we'll see if he's going to be able to do it or not as we get into game number 4. Let's go. In the right-hand corner of the map, in the blue color, playing as Set, it is Recon. In the left-hand corner of the map, it is NyanRacingCat playing as Aranos. Alright, let's check out the relics up onto this spot. We got that Scales of Echidna. This is minus 15% for myth units. Really nice actually for the Chronos here. That is such a nice relic. He is goat scouting though, so he might not spot it. Over here there's the Tusk of Dankang. A couple of pigs every 150 seconds. On this side we got that Gambantine Odin's Wand. Just minus 25% of the temple research time. And on the bottom it is the Ogre Bitten Helm. A little bit of hero hit points. Love that. You get the myth unit relic. Oh, he does notice it as well. You get the myth unit relic and you get the hero relic. Though Recon hasn't spotted it just yet. Okay, well, temple coming up for Nyan. Is he rushing? Oh. Oh. Yes, this is the Chronos Rush. This is generally not very effective versus Egyptians, but they do need to expect it coming. Now, what did Recon spy? He spied the main base, but he didn't see anything. It's super obvious what your opponent's doing if you spy and you see no mana, right? Sorry, vision, and you see no mana. And we are going to be seeing Leto as the god of choice here for Nyan. Recon, on the other hand, hasn't even started the temple. He's got an inkling that something is up. Houses coming up all across the front here. But this might just be something he does regardless of what the Chronos is going to be doing. That's the temple coming down for Nyan. How many times have we seen villages not get restarted? Keep an eye on the product. Oh, never mind. There you go. So the oldest trick in the book here from NyanRacingCat. He is going for his big rush. He's going Leto. Leto is really good versus Egyptian just in general. But this is a really nice defense from Recon. He's going to be able to repair. He's going to be able to get his units out. It's a super late advance, though. You can also eat this elephant underneath the town center. More houses coming up as the temple does get deconstructed, allowing the automatons in here. He doesn't want to wait for it. Wants in now, but another temple to come up onto this side as Recon knows he needs some priests here. This is going to be a pretty difficult defense. The villagers will pull off of the gold. Doesn't have enough gold for it. No, excuse me, he's got enough gold for one. As the automatons coming over here, trying to harass down Ptolemy here. Also, well, hang on. What is that? They can repair from that far away? Okay. Villagers all idled now as the automatons running around here just trying to kill everything off. He's still repairing his automatons on this spot. As Nyan sniping units left, right, and center. Automatons now back over onto this position, trying to pick off the villagers on the berries. Will he get one? Answer, not just yet. Priests are getting built, but they're getting sniped down before it even matters. There will be a classical age. There will be access to... Oh no, losing the elephant over here, not ideal. There will be access to a plague of serpents to be dropped somewhere. The villagers now can pop back out, get back over onto the gold mine. Who comes out on top of that? I mean, that was so much idle time. Surely, Nyan is just well ahead here. And he can just take the win, pull back, and just play a regular game and just be happy. He's up by 4 villagers, which is basically normal. But it's the idle time that was forced there. The Anubites now coming through here. Going to be looking for raids into the main base. There's no Valors, so these Anubites are going to be a lot of problem. There are going to be so many problems here for Mr. NyanRacingCat at this point now.
Bure.
Can't heroize the Murmillo here. I have to manually do that. As the citizens all pull back over onto the tower. They can come back over onto the food here shortly. Temple has been brought back home. Maybe getting some upgrades for the automatons would not go astray. As a barracks now coming up for Recon. He's reset up his little house wall. But damage is done. Nyan is in a great spot. Only problem is he's not constantly producing villagers. But, you know, what can you do? He's got a little house up to the top. Looks like he wants a town center here. Yes, there's some decent hunt behind this, but when you go Leto, I don't rate the town centers. Not very much. Better stay one town center, mass automatons, and look for gold cuts. And just get an extra temple out instead of an extra town center. Nonetheless, a baboon of set to come through. That gets denied. Cheeky spider eggs getting dropped down here as well. As the spearmen slowly starting to come out for Recon. Surprised to see this mana not getting time shifted over here from Nyan, but nonetheless, he will be 2 TC. He can play defensive now. Hard to push into the automatons. But equally, it's hard to push with the automatons, so if Recon wants to, he drops another barracks and an armory. Looks like he's going heroic age here. If Recon wants to, he can just go 2 TC, 3 TC. Monument to the soldiers there for Recon. I should stay zoomed. Aren't I like at a reasonable zoom right now? I zoom out to see more stuff, right? And then I zoom back in to a reasonable. This is like my default zoom level. It's getting crazy. But Nyan's now got himself this little situation all sorted out. Anubites swinging around onto the left-hand corner here. There are some very nice automatons waiting in reserves here to deal with all this stuff. The little cheeky spider layer gets dropped over onto this side and all of the nice spots. Does Recon know yet that there's a talent center up? He sees a mana here. Hasn't confirmed anything. But he really wants to know.
Anyways.
The spearman will get greeted by a couple of automatons. Pulls it back. That being said, Nephthys will come through fairly shortly. More priests are going to be coming in. And I guess Recon's on a bit of a timer here. Like, he has to get damage done. And also, when you do these sort of strats, like fast heroic strats, and your opponent's on a second gold mine super early, life gets very tricky here. Meanwhile, more oracles to come through. Pulls up over here for Nyan just to protect everything. I would love it if he was on this gold mine already, because this is the only real way that Nyan is going to lose this game, is from a really big timing here with Nephthys, with Ancestors, with a whole bunch of priests, siege towers. He's a gold star. And the other thing is, I mean, getting heroic age is going to be nice, but he doesn't have to go there. You can literally just mass up spider eggs on this position, right? Right on top of this gold mine behind this thing. Just keep spamming spider eggs on cooldown. And it's sort of what he's doing. Where's the other one gone? He just dropped one somewhere. I'm going crazy. I don't know where he's dropped it. I'm surprised it wouldn't be here, but oh, it's on the town center. There you go. He wants vision. But if you don't know, this gold power gives you a little bit of vision, so you can basically see anything for the rest of the game until all those spider eggs get cleared out. Nephthys is in. A second temple now for Recon, so it looks like we are going to be seeing the priest shenanigans. Moving over onto this gold mine. walls coming through. I mean, he's not grabbed it just yet. Another spider layer onto this position. Migdol stronghold actually for Recon. Wait, is it going to be a fast mythic? Does that make sense? You get... Does it? I mean, Nyan is going to... Basically has to allow the mythic age. Unless he gets the balls to move out of his base, not knowing that his opponent's just sitting there waiting for him to move out with a whole bunch of priests to kill him. Unless the Anubites come through. They spot the army. He dives back. Migdol is up. I think this is going to be a 1 town center fast mythic. Not a single unit in queue right now. This is dangerous, though. If Nyan sort of understands that he's not about to get timing attacked. I see Spirit of Mart coming through. I'm so confused. If this works for Recon, I'm confused. On the other side here, like, a completely reasonable response here from Nyan is just go heroic age. Automatons get a little stronger. Good to go. Now, obviously, the priests will get stronger when they get to the mythic age. It's going to be a nice answer for all of these automatons, but Nyan doesn't even need them. He can just make units. But it will be Thoth. Not enough favor actually in the bank here for Recon. Not enough favor in the bank here for Recon to get himself the Valley of the Kings. But he's rushing this out. I mean, on the one hand, you've got Meteor. It's going to be a nice little way to deal with all these units. You've got the Priests. It's going to be another really nice way to deal with all these Automaton. Rhea will be coming through here next for Nyan, so not wanting that Hyperion. Is Meteor OP versus Myth units? I don't think so, because I think it's doing divine damage, no? They have lots of HP. I don't know. Oh, it does crush damage, does it? Okay. Temple's getting moved into the center here. Calm before the storm. Military barracks all up around the place here. And Recon's got a lot of catching up to do. Sure. If he gets Valley of the Kings, as he's going to be dropping down a Monument to the Priests here, gets Valley of the Kings, that's going to boost his villages up by about 10. So he's going to be at what, 43? And he has to make like Migdol units, of which can get counted very easily by Catabeltes, Terma. And it looks to me like it's going to be Camel Riders as well. Meanwhile now, Nyan feeling a little bit of confidence. I mean, if he can just walk in and he can just deconstruct the Migdol as well. Like, that's a completely valid way to play right now. Temple coming forward for Nyan. He wants that. He wants those behemoths to come forward. Steals away the Scorpion Man, but instead of stealing away the Phoenix, I don't know. The priests will be able to start taking these units out. Onto the front here, the temple does spawn. That will mean some stuff to come through as the behemoths do pop in. Meteor gets dropped down onto all these units. The village is pulling away. I don't know if Recon has enough stuff here. Whole bunch of dead automatons. They're standing up, but they are very dead. Trying to take out the villagers on the top here. As are there enough priests or not for Recon? And he's just trying to wait it out. Clean all these units up if he can. I think we got a bug splat. I think that's what happened. Yeah, unfortunately, I think, yeah, we have a bug splat, unfortunately. Here. There is a save file, but it will be right here. uh, I mean, I'll just see what the guys want to do. I said that. Okay. Unfortunate here for Recon. I'm not exactly sure when the bug splat occurred. But we're going to go on to game 5 here. So a win for Nyan. I do think Nyan was in the I think Nyan had the advantage here without question, even without the bug splat. But I don't know. There's a lot of resources in the bank. There's no real infrastructure apart from priests to be spammed. There is, I guess, ancestors and snakes. He probably would have dropped those. 80 villages to 33 villages. Yeah, I don't see this one. I don't know if it was necessarily over, but and if you have to like ask me who's winning, obviously, like let's just say like 2 minutes ago, just when this fight started, I would say Nyan. Anyways. All right, our final game here for today is going to be a Odin versus Noir affair. So one of the spicy matchups. It is possible to restart from that specific game state that we were in. Unfortunately, it doesn't help us in these competitive environments. If someone bug splats, they want to stop the game then and there, and then we play. But the devs, they don't care. To be honest, like I don't know if they don't care, but they never gave us that that option to set. Like if anyone drops immediately save state. Yeah, and saying they don't care is not accurate. There's no option to the names are flipped to the swap. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I mean, there's some popular civs. Look, what do you want me to say? I feel like we're seeing just as much Atlantean as we're seeing China. I think we're seeing a decent amount of Japanese. I think we're seeing just a decent amount of Egyptian. Come on, guys. Saw some Greek games last series. There's variety. Well, we'll see. We'll see how Nyan's going to go with the Odin here. We haven't seen a whole lot of Norse. Oftentimes, players just kind of give up on a god when it gets nerfed. Especially when players already think that it's not very good. There's like definitely a party of top player that was enjoying Norse on the last patch and they thought they were quite strong. So after the nerf, then they go, ooh, well, it's not quite strong anymore. Is it bad? Is it mediocre? Is it usable? Is this the first Norse game of the game? First Norse? I think so. I don't think we saw any in the last series. We did see Grass picking them, but he didn't select them for the game. I mean, my personal opinion on the whole thing is Norse is definitely still pickable in these tournament games right now. Depends on your opponent's draft, but you can definitely have some good games. We did see B doing it as well. Oh god, I'm very tired. We're up to 4:35 a.m. We're into our 8th hour of this stream. Jeepers, it's been a long day. All right. One more game. One more game. Alrighty. Our final game for today. It is 2-2. Recon versus Nyan. In the left-hand corner, Noir for Recon. In the right-hand corner, Odin for Nyan. I must say, I have never seen Nyan playing Norse. He's opening up with a fairly old school idea. This is something that I used to do in Legacy, where I would send my initial villagers onto wood to chop down all the wood that I need for a house and for a temple. And then I would go over onto food. The only issue with this here is that you also need the wood for an ox cart eventually. So you will have to put some villagers over to wood at some point. So what are you really saving yourself for? And maybe, just maybe here, Nyan is thinking, okay, let's go forward temple for some pretty aggressive play. Nonetheless, let's check out the relics. We've got the Eye of Ornlu here, making the counter infantry a little bit stronger. Blanket of Empress Zoe over here. Vulnerability to crush minus 15% there for the myth units. And we got the Sistrum for the buildings. Sistrum of Bast there. Food wood gold cost minus 15%. And finally, Tail Feathers of Heaven. It's going to be a little bit of divine damage for those infantry units. Meanwhile, in the main base here for Recon, he does decide to get himself out just a regular Qualfu, first and foremost. Imagine he's going to go ahead and drop his temple next, and then he'll get his chieftain out afterwards. I like this little idea. The Qualfu here can quickly drop the temple, and it gets boosted up by the Noir passive building thing, so it builds really, really fast. Nonetheless, we'll see what NyanRacingCat's plan is here. Did he go for the upgrade? No. Hello? Did he forget the temple? Oh, he's getting his temple up. Oh. Oh. Oh, he's gonna get spotted.
准备好了。
Oh.
是的。
Oh. Oh. Well, Nyan's final cheese attempt has been spotted. It's going to be a late advance, but there's going to be a lot of Hersa to come out of here. If Recon feels like he can go for a fast second town center, he probably can't. It's going to be probably 3 or 4 Hersa out, ready to go straight away. There's going to be a Valkyrie in his face, and Forest Fire as well, available to deny an Earth Wall. Raven's getting sniped down on the back. A little cheeky house for Recon coming through as well. Oh, oh, oh. Berserk trying to get the sneakies in. I think he wanted to get a little bit of a ghost building through and then forest fire or something like that as he does drop a house up onto this side. But the Pioneer is in hot pursuit as Nyan. Is he going to be able to finish this? Nope. Well, that's dead. That's a dead Berserk and a dead house. That house will not be getting completed here. Ursa charging in, trying to take out some villagers here. Coming over onto this side. Could go after the peasants. Decides against it as a machine workshop is coming up very, very quickly. House up. A great haul on the front as well. As the Pioneers are... Dead chicken there. Didn't realize you could kill the chicken with the Pioneer, but anyways. Creation. Does get dropped down onto the gold mine. And Recon here getting himself out. Just a couple of fire archers to defend everything. Gonna go for a military camp as well. As all the sky lanterns looking for a little something something here. Another great haul actually coming down. This is kind of got to be a little scary for Nyan. Just making raiding cavalry here. Meanwhile, Recon can just sit here and just play good defense onto the top here, dropping a great hunt. There is that Xiongqi scouting this out. No Hersa up onto the top, so the Xiongqi has free reign to just raid everything. Of course, there is the Valkyrie back there for the time being, but... what here is Recon actually going to be thinking of doing? Fire archers are through. Hersa say, sorry to disturb you. Let me get out of here. As the Xiongqi comes in, we'll be able to start harassing some dwarves here. It's a couple of snipes in. It's the dwarves all pulling back. We'll take those little bits of damage as you can get them. As the Valkyrie has to move over and say, hello there, I can heal up my villagers. And still play defense. Onto this side, the Pioneers getting all of that vision on the map. Xiongqi back up to the top here. Over onto the right. This Xiongqi does get sent packing. This one's in, and Recon with his multitasking. Absolute nightmare to deal with. We'll be able to kill off one villager. going after more as they all decide to turn around and start actually shanking. No micro from Nyan. He's going to lose a lot of villagers here. Now he's finally microing these ones back. There's also the earth wall that's getting thrown down there. Another villager goes down. Recon is more than happy to just sacrifice the Qiongqi there as this other one still flying around looking for some damage. Now with the earth wall up onto this spot. It is through some forest, so forest fire will be able to open this up a little bit. Recon says time for a market. No need to rush anything. Got a lot of villager kills as the army of Nyan just hanging back here for the time being. And this Qiongqi looking for value somewhere. I mean, the Valkyrie sitting here is fine. This is a fine defense here, but you have to be ready to go everywhere. As maybe 2 Qiongqi, is that enough to take down 1 Valkyrie? I don't know. Not sure. As Recon says, let's grab a town center. He's also pushing forward while grabbing a town center. He does have a very strong army though, mind you. As both the Qiongqi decide to charge forward. Be careful with this one though, it's on low HP. Pulls back ever so slightly, but at the very least going to get just a little bit more damage done as now the Hursa need to come through, and Recon about to get collapsed on, it looks like. Raining cavalry onto the back. Recon does notice this. He pulls his army back here. Forest fire is available. You can knock it here, knock it here. Either way, it's going to open up this earth wall. Now, second town center up for Recon, and Nyan has to start thinking, all right, well, what do we do then? Hey, hang on. Qiongqi just hovering overhead? He can literally just drop whenever he wants and kill all the villagers off. Hello? And now he's back in, and looks like there's probably going to be another couple villager snipes here as well. Over onto this side, the raiding cavalry diving straight in. Try and deal with those raiding cavalry. Man, Recon's just getting so much value out of this one Qiongqi. He's had, well, he built another one, but still. And then on top of that, now he's got this forward gold mine that he can be grabbing. Drops a military camp down here as well. Of course, his home gold mine here is about to expire, so he does need to be on this forward gold mine. But maybe like a tower or something. I can obviously just build the military camp, put some towers in there, and that's going to shut down anything that Nyan's going to go for. But Nyan does say, all right, we'll just grab the town center. 13 villager differential here as the walls to come down onto this spot as well. Like I said, forest fire to open this up. Completely valid way forward. So the halberdier doing what they can to deal with all those raiding cavalry. Meanwhile, over onto this side, the Qiongqi is yet again waiting to pounce. Longhouses coming up left, right, and center. Needs to throw an axeman to deal with those halberdier. These upgrades for everything. Lots and lots of resources in the bank here for Nyan. It's been a long series. These guys are probably exhausted, but you have to lock in these moments. Get those resources spent. You can't pounce from the sky? Of course you can. What are you talking about? They're literally cats. That's what they do. They pounce. They kick the air to go down. That's how they descend. It's a great haul for NyanRacingCat. Will end up falling here. But the thing is, Recon doesn't even really need to do much here. He's got 2 TCs. He's got back food he's eating. He's got the gazelle over here. He's on a second gold mine. He can just go heroic age. Just get all of his upgrades. And he's going to be in a good spot. Of course, NyanRacingCat also on 2 TC, but it's just, he's so far behind here. Just from having to deal with these Qiongqi raids. And one idea here from Nyan would have been to just get himself this technology here. Unlock the Goatee. And then have some Goatee to actually deal with these Qiongqi. But he's got the favor for it. And he says, nah, I'll just go heroic age. Get himself Njord. Then he can build those. It's now Gormang on the way. I mean, realistically here, like, it's not a terrible thing. Nyan sits back, builds up a nice army, but he can't be letting, like, the map just get snatched up like this. He's playing Norse. Norse's biggest advantage is being able to build anywhere on the map. If he could have come in here and just denied this off. Now he's playing for this gold mine. Now he's playing for this gold mine. Now he's playing for this gold mine. See chasing the sun coming through as well. Build work rate for buildings plus 10%. Get the ballets up nice and fast if he wants to. As Njord is in, and a hill fort coming down onto this gold mine. Meanwhile, over onto this side, the one Hersa in position to defend for the time being. Villagers coming up here for the hunt, as the Cheongchi will notice that. And Nyan needs to chase up here. Another great hunt actually getting dropped at the moment. I wonder if he's going to go in for some, like, Jotun or something. He's got a lot of favor in the bank. Valkyrie. He's got also that forest fire at any point. I imagine Recon, he's going to build a couple units, but he can just go Mythic Age super quickly here as well. That's while the Hersa is mid-house building. He just goes, all right, let's drop down and cause some problems. But good reaction from Nyan.
Yo.
These guys can just pick themselves back up and leave. Wall's getting knocked down over here to try and make something happen. There's also going to be a machine workshop getting some of those crossbows out to start harassing this town center down. Raiding cavalry down the bottom. Unfortunately, they miss the villagers here. Vikings wouldn't probably be a decent idea here, no? Nice little cheeky temple to come down. Maybe Nyan is thinking at this stage for some forward mountain giants. There is a one sage in though for Recon, so he does have a nice little advantage there. As the Walking Woods gets dropped and Nyan says it's time to go here. There's plenty of units in reserve for Recon. He pops through, going to take down those Walking Woods incredibly fast here. In fact, he steals one Walking Woods away, so he has that for himself. Living the dream. And Nyan just trying to beat his way through this. I don't think this is going to work all too well. Meanwhile, also, just to add insult to injury, drops the forest protection down. Forest fire over onto this side. We'll move the units ever so slightly, but Recon's army is looking invincible here. As Nyan has to pull back. I don't know what else Nyan can do to break this position. He needs to find a different place to go. Portable Rams going down. Town Center will fall soon. Heavy is through for Nyan, but he's lost all of his raiding cavalry. He's behind. He's only behind a little bit on villagers here. It's not the biggest of deals. The wall's back up onto the top as well, so Recon can get back to mining this gold mine. Ring Giver on the way. We're going to see some Jarls to come through as well. What can Nyan do to bring himself back in this game is the big question. Xiongqi back to their raiding ways. Just get a bloody goatee out. Like, just one. One goatee. I mean, they didn't actually kill any villagers here. Onto the back, clay peasants getting dropped down as Recon says, let me get the town center up. This does get spotted, though, from Nyan. Nyan's just going to go straight after the clay peasants. Nice awareness there. Great movement from Nyan. Recon, unfortunately, will be losing all of his clay peasants here. Actually, maybe he's going to keep some alive. A couple of old Fjarls to come through. Nonetheless, Nyan has managed to deny this town center from going up for the time, but he might be able to take it for himself. Nyan on the back here, trying to grab his gold mine, getting chased around or chasing Xiongqi around. What else can he do? Another town center coming up for Recon. Brings up this hill fort. These units here, what can they do? Go for the main base. As houses getting cleaned up. Siege crossbows pushing through onto this side, taking out those longhouses and all the other good stuff. NyanRacingCat is unironically advancing through Balder here. He might be trying a Ragnarok. I don't think I've ever seen Ragnarok work against a Chinese, against Nuwa, just on the fact that the buildings are so strong. Technologies are so good with extra forest protections and all that. Fire archers are so good as well. More Jarls are getting built. He doesn't have the gold at all here to make this work. Still trying to grab this town center, distracting the units away so the Xiongqi to come down onto the bottom here. And all of a sudden, the next gold mine for Nyan is going to get harassed down as all the cavalry make their way in. The villagers do pull, but Recon ready to turn, ready to take these units out. As the Jarls up onto this spot, villagers getting sniped. And on the other side, though, now Recon says Mythic Age is the way to go. Going gong gong at this point. That's also the Balder in for Mr. One. NyanRacingCat. One big final call to Valhalla to try and bring him through. The only problem is, really, for Recon that he has to sort of think about is getting that next gold mine. Up to the top, he's moving there. Ballets, defense, etc. The villagers moving down to the bottom side. Xiongqi are back. They're back again. The Xiongqi are back again. Recon going to just claim the rest of this top of the map, putting walls up everywhere. I imagine with Balder coming through as well, you just get yourself stone walls. Get yourself your masons. He's already got masons, maybe architects as well. Unless bronze weapons. We are seeing stone walls actually, so a little bit of an inkling here from Recon as to what's coming for him. And he's just going to hold back and just keep sitting on this advantage that he's got. He's got such a big economic advantage. Balder now in for Nyan. Gong Gong is going to be through. Do we see the upgrades? No, he's just going straight for eco upgrades. Stonewall's in. No armory upgrades or army upgrades just yet. Now, Nyan does have 3 talent centers now. He's managed to get to the Mythic Age. Like, he might be behind by a ton in resources, in income, but he's in the Mythic Age, and he's got a lot of favor, so he can build a whole bunch of Fire Giants if he wants. Slowly building up this military resource value. Shang-Chi searching yet again. Fire Giants now out. Mountain Giant out. More Fire Giant, more Mountain Giant. Shang-Chi trying to come back over here, but the Owls are on hot pursuit. They've got... Actually, there's also throw an axeman this time, so he can actually kill them. They really don't do that much damage here to the Shang-Chi, unfortunately. Now, Champion Cav is in. Does Nyan have himself Sons of Slipnir? Not just yet. Probably worth it so he can take down the Fire Archers and the Archers in general much faster. There's Recon just towering everything up. Ballet everywhere. Does have himself Architects as well. Is he fully upgraded? Missing the Iron upgrades. That's about it. Is there a market started? Any sort of trade route? No. I mean, to some degree, Nyan doesn't even need to click rag here. We see engineers. If Recon's just going to sort of take a nap mid-game, then yeah, you just wait it out. Get your upgrades in. There's no rush here. Maybe it'd be worth to go for a Titan as well for Nyan, because then he can rag and Titan. The army for NyanRacingCat finally deciding it's time to go. Up to the top here, however. Alright, some heavy siege crossbows that can be used to take down town centers and things like that. Slowly but surely the villager count creeping up, and there is the Ragnarok. 318 population, 18.2k military resource value. Ballet in the main base coming through. We are going to be seeing those Terracotta Riders souped up, taking down those portal rams before anything is possible. And Nyan is going to be feeding his units to the meat grinder here. Is how do you get past these earth walls at this point and take these units out? The Fire Giant getting little bits of damage done from afar. Town center slowly going down as well. We're going to be seeing a little cheeky steal here as the Recon Fire Giant can a little bit more damage done. We've got that little stun in from Li Jing as well, as he's an absolute monster of a unit. Town center here looks like it will be falling, but not before forest protection on the ballet to come down. And these units here, they've got to take the earth walls down as the population is falling drastically. Look at the resource. There's 3,000 gold in the bank for Recon. He's only got one machine workshop though, as the Great Flood actually away, sending the units away from the Fire Archers here. This Recon's just killing so much, and Nyan there does say, okay, I got nothing in the tank. I got no units left. You win. GG. Well played. And Recon does manage to scrape through against NyanRacingCat 3-2. A solid showing from Nyan, but Recon too strong on this day. Checking out the post game, seeing the crazy resource differential. Civilian unit differential. And finally, military differential. Well played to Recon. If you did enjoy this one and want to see more of these sorts of games, make sure you hit the follow button. If you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button, turn on the notification bell and all that other good stuff, because we are streaming every day basically up until the playoffs, and then the playoffs are on the weekends. We have a huge day tomorrow as well, so we'll be around at the same time. So tune in for that and all the other good stuff. That's going to be it for me today. I see no one streaming. I know there's an Artapes here. I will send you to him. I don't know if he's still going to be streaming afterwards or not, but I will I'll see you guys later. Have a fantastic rest of your day and enjoy all of the good stuff. Bye for now. Bye bye. 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 Bye.